Kia ora koutou, no mai, haere mai. Greetings and welcome to this EHF live session. Edmund Hillary Fellowship, it's a collective of entrepreneurs, scientists, storytellers, creatives and investor change makers who want to make an impact globally from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And under this session today, you are going to hear from Kate and Harman, and Matthew is going to curate the whole session. It's a 90-minute session. But firstly, these are informal sessions and they're planned in a way that when you leave here after the 90 minutes, you feel you know the fellows and our guest speakers on a personal level, and you can understand what they're trying to do here in New Zealand, and that then you can connect with them directly afterwards. The recording will be on our website for you to download and watch and to send on to other people. So stay muted while the conversation's going, and then Matthew can curate some Q&A, and you can also put comments and questions in the chat as we're going along. Over to you, Matthew.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm just going to open us with a quick karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunama o moana, ki hararara ma tātou e te ranginai, aroha atu aroha mai, tātou e ai, tātou katoa, hi u taike. Basically, that's just saying, may peace be widespread, may the sea be like a greenstone, a pathway for us all to stay. Let us show and respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. And I like to open up with that karakia really simply because of the fact that, you know, I think climate and biodiversity is something that we're all dealing with as individuals. And in particular, it's hard sometimes to understand the work Harman and I are doing, but it really is about water security at the end of the day, because it is such the lifeblood of the way that we live. You know, we talk about the divine principle of the amount of water that's made up in the world is almost identical to the amount of water that's made up in the body. And so, you know, today I will give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. So can everybody see my screen? If you're muted, then I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, so we'll start with some introductions. We're really privileged to have a forward by Owen Gaffney, who is also part of the fellowship. I'll take some time to set the context, and from there, Kate's going to cover off really what our commitment is to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We're going to cover off the planetary accounting network and the work that Kate's doing, and recontextualizing for us, I guess from Harman and I's perspective, and why we're so interested in planetary accounting, is that we have looked at climate from the perspective of waste and carbon, but really it's so much more important than that when you look at the planetary accounting boundaries. And Kate has created a framework that actually allows us to bring that down to a project level. And from there, what we're going to do is apply some of that work, of her work, to a practical example, looking at both what is the status quo and what does a circular system look like. And at that point in time, Harman's going to take us through what does it look like to build, I guess, an integrated waste treatment system that's fully circular at a regional level, and looking at examples around agriculture and around how by collaborating and opening up our discussions across industry verticals and across councils, we can actually look at climate change holistically in a region. From there, we're going to go into a question time, and we'll do an experiment. Hopefully people are kind of familiar with Miro now that we've been in the pandemic, and we'll get to do some interaction, and then cover off kind of how we want to work with us before just closing karakia. So that will be the overview for today. And into introductions. Dr. Kate Meyer, we first came across Kate's work when we were looking at the incredible work that she'd done at Becker as head of sustainability there. And Harman and I were fortunate to meet Kate inside of the Creative Accelerator Climate Exchange acceleration program that's just ended. And from there, we realized like how much her work was relevant to what we were doing. And then my co-founder Haman, we met at the beginning of his EHF journey, and he's now based in Christchurch, New Zealand. Has moved here with his family and 2 daughters. Just absolute privilege to be able to work with him and on this journey. And myself, Matthew Jackson, toko ingoa, no koe aho e waihara keke te waipunama o Aotearoa, ko Waikato te awa e maha nei aku Maraharara, ko Tungaringo te maunga e te rai e taku nā kau, e mihi ana kina toto kina toho nehe tamiki makare e wai anaho anu. I was born in Blenheim, which is where we're going to be building a demonstration plant just a little bit to the side of that in Nelson. My heart cries because of the challenges we're seeing with Waikato River at the moment. And much like Kate loves her time on a mountain, Tongariro is where I like to snowboard and love my time, but now I respect the place I live in, which is Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. So with that, I'm just going to share my screen again and let us open the space with a foreword from Owen Gaffney. Owen is he has been involved in creating the planetary boundary guidelines, works at the Stockholm Resilience Centre. He's also oh my gosh, I can't even recall the number of things that he's involved with when it comes to communications around climate change. But he's on the Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Global Commons Alliance. So a bit of a mouthful, but it's incredible the work that he's doing, and we're just really privileged to have him be involved in providing a foreword. So I'll share my screen and let's see if we can get that up.
Action.
Hey, hi there, Kate. Hi there, Matthew. Hi, everyone at EHF. Wonderful to be here. So it's been 13 years since the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Framework back in 2009, which was a landmark achievement. For the first time, we had an Earth system framework for a stable operating system for humanity, for civilization, a stable operating system for humanity, and that we know that for the previous 10,000 years, that has been the only state we know that civilization can thrive. And what's interesting about the boundaries framework is that it wasn't a single boundary identified, it wasn't 1,000 boundaries identified, it was 9 boundaries identified as the key priorities for humanity. But then, as it was published, we also announced that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries related to climate change, biodiversity and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen in agriculture mainly. Since 2009, the boundaries has been updated in full boundaries assessment updated in 2015, and there we showed that in fact a 4th boundary had been crossed relating to land use, particularly deforestation. And now here in 2022, 2 new papers have emerged announcing that we've crossed 2 more boundaries, one for novel entities, chemical pollution, plastics, and the second for water use, for soil moisture, as the water cycle is changing as a result of human activity. So there we have it. So we have 9 planetary boundaries. We've now transgressed 6 of those boundaries. We're in the danger area. This is now a priority for humanity to come back within a safe operating space, which is why it is so important that we work to downscale the boundaries at national levels, at regional levels, and at the level for companies and businesses to operate within boundaries. This is why the work being done with the on any downscaling is absolutely critically important. It's some of the most important work being done on Earth today. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but when Owen sent that through to me this morning, I was just a little bit shocked, right? And kind of in terms of the context setting for today's session, the not, Owen was referring to the fact that now novel entities and biogeological flows of kind of are crossing these boundaries, then that land system change is just kind of becoming out of control. And when you look at what's happening in our media, what we're asking the question of is, well, look, ultimately, who is going to be paying the cost for that change, and how do we actually create new systems, both to procure different outcomes, but also from a new economic framework, not have a direct impact on all of our economy in a way that will bankrupt our ratepayers. Right now, the reality is that it's affecting everybody, and where Haman and our team member Marcus is based, we're seeing major political issues when it comes to kind of the use of infrastructure, and really what we're trying to say is that from a circular perspective, if we cross over boundaries and start to look from a procurement lens on all of the planetary boundary guidelines, we'll start to look at different solutions. And in the case of Canterbury, we can see that they're dealing with issues around odor, they're dealing with issues around the capital cost of new infrastructure, the emissions liability, and across the country, we need to transition to more clean and green energy, right? But at the same time, we're facing major problems in our primary sector, right? We're seeing this agricultural greenhouse gas footprint is now becoming something that's really relevant for and is actually going to start costing farmers over the next 3 or 4 years. We have a major mental health issue with our farmers who have been criticized and scapegoated, but actually some of the most land-loving people that I've ever met. But we are seeing nitrates in our water harming public health, and expecting new water regulation and the consolidation of water infrastructure to make a huge difference on the way that we're managing infrastructure in New Zealand. Because actually we've seen major issues when it comes to the discharge and the management of our wastewater systems in New Zealand as well. And really seeing significant blowouts in regional budgets when it comes to renewal of infrastructure, of building infrastructure. But when it comes to building that infrastructure, we're still building it based on what we would consider last generation or industrial generation systems. And so really, we are facing a crisis that we're going to need to think differently about the way that we build new systems, and what consequence that will have. So today we're going to talk a little bit to Kate about how she sees, or what her worldview is when it comes to actually looking at systems, not looking at them just from a climate lens and a carbon perspective, but actually what it's a more holistic way of looking at how do we solve climate when it takes into consideration biodiversity. And I think that's more than enough for me. Actually, the stars of the show here today are Kate and Haman, and I'd love to hand over to Kate to start to take us through a little bit about the Planetary Accounting Network.
Thanks, Matthew. Just trying to find my unmute button and share my screen. Kia ora tato. It's really nice to have been invited by Matthew to come along and take part in this kōrero today. I guess just reflecting on that video, it's nothing new, that I operate in this planetary accounting space full-time, planetary boundary space full-time. But I have to say that just hearing that update from Owen was a little bit emotional, actually. I think every time I kind of go back and update slides that are more than a year or so old, the dial has shifted so fast that it's quite alarming. And actually, I was chatting to my 8-year-old about it a couple of weeks ago, and he said, Mum, I don't want to be a planetary accountant when I grow up, because it's just really depressing. And I think, while I try to, I think we all need to just maintain a really forward-looking attitude. It does sometimes actually get to me like that, and that was one of those moments. But really cool that he sent that through for us. I just want to, I guess, start today by sharing this whakatauki, te parahita o te putaiao, which means the life circle of the environment. And so it goes, kia tō te rangi Māori o te rangi e tuiho nei, o Papatūānuku e takato nei, o te taiao e awhi nei, ki ranga i a tātou tihe wā Moriora. And what it sort of, the meaning translates to say that it's really only when the spiritual world and the heavens and the physical world are brought together by the active participation of the kaitiaki, of the guardians, can there be true peace and well-being. And I guess that's really the basis for all the work that I do. You know, I think I was talking to an incredible lady last week from Ngāti Toa when I was up in Wellington for the accelerator program, and she was talking about her ancestors who were so in touch with the environment that they could accurately predict the weather about 3 years out. Not 3 years, that would be amazing, but 3 weeks, which is still pretty incredible. I live in Wanaka, and as Matthew alluded to, I'm a pretty keen skier, and I don't even trust the weather forecast a day out, you know, that we're doing with these, you know, quite advanced computer models. And, you know, I think the problem with this whakatauki is that it's really true that we can only sort of succeed if we can all participate in that kaitiaki and that guardianship. But actually, that's very difficult to do these days. Life has become so removed from the environment. You know, our clothes arrive in buildings on hangers. You know, we go into air-conditioned sheds or supermarkets to get our food, and so although I think there's this huge drive, you know, from consumers and businesses to shift the dial and move into that sustainability space, it's actually really difficult to do that. I think there are two major problems. I think the first is that many people are still very focused on climate and actually don't even understand that full perspective of the planetary boundaries. But then even for those that do understand it, actually, they don't have the tools to do anything about it. As Matthew mentioned, I was the sustainability director at Beca until recently, and so I spent a lot of time speaking with business leaders over the past few years about their sustainability aspirations and challenges. And you know, the message is really consistent: is that they're really struggling to make the right decisions, and also they're terrified of kind of coming out and talking about sustainability because there's this huge movement in businesses being accused of greenwashing by making sort of unsubstantiated claims. I've also spent a lot of time talking to central and local government, mostly in New Zealand over the past couple of years, but it's really similar. They're also struggling, and from that perspective, it's really how to prioritise and take a really systemic view of the problem. There's, I think, becoming more and more clarity that that's what's needed, but it's really difficult to do. And actually, you know, I was just chatting to some of the sustainability leads at Dunedin last week, and they said, you know, it's so hard because we want to do this, but then we're like, well, what if there are unintended consequences, and how can we really understand what the outcomes of the different decisions we make are going to be? And then, you know, speaking to consumers, and I've actually run some really interesting focus groups with consumers quite recently, and for them it's, you know, they're motivated to make better choices, but actually it's really hard to do that, and they're really concerned that, you know, they don't feel enabled to take action, but they're not seeing businesses or governments move at the pace that's needed. And so there's, you know, this sort of three different sort of player groups, if you like, all facing these really big challenges. And I think from my perspective, you know, I've been working in the sustainability space for about 15 years, and really as soon as I started working in that space, I was like, man, you know, what I've learned about sustainability through the science and what we're seeing people do in reality is just not really related at all. And I was, you know, really quite concerned about that, and I actually started tinkering around in my spare time trying to create a little tool that would help to address this. But actually, you know, the problem is is huge. It's a huge gap and a really complex problem. And so in 2013, I left my job as a sustainable building designer and started to say, well, what could we actually do about this in real terms? And almost immediately landed on the Planetary Boundaries framework. And, you know, it was that, somebody's actually, you know, put the numbers around this. You know, my background is engineering, and I love numbers. And I think at that stage felt like if we could just quantify sustainability, we'd all be okay. And, you know, and then, you know, I guess it just emphasizes that disconnect that the Planetary Boundaries was published in 2009, and it wasn't until I actually went from the business world into the academic world that I heard of them, because it was such an exciting thing for me to say, okay, well, we've quantified it, so now what do we do? And I think the Planetary Boundaries work is perhaps the most important sort of publication that there is, because it really sets out the challenge very clearly. We need to respect these 9 priority areas if we want to avoid, you know, fundamentally changing the planet. The problem is that this is an incredibly important health check, but it actually doesn't really help to unpick what to do about it. And so, you know, and Owen talking about, you know, this downscaling, there's a need to take these from that global scale and say, okay, well, what do we do about it? And I think the best way to sort of understand that challenge is to imagine you were going to visit the doctor. And the doctor would, you know, measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and weigh you. And then, you know, imagine if she turned to you and shook her head and said, oh, you know, it's very bad news. You're obese. Your blood pressure's through the roof. You have tachycardia. And then said, okay, thank you, have a nice day, and sent you out the room. And I think, you know, the Planetary Boundaries is that health check. It says, you know, we have a really big problem, and this is where the problem is, and here are our focus areas. And so what I set out to do once I discovered it is to say, well, okay, so what is the prescription? What are the tangible actions that we need to do so that we can translate that to the scales that we actually make decisions? Because I'd say nobody in the world is making decisions at that global scale. And so I came up with a framework that I called Planetary Accounting that helps people to determine what they can do to play their role in returning us to within the planetary boundaries. And so it works at every different scale, addressing that business level, those government levels, and those individual levels. And so I was working on this, and then I thought, man, this is pretty neat. I think this could be amazing, but who am I to try and translate this incredible global framework that was developed by all these incredible scientists? And so I actually started calling them up and said, I'd like to come and visit you and get your input on this framework. And there was such a positive response from the global scientific community. It was actually blew my mind how warm and welcoming everybody was. And so my husband quit his job, and we packed our children into a caravan, and we spent a whole year traveling around Europe to go and visit all of these incredible scientists. And so I got to spend a couple of weeks with Will Steffen and Johan Rockstrom, sat in Johan Rockstrom's office for a few days working, and so I got to be a fly on the wall for some meetings. And man, he's a pretty incredible person, but also took the framework around social scientists. Catherine Richardson at DTU, who's also one of the lead authors of Planetary Boundaries, the Water Footprint Network, Nitrogen Footprint Group, to really make sure that it was really scientifically rigorous what we were doing, but also that it was really connected into the social sciences around behaviour change and how you can actually, take science and put it into action with businesses and governments and people. So the way that it works is it basically translates the outcomes of the planetary boundaries into global budgets. Now it looks really nice and simple with a little pink arrow, as if that was a kind of a linear translation. And behind there is a pretty complex diagram of chaos. But what it means is that there are these global budgets and environmental currencies that we can use, a little bit like carbon accounting with science-based carbon accounting. So like carbon accounting, we can say, look, we want to avoid global warming of 1.5 degrees. And so here's a global budget, and then we can start sharing it up and we can look at the carbon footprint of a product or a project or a company or a person and compare that with those global limits. Planetary accounting lets you take that approach across all of the planetary boundaries. And so I guess for those of you who don't sort of sit in the environmental accounting space, there's two reasons that that planetary accounting really is a bit game changing. What you can do at the moment is you can either do something like a life cycle assessment, or you might have heard of environmental product disclosures, where you get a whole host of complex environmental data and lots of complicated metrics, but there's no context. And actually, to be honest, you really frankly need a PhD in environmental accounting to even understand it at face value. Even with that, there's no context to say, are these numbers good or bad? You can only compare them to, is it better than another product? Or you can get quite good context around carbon, but then you get a really narrow lens for decision making. And so planetary accounting simplifies that broader environmental data and puts the context around it so that it can be as straightforward as carbon accounting, but with that holistic planetary lens. I'm not going to speak to this slide in a lot of detail. I'm just going to whiz through it, but basically just to give you an idea of the variety of things that you could do with it. You could take the Paris Agreement negotiations and expand them to biodiversity and all of these other indicators. There's actually a report called the Safe Operating Space for Aotearoa that translates the planetary boundaries to New Zealand, and it sends a message that we're well beyond them, which is no surprise. But planetary accounting would help to inform roadmaps for national action plans, or future scenarios and roadmaps at city or regional level. We're doing some neat work around some complex systems like global food models. How would you meet nutritional needs within the planet's limits? You could put financial value against each of those currencies. You can use it for sustainable product design, for corporate science-based targets that go beyond carbon, really to look at the impacts of local action. And we're doing a really neat program called Planetary Facts that I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. But the neat thing about it is that it isn't just able to operate at these different levels, but it actually brings them all together so that what we can do at these really big, national and international scales can connect up with some of that local action, and we're all sort of pushing the dial in the same direction. I'm going to pause here and pass on to Germán, who is going to share a bit of a case study, which I'm quite excited to see because I haven't seen where this has got to. So over to you, Germán.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm going to take some help from my colleague Matthew here. So Matthew, if you could just share screen, then I could jump into it. Right, so the fascinating thing about the work that Kate's been doing is when we were engineering a solution, there were some things that we knew intuitively, but which we struggled to quantify. And today we can look at the work that we're doing with the filter of the Planetary Accounting Network based on the planetary boundaries, and begin to recognize what those impacts are. And this is important because it then helps us to recognize what are the practical interventions, both from an operational perspective, from arguably a political perspective, and an engineering perspective, can be done to devise a solution that is hopefully a little better and has less of a negative impact on our natural world. So as a starting point, we look at a farm, and this makes sense contextually in New Zealand because the primary sector is one of the largest generators of employment and also a key part of New Zealand's exports. But that being said, also the single largest emitter. So definitely a sensitive industry to be speaking about, but I thought a worthwhile place to start. So if we look at the left of this farm system, we see that we have inputs that go into a farm, primarily in the form of fertilizer and water. Matthew, if you could reduce that screen a little bit, please. Zoom out slightly. And so there's water and fertilizer that goes into a farm. But when we look at what's happening before the time that fertilizer gets to the farm gate, we see that there is mining for minerals and fossil fuel. And mining as an activity obviously has an impact on land use. It leads to land use change, causes toxic waste. These are, I think, what in the planetary accounting framework are referred to as novel entities. There's also a negative environmental footprint from the combustion of fossil fuel, but I think that's a concept everyone understands really well. The parts that we're beginning to struggle with are the way we farm today, and that's not just New Zealand, but around the world. Industrial agriculture also leads to a depletion in soil quality. It leads to a degradation in the ability for soil to provide nutrients to plants. It depletes the ability of cohabiting microorganisms in their ability to keep soil healthy. So that could also be quantified as a biodiversity loss. And the tragedy of all of this is the typical human response then is to use even more fertilizer and more water to solubilize this, to add it to soil, in the belief that that is what will lead to a consistent or a higher crop yield. But that isn't true. And then you have the flow-on effects out of farm, which are now understood in terms of the nitrogen use, the phosphorus use, and also the waste that are produced by primary industry. There's also, within a regional framework, the need for these farms to send their produce to cities. And these cities then have requirements of infrastructure all their own. And here, typically, what we'll find is that there is green waste infrastructure, there are wastewater treatment plants, there's an energy requirement of a council to operate these facilities. And there's obviously a footprint associated with this energy use. And this is, again, has an impact in terms of essentially greenhouse gas emissions. And those can be found either in terms of the actual emissions from waste that goes to landfill, but also in the energy use to manage and operate such systems. So this is business as usual. This is what happens on a day-to-day business, this is on a day-to-day functioning of the way we live. But when we look at it in the context of planetary boundaries, we begin to see that these impacts are now felt on the local ecology. There is water use, there is a decrease in biodiversity, there is an increase in emissions. These emissions are both in the form of carbon dioxide, which we understand conventionally, but also in the form of methane and nitrous oxide, which have significantly higher global warming potential as compared to carbon dioxide. And there's also the persistence of these novel entities that are created either through the direct use of these products or in the manufacturing processes to create these products that linger within our natural environment for unimaginably long periods of time. So this is business as usual. This is what is happening in the 21st century. And while the problem statement isn't new, and while it's great to apply the planetary boundaries as a guideline to inform what we do, the question we often get asked is, well, what can we do? It's all about the economy, stupid. And that's the part which we've begun to recognize is something that we're all struggling with. So there is business as usual. There's everything that we know conventionally. There are the entire systems that are set up, everything that we're familiar with. And while we're cognizant of the fact that our current way of life is not sustainable, we often grapple with what a potential solution could look like. So here we've taken a stab at it. It's something that we're seeking to do in New Zealand. It is what has essentially brought me to New Zealand as an Edmund Hillary Fellow, in the hopes that we can create an alternative means and a method of dealing with our organic waste, particularly, such that we might form one small part of a solution that enables us then to live within the planetary boundaries, right? So in such a system, what we perceive it to be, now that's our logo at the top, but that is what we're using as a placeholder for an integrated waste treatment plant, or an IWTP. So as the name suggests, what an IWTP does is it processes all the organic wastes that are available within a region. Now, while I won't delve too much into the technology of this IWTP and how it works, what it seeks to do essentially is utilize a conventionally well understood process of biomethanation, but with a little bit of operational and systems engineering that allows it to deal with the vagaries in the supply chain of biomass or available organics, and also with changing weather conditions, such that there is a slightly more consistent level of operation. Now, such a system, what it does is the inputs to this integrated waste treatment plant come both from the city level, which includes the likes of the green waste and the wastewater sludge that comes from councils, but also the waste from farm, which includes manure, which includes crop residues, which includes some degree of spoilage of produce, and also significantly from the primary sector, a large part of the waste that the primary sector generates. So examples of this in New Zealand would be dairy processing sludge. It would be offal from meatworks. It's things like mussel shells and fish heads, and in some cases, entire fish that don't meet human consumption standards. It includes crop residues, of which a significant quantity is burnt every year. So all of this then gets sent to the IWTP in the region. And here it is about what is locally available, because again, we recognize that there is an environmental cost associated with the transport. So we would like to minimize this as far as possible. And all these inputs go to an IWTP. And like I said at the start, it works in a conventional biomethanation process, but it puts out essentially energy and a digestate. And this digestate is, in essence, the nutrients that are required on farm. However, since this is organic in nature, and it also contains what we would call good microbes, these seek to address the imbalances that have been created in our natural systems, help to restore organic carbon in soil, help to create a healthy environment for other microorganisms and other smaller creatures to migrate back to soil, and also reduce the amount of water use on farm. And so here what we begin to see is that we can, with a slightly more considerate approach, be sensitive to our local environment and start living within the planetary boundaries, while still meeting the requirements that we have in terms of managing our organic waste, ensuring public health metrics are met. ensuring that we have potable water supply, and without an overreach in terms of what we can achieve through some fantastical technological intervention to do something that will suddenly save us because technology is going so fast. That, I think, is a fallacy. It's important to call that out. It's what the Planetary Accounting Network and the Planetary Boundary Guidelines serve to show us is that we need to engineer the way we live to comply with what the biophysical limits of the Earth are. And through such, what on the face of it seems like a simple intervention, we can collapse the need to send any of our waste to landfill. We avoid the emissions associated from the landfill itself. We avoid the emissions associated with the transport of waste to landfill. And we avoid the wasteful practice of intensive mining that is required to support the kind of industrial agriculture that we take for granted as a way of life today. And this is a rather simple example. In terms of realistically what is happening in New Zealand, some of you may be aware, some of you might not, but there are several regions in New Zealand where waste is transported over 300 or 400 kilometers to a landfill in another region. And that's because some region somewhere has consented the use of a landfill and another region elsewhere has not. And so therefore, the only option then is to transport waste from one region to another, to dump it into a hole in the ground. Tragically, that's going to make no real impact on what it means for the council that's sending its waste elsewhere, but it just speaks to the NIMBY or the not in my backyard culture that is so pervasive across the globe, really. With that, we can now look at perhaps taking any questions that the audience may have. If there are any specifics that anybody would like to ask Kate or Matthew or myself, then we're happy to answer these.
Can I, so I'm just going to do a small experiment, Kate and Haman, thank you so much for that talk. I am going to share the Miro board in the chat, and I'm taking a risk, but you know, we're living on you know, in this environment where we have to operate digitally, so I'd love it if we could get some interaction here. And I highly encourage you to participate by clicking on this link that I've just shared with everybody. Now, I'll give you another one just in case that one doesn't work. All right, so share screen. One of the things that happens in these spaces is that there's so many people, but so many questions. And what I'd really love to do is to see if there's any groups of questions. Okay, so I am unlocking a little question board down here that you should be able to see now. And if you can see my screen, you can see you can grab these little question marks and you can go and drop them onto the board. So what I'd really like is if you can grab your question marks and drop them into the location that you have a question or a challenge or something that you're interested in for us to talk about, and we'll start to see whether there's any groups there, okay? And my request is that we do this for 2 minutes and you've got 3 question marks. So yeah, let's get to it. Great to see some visiting artists. I'm gonna stop that share for the time being and go back to conversations and take some inspiration from Rochelle, who has been at the beginning of this was very good at curating a listening space. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, apart from referring back to Dallas, who was the one that curated the bookshelf in the background around a lightning talk that she had to do the other night, where she was doing some co-training with somebody, and they their slides messed up. They're like, hey, can you throw up a lightning talk? And she ended up doing off the cuff a lightning talk on the New Zealand and Ireland rugby game, coaching government employees in Singapore around how to use agility. So yeah, I don't know, I have to learn something from the way that she was able to masterfully interlude and take on the lightning talk so quickly. I can see in the background still some movement going, so we'll give it another 30 seconds. Oh, I may not have dropped or locked all of the boards. Sometimes these experiments go well, sometimes they don't. Don't worry if you break anything, guys. It's all fixable. Okay, are we seeing any trends yet? So we've got some questions around sludge. Okay, I'm going to bring that board up and share screen for a second, and then get us back into this talk. Okay, so from what I can tell, looks like we've got questions around nutrients, wastewater sludge, and actually more questions about the technology. Does anybody want to come off mute and ask the question about the technology that they were interested in?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Hi, kia ora, I'm Nikki Solomon. My question is the technology that is being suggested here anaerobic digestion or something different?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I guess then my question is, obviously, you know, there are projects happening around the place that are including anaerobic digestion. So I guess my question is, are we talking about anaerobic digestion but assessed more holistically within the planetary accounting framework, or are we talking about a next generation anaerobic digestion, or I guess what's different is kind of my question.
Yes, fantastic question, Nikki, thank you. So what's different is, yes, there is a risk that we end up trying to create bioenergy solutions at a very large scale, which is what has typically happened in other parts of the world. And then they become dependent on certain market interventions, and those don't necessarily lead to the desired outcomes. For us, the desired outcome at a primary level is to address the organics part of the story. So looking at it as the first lens is in terms of waste minimization, but also in terms of emissions reduction. And then thirdly, also in terms of the nutrient return to natural living systems. In terms of what's different technologically, I can't divulge much, but it's simple and interventions essentially to address the challenges around very large scale anaerobic digesters, which then typically can work on only one type of feedstock and are then sensitive to any changes to the digestive environment, either in form of a contaminant or a reduction in supply. So here it's about building it to a minimum viable size. So how small can you go? That's one. Second, to address the variability, can you process more than one feedstock? So you can process different types of organics in a single system. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And sorry, I should have, I don't want to take too much time, but just quickly to explain the context, I'm leading a program initiative in Hawke's Bay, which is about bringing food producers, more manufacturers than growers, but probably we have to expand the scope, together to collaborate around sustainability, particularly value from waste. And so bioenergy is kind of on the radar, obviously, but the complexities that you guys have identified are kind of where I think we get stuck. So yeah, I'd be really keen to pick up the conversation subsequent rather than taking your time now, but thank you, that's a great answer.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll be in touch. Any more questions?
So any more questions on technology? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that put something there. So is there anybody else that would like to ask a question on that prior to moving off to looking at sludge or nutrients?
Hi, Tony Moore, Christchurch City Council. Just a real quick question. You've obviously proposed, you've got a new technology or solution there, and I just wonder if you could share where it's being used and what the results have been. So is it actually built, in play, running, operating, and how that's going?
Yes. Hi, so we're currently in the process of building our first technology demonstrator for a council in New Zealand. I don't know if I'm at liberty to name names. I'd probably defer to Matthew for that. But yes, we're building our first technology demonstrator in New Zealand as we speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. Hey, thanks, Tony. That's a really good question. It is also one of the challenges that we have and why we're trying to apply a new lens to this, because we found over the last 12 months to try to address climate change conversations inside of council is actually quite difficult through what we would consider the RFP process. So while we're looking at anaerobic digestion in New Zealand, it actually hasn't had a big uptake because of the fact that the perceived return on investment is very low. So we don't see anaerobic digestion in industry because of the fact that they're processing a single feedstock, and then they don't want to necessarily to take a feedstock from a council to combine it. Whereas, and if you look at what the intention of the Edmund Hillary Fellowship is itself, is to bring, patent ideas and UN Sustainable Development Goal focused projects to New Zealand, to incubate them in the New Zealand environment and export them back to solve global problems. And so, one of the challenges we see as well is that Haman's background as a part of a significant consortium in India that has built and is building right now an anaerobic digestion system that's nearly 200 tons in scale. So when you're asking that type of question, we see two types of results depending on kind of where somebody's come from. Has it been built here before and therefore is it proven, or it hasn't been built here, therefore it's not proven and therefore we won't accept it. And what we're saying actually, and especially inside of the Climate Accelerator program with Creative HQ, is actually we need to take a step back and stop procuring our solutions based on the same frameworks and think about them more from an agility perspective, and look at what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we solve that iteratively rather than trying to solve it all at once. So for example, in Canterbury, we have a dairy producer that wants to get rid of DAF sludge, and we have a council with a green waste system that needs to be replaced. How can we work collaboratively with industry and council and then Environment Canterbury, for example, where there's a nitrates issue, to say, how are we all going to come together to leverage the R&D budgets that are coming out of government around emissions reduction, waste reduction, process heat, and sustainable land use, to do new types of projects, right? Leveraging the aims that council has, the R&D that can be done out of a site like Lincoln, the community, where the industry is going, we know we need to reform. So there there's this momentum to do this type of work. But for example, with the council, we would say, look, what we're interested in is a piece of land and a waste stream, and then we'll take care of the rest. And those private-public partnerships really haven't been proven in that waste industry space yet. And so, there is a lot of things to take into consideration that don't really get asked through that traditional procurement process. And that's why we're holding these types of talks to start to reshape how we have those conversations.
Nice, thank you. Good explanation, Matthew. Matthew, I have a question here from Gary. So your system is primarily focused on solid organic wastes, and the Nelson pilot will be a great example for others once that's going. What do you think should be done with regard to recycling precious water as a non-potable water source for industry and agriculture across Aotearoa?
Hamana, is that something you want to take?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So when we say solid organics, organics by their very nature contain considerable moisture, unless we're talking about straw, which has been dried and baled. So most of the organics that go to an anaerobic digester already contain a lot of moisture. And in fact, anaerobic digestion is not as efficient with dry substrates as it is in substrates that contain moisture. So that's one part of it. Secondly, in terms of the water use, the tragedy with water in New Zealand currently is there should be no reason for New Zealand to struggle with water, because it's blessed with perhaps one of the highest per capita availability of fresh water anywhere in the world. The function of pollution in New Zealand's water system is a consequence of anthropogenic activities, primarily around water use by industry and water use on farm. And this is the part where, as we spoke about earlier, farmers get scapegoated for. So the wastewater system in New Zealand needs to be addressed. The wastewater treatment in New Zealand is still rudimentary in a lot of places. The fact of the matter is that council wastewater systems a lot of the time end up treating wastewater that is being discharged from primary industry and not from city council. And these rates then fall upon city dwellers rather than the primary industry that is discharging into those water networks to begin with. So there is no simple answer really to what we do with water in New Zealand, but yes, there's Three Waters reform that's coming up. A lot of what happens now will be determined by the technology choices that are made in terms of how that water is managed primarily. So I think there are two separate conversations here. But on the waste side of things, what we need to recognize is that if we process organics more efficiently, then we have essentially a free energy source to power a wastewater treatment system. And that is something that can be evidenced in any region in New Zealand. Pick one and I'll give you specifics.
I guess if I could have a supplementary question and maybe address it to Kate. I think the way you've explained the elementary systems approach to organic wastes, with some water, it would be very interesting to see the intersection of that with our wastewater cycle, just so, because we're talking about similar consumers and similar producers, and I just feel it would be quite good for us to make sure that we don't ignore the two, the blue and the green, if you like, or the blue and the brown, in terms of the planetary system. So maybe Kate could draw the diagram next time and sort of show how those two intersect, because we are using a lot of fresh water once, and if you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, which is behind so much of our reform, we have to be looking at multiple uses of the water if we're going to value it correctly under the planetary system, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's really nice to see you, Gary. But I guess to that point, one of the things that was most debated in the development and planetary accounting is that addressing of sort of green, blue and grey water. And there's, you know, I guess a couple of different schools of thought about how you look at water systems and, you know, whether green water, so rainwater coming down, gets counted or not. But actually, when we are using green water, we're extracting that from the natural system, which I think is exactly the point you're making. And so the way that we quantify it in planetary accounting does include that green as well as blue. So water extracted from lakes and rivers and water aquifers and grey water, so the water pollution, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, I have long discussions to be had on this subject, but others
Yes,
are on the calls.
absolutely.
Not on this call.
Thank you. Liam, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Liam. I'm a zero waste and circular economy advocate and researcher. Really appreciate the chance to have this kōrero. Thank you. Really, really interesting, fascinating and inspiring in some ways. But I just wanted to ask around how the system manages contaminants. Speaking about this novel entities issue that we're talking about in the planetary boundaries framework, because one project I'm involved in at the moment, I've been looking at contamination of organic waste streams, and in particular, sewage sludge seems to be a very risky feedstock for these types of systems. And so I'm just really curious about how an integrated system, because I understand the rationale behind an integrated system, but how you would manage once you sort of stick everything together into an integrated facility, how you actually manage those novel entities not ending up coming out the other end, especially if we're using this in our food systems and agriculture and that sort of thing. So yeah, wondering if someone could speak to that issue.
So Kate, would you like to address that first, or?
I think that's a technology one for you, really.
Thanks, Liam. That comes up very often. And yes, it's a great point. It is something we're mindful of. So what we focus on in terms of contaminants are largely pathogens, heavy metals, hormones, because that's increasingly something that we observe. And we are obviously mindful of novel entities as well. Now, there are a couple of things that happen within the system which involve mechanical pre-processing, thermal pre-processing. There's also a diluter factor. There's an anaerobic environment. And then there is a dehydration of a product at the end, which then allows us to develop something which, while it's still not yet tested in New Zealand, it is part of the work that we're doing currently in terms of assessing its use in agriculture, right? So it is something that we're mindful of. We know the direction we need to take, and we are addressing it in a phased manner.
Yeah,
Okay.
another element, sorry, just another element to add to that was that, Haman kind of mentioned it earlier around the idea that anaerobic digestion in New Zealand has traditionally been single feedstock and then as large as possible. And then when the souring occurs, because of that contamination, that whole entire feedstock goes into landfill. So the kind of conversations we're having around modularization and small anaerobic digestion, but still having a positive return on investment from an economic perspective, as well as a positive return on investment from a planetary accounting network perspective, is that those modular, smaller anaerobic systems will pick up contamination, and the entire feedstock will not be destroyed. And so, when it comes to minimizing what goes into landfill, it absolutely is along those lines. We'll then pick up the data out of that system to then return information back to council or to government around actually how do you stop that contaminant coming in upstream. And so, one of the issues that we see is our built environment has never been intelligent. We procure solutions for lowest possible cost or cost minimization rather than maximum value and value creation. So our mindset is to turn around and make these systems smart, connect them back into either smart housing or industrial environments using using IoT and artificial intelligence, and actually pick up those detectors so that we can put the cost back onto the system that created it. So it's not about just building dumb infrastructure. We have to build intelligence into their systems so that they can interact, because we've become disconnected from our built environment, and that's why we pollute it. We've become disconnected from the environment, which is why we don't care for it. And why we're trying to bring back this Matarangi Māori-led view is that if you go into Papakainga, you go into a marae, Māori are still so connected to the environment because they're brought up in a household where you're not separate from the environment, therefore you're not separate from the place that you're polluting. So we have to go and undo that systemic change that's occurring, or that's occurred in our culture as well. So when you talk about an alimentary system being a living system, it's not about just an anaerobic digestion system. It's about a living system connecting back into the people that utilize it and giving the tools back to those people that put those inputs in. And so, we can dive into that work offline around how we're addressing that. But very good question, and it's one that has to be solved at many different levels.
Liam, do you want to put your email address there, or send it to me directly, and then I can add it to an email list? But Vicky, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to do the right selection on my microphones and things. So I'm interested. You mentioned a regional plant, and you've specifically referenced Canterbury a couple of times. And I'm just Canterbury is an enormous region, and many of the sort of systems I look at that I'm interested in around, sort of like energy supplies or water management. To me, many of the more sustainable options now are looking at ever decreasingly small, more small, locally located locally, disseminated systems. But you seem to be talking much more here about a much larger system that's bringing waste in from different streams, like all the various farms. I mean, I went to Ashburton, which is the other day, which of course is one of our big, more industrialized farming areas, and it's a good hour and a half away from Christchurch. And of course, moving all that, many of the farms at the moment don't in Canterbury, because we have such permeable soils, don't necessarily have as much effluent storage or collection systems as what you might have in some of the areas with lower permeability soils. Hence, of course, the problems we have, because it soaks straight through the ground and it goes to groundwater. But it means that there's a whole load of infrastructure required if we were to be able to collect up all that effluent on these farms and put it into some sort of transport system to get it to a centralized place. So there's some aspects there that to me don't actually sound as sustainable as a more disseminated farm-based waste management system solutions. And also I've been listening to a lot of regenerative agriculture podcasts, which there's an ability potentially here to shift to farm systems where essentially they are managing their nutrients and their feed growth and so on without needing imports. And so that in itself is completely self-contained. So I'm not saying there isn't a place for example, anaerobic digestion, but I'm not sure that an entire regional scaled solution with all that transport that's associated with it and collection systems and everything else is necessarily, the ideal option. So I just wonder, am I misunderstanding here what you're pitching? Because that disseminated system seems to me to have a lot of benefit from a lower energy input, more resilience in longer term, less carrying moisture around, which is heavy, of course, and so on. So perhaps you could answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm happy to respond to that. So close to Ashburton is the town of Methven, and we've actually carried out an assessment on farm. What we recognize today is that if we were to provide an on-farm standalone solution, then the effluent from a dairy station, from a milking station that's milking about 500 cows, that effluent would be sufficient to produce, would produce sufficient energy to chill the milk at that dairy station ahead of transport, right? So that is one example of a problem statement of solving at a farm level. So that is one thing that we can do. And which is better for the environment as well, because then you don't have that effluent being pumped to ponds. But when I say regional level, I'd also like to bring your attention to what happens at dairies, where now these farmers have transported milk. And now there's milk that's coming in not from 500 cows, but perhaps from 50,000 cows or 100,000 cows to a single dairy plant. Now, this dairy plant, amongst all the other functions that it has, uses coal to provide process heat for the boiler. All dairy factories have a coal-fired boiler. They also produce a dairy processing sludge. Now, the problem statement at this scale, what we've observed is, while there is a move within the government to say that we need to decarbonize industry and there's funding available, and one of the options is to move from coal to electric boilers, there is not enough generation capacity in that last mile of the grid. There is not enough energy supply into that last mile of the grid to support an electrical boiler, which would put a massive load on the electrical grid. And so in such a situation, it's not feasible switching to an electric boiler. But you still have a massive dairy factory in rural Canterbury that's processing milk from thousands of cows that still needs to decarbonize its energy need. In such a situation, if you were to process the dairy sludge from that dairy plant itself and co-digest that with, for example, straw or any other crop residue, or at whatever is locally available, you can create an energy system which is localized, which could then be part of the solution. Like I said, it's never going to be a silver bullet. This is going to solve every problem, sort of a thing, but that is doable. So that's how it works at a regional level. But yes, we are conscious that we want to avoid transport. Scope 2 and 3 emissions is something that we talk about a lot. In Canterbury, there are large city councils that truck their sludge elsewhere because there's no means or method of disposal locally. So it's horses for courses. The solution can be scaled from as small as 3 tons per day, which is our first technology demonstrator, to what we've actually built in India, which is 200 tons per day. So depending on what the need is, depending on what the feedstock availability is, depending on whether we're engineering a waste minimization solution or whether we're engineering an energy solution, we're agnostic and we build to what's required.
That's really helpful, and that's really clear that you are talking about disseminated and not when you said regional, it sounded like we're going to put all the waste into one plant, which I know some of those massive energy to waste plants to do exactly that. So no, that's reassured me. Thank you.
No, but it is part of the problem, and why. And we're not trying to pick on Canterbury, but it's where we see such incredible opportunity to pivot what is industrial agriculture into a more sustainable land use. And specifically, when you look at Canterbury, creating resilient infrastructure has to take into consideration some of Canterbury's history as well. So we're opposed to large infrastructure. We don't think building 100-ton plants is the future. You know, we think the sweet spot is around 8 tons to 20 tons, and to have these is co-located as close to where that gas or energy offtake could be utilized. And so, no, we're absolutely opposed to large pieces of infrastructure. We don't think that's the future. We think that's what's been done in Europe. We don't think that can be commercially viable in New Zealand. And we think that there's evidence of $100 million projects that are doing that at the moment. And and we did a talk with Ariake around resilient infrastructure. It needs to be local, needs to be locally owned, and it's more than that. It's not just about locally owning it. The reality is if we don't have iwi involved in and tie the water plan to a 5-year plan to a 100-year plan, our procurement really isn't looking at what's the cost of water going to be in 10 years' time, right? That's the point of the planetary accounting network and the standards associated with it. It starts to ask different questions. You're asking questions about how can our organics look at nitrates. You're asking questions about how does a procurement of an organic system actually start to impact our land use, right? So if we start to apply that Māori worldview, then and look at context of place and well-being, we're not just looking at, okay, well, how much does it cost and what physical location does it need to be in? So it's significantly bigger than just, are we building a single plant? We have to look at ownership models, and we have to look at, what are the underlying well-being elements of it. So I hope that provides a bit more context. Now, I'm just conscious of time, and does anybody else still have a burning question that they want to kind of present, and what it's just kind of on the tip of their tongue, they need to get it out? Well, I think we have time for one more.
Liam's raised his hand.
Yeah, I could do one more just quickly. Thank you. I just had a question about digestate in general. My understanding, my sort of lay person's understanding, is that digestate, through the process of digestion, is stripped of a lot of carbon, and so it's high in nitrogen. And so I'm just wondering, how do we, if we're using that as a fertilizer, how do we address that affecting, exacerbating the nitrogen cycle, which we already know is being exceeded as a planetary boundary?
So excellent question, and again I'll answer that in two parts. So but I'll answer the part around the planetary boundary first. The problem we have with nitrogen runoff is that the way we provide nitrogen to plants in terms of solubilized urea solutions limit the ability of the soil for the plants to actually absorb that free nitrogen. Plants can only absorb nitrogen when it's in the form of a nitrite or a nitrate, and that requires symbiotic microorganisms in soil. So there is bacterial activity, there's fungal activity, which then converts that nitrogen into something that plants can absorb. Now, that nitrogen cycle, it doesn't rain nitrogen from the air. So that's why we have the runoff and leaching from nitrogen. The second part with it is in terms of the emissions thereof, in terms of nitrous oxide, which then is a greenhouse gas again, which causes its own share of problems. Coming to the digestate side of things, your point is excellent, but that's some of the key part around our IP, is that we optimize carbon nitrogen ratios of the input feedstock ahead of loading the digester. And what that ensures is not only a far more thorough digestion process, it also means that we have a digestate product, which, if it requires land application, then will ensure that those ratios aren't out of whack. I think we lost you.
He's still there. He's muted. Well, thanks. Yeah. So I just want to give the sorry to cut you off, Liam. I just want to give the opportunity to throw back to Kate. Look, Kate, I'd love you to apply and wrap us up, and just kind of looking at, apply your lens to this. And then I'm really keen, because these questions that have been asked are completely relevant to, how we can start to look differently at solutions. And so we're really interested to find out about what we can do to use Planetary Accounting Network in real use cases.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And I think it's been such an interesting discussion, and really, I guess, speaks to the need to be able to put some numbers around this complexity, because so many of the questions have been about that difficult balancing between one impact or another, transport versus, water, things like that, which are really difficult to make any sensible decisions about without putting some numbers behind. I guess wanted to share just briefly how we operate, so that if there's people are keen to look at how Planetary Accounting might be able to help them, there's a few different ways to work with us. So I run two organisations. One's called Planetary Accounting Network, and we're a charitable trust that basically helps people to use planetary accounting, but we also identify where we think planetary accounting can make the most impact and raise funds to run projects. The other is a new company called Planetary Insights, which basically takes these initiatives and systems of planetary accounting to scale. So PAN's about 4 years old, and we're a pretty rapidly growing network of organisations. So all these organisations are working with us to either use planetary accounting for their own decision making or to test and support our work. And I guess one of the really exciting things that we've been working on is an initiative called Planetary Facts, which really focuses in on the sort of supply chain and product sustainability piece. So we've been developing a standard with a few quite big NZ Inc firms like the Warehouse Group, and it's a new way of being able to communicate sustainability performance, but also to quantify it. So it's inspired by nutritional facts labels on food products. The neat thing about those nutritional facts labels is that they can give you consistent information about any food product in the supermarket. If you go and look at eco labels in the supermarket today, you'll find, you know, different labels on every different sort of type of food. Imagine if you could get planetary facts about the carbon, the nitrogen, the water footprint of any product, not just food, across all of your purchases. But also as a business, imagine if you just had that insight so that you could design and improve those products and develop the products that people want. Some of the other initiatives that we are running as well is that we're working with organisations to help them expand their corporate targets from carbon to planetary science-based targets. We're actually partnering with Becca to look at planetary accounting for regions and cities, and how you take that lens to really develop these roadmaps to take forward. And we're working on some education programs so that our new graduates actually come out with that broader systems thinking lens. Planetary Insights is really focusing in on that planetary facts side of things, so that supply chain piece. And we've just opened a beta program, which is pretty exciting, where companies can come and be part of the development so that they can get insights about their whole supply chain across different product categories. So I guess at the moment, the biggest opportunities to work with us are really to become part of the Planetary Facts program with PAN, where you can, there's an opportunity for 10 companies to work with us and pilot our labels on the shelf with real customers over the next 12 months, and also to be part of our beta cohort to actually get those detailed insights about products and you know how you can actually improve the design of these. So you know, I think the discussion today really does just emphasize how much we really need environmental data to support decision making. And so if you're interested to sort of chat with us about opportunities to take that data and apply it to projects that you're working on, I'll leave my details here, and I'd love to hear from any of you.
Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think Germán and I, we, even with our level of understanding of the whole ecosystem, you know, it really took us probably a few days to get our heads around how do we really start to apply planetary accounting. And I think we've only just scratched the surface of it. So I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to try to take this standard and apply it into a software that's going to, I think, fundamentally change the way that we see and approach our world. I love the work that you're doing. I think it is at a level that I think if we were able to apply this framework into New Zealand, it would begin to show the world that we're a better trade partner, and that we would actually turn and pivot our, you know, we used to be a clean green country. I think that is no longer the way the world sees us, right? But if we were able to use something like PAN to start to pivot and turn that back around, we would actually start to see that it would have a huge impact on our economy, not just on our ecology. So, you know, I really appreciate you putting your time into both helping Germán and us, and taking your time out today to explain to people what work you're doing. Germán, is there any words you'd like to say in closing before I wrap us up?
No, nothing really, except thank you to Michelle for hosting this, and thank you, Kate, for helping us use PAN to frame the conversation, provide more context. And thank you to everyone who thought it worthwhile attending.
Yeah, and also for the patients during the experiment around using Miro for collaboration in the middle. I really do enjoy these EHF live sessions because it does bring us into a conversation. I hate so much the one-way interactions. So appreciate you suffering a fool that likes to play with new things. So look, with that, I'm just going to close this off with a karakia. Kia tau rangamari e, kia ranga e ngā iwi o te ao. It's basically let your peace reign on all the.
I'll start the recording. Okay, so welcome, Tulsa Jansson. And the first thing I would like to say is today, it sounds very official, but today is the 10 years of the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice, which you actually created, and we'll talk about it. And we also talk about the fact that being, as you are one of the people who did, I would say, the most for philosophical counseling and philosophical practice and philosophy in everyday life in Sweden, I have also practiced my Swedish with your book, and I have a few points that I find really excellent in your book that I will mention. So this is a conversation, and perhaps we could start by telling how you came to philosophy. What was your first encounter with the fact that we could philosophize?
I started like a personal need, I think, and I think that's quite common for a lot of people who are doing it. It sprang from the idea that something was needed in terms of, I suppose, existential health as a complement to traditional psychotherapy, which is huge in Sweden and basically the go-to whenever you are hit by some burnout or depression or thoughts on the big questions. So if you're not practicing any religion, there is really not any forums to talk about other things than more tangible stuff, everyday stuff. But there's very few places to reflect on the big questions.
Right. Yeah. This reminds me about Hannah Arendt's distinction between domestic thinking and political philosophical thinking. But you mentioned two terms that are interesting. You said, on the one hand, existential health, and then you mentioned religion, and you know that we talked already together about the phrase and the idea of philosophical health. So what would you say? Would you say that philosophical health is somewhere in between existential health and spiritual health? Well, how would you define it?
I'm not really, familiar with the term philosophical health, so I think I would need an input to that in order to say something about it, because philosophy for me, and by virtue, is the quest of looking and trying to become, to understand, and that's not necessarily. It doesn't have to be connected with health. It could actually, it could make you go crazy. And I suppose part of that quest, I mean, it needs to be a bit dangerous, I think, in order for it to be valuable. So that's, so, yeah.
Yeah, reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of the great health, right? He had this idea that great health incorporates risk. And you use the term existential health. Wouldn't you agree that existence can also drive you crazy? Actually, that seems to be one of the features of existence, right? So
yeah,
there is this idea that perhaps you can be existentially healthy without really knowing what are the thought system that drives you. It could be implicit, and yet because you were, lucky enough, that sort of conceptual constellation that is not necessarily very aware works for you to have a good life. And so in my view, philosophical health, well, it's existential health plus the awareness of your thought system and your conceptual integrity in such a way that you can articulate why you believe that you're living a good life. But we'll come up with that, and I believe that we'll come back to that. And I believe that your book actually gives a lot of perspectives on that. I've noted a few things that I wanted to talk with you. For example, you wrote, so this is in Swedish, so you wrote, alla föds till philosopher. Everyone is born as a philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can I just briefly go back to, because you said basically that existential health also carries that same problem that I said that philosophical health might have. A, it's not super well defined, and B, in what sense can it be healthy when it's so complex? So I'm thinking that I suppose in the same way, existential health, or the way that I feel that philosophy helps me, is to actually just have these forums, to create these forums for deep thought. That in itself has existential or sort of well-being dimensions of well-being, just being allowed to think about these things that actually matter the most. What is a good life? Who am I? What's the point? And so that's one thing. And the second aspect of that is, of course, to try to reach to some kind of insights on what would a good life be, and then trying to aim towards that. So that's two elements that I think are conducive towards well-being. And also, I suppose then going back to the question that you just, or you didn't actually ask a question, but you said everyone's born a philosopher, like I wrote in that book. Yeah, I really do believe that, because our lives are so filled with unanswerable questions, and still a lot of striving and trying to be good, leading a good life, contribute to a good society in some sense. So it seems important to be able to in some way formulate and create a space for formulating what that could look like.
Yeah, and you're right to say that the notion of philosophical health, which I am advocating, is still work in progress. And I have proposed a few more precise definitions, and we won't necessarily talk about that today because they're published. But some people look at it via the angle of what they call philosophy as a way of life. And you just mentioned the fact that deep thinking could contribute to well-being. And I immensely agree with you. However, not everyone would find that obvious, right? Some people actually live their lives in a way that avoids the big questions because they might be afraid that starting to think deeply about their life might transform things such that they will lose some form of domestic security, for example. And this is, I think, is related to what you're saying about the fact that everyone is born a philosopher. So I suppose that for you is as a potential, right? So we have that potential to think in such way that it's not only a mind game, but also that it helps us have a more coherent life where our acts and thoughts are in resonance, that don't contradict each other, right? The way our values don't contradict the way we act, for example. What would you tell someone that would say, okay, well, you know, for me, philosophy is actually dangerous, actually, which is another, I'm quoting Hannah Arendt a lot today for some reason. Another of Hannah Arendt's quote is like, philosophy is very dangerous, but the world would be even more dangerous without philosophy.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I think that the reason or the argument for someone to do philosophy is actually not only to be coherent, even though that could be a side effect, but I think it's a need. I think it's a dimension in our being, in a spiritual dimension that we actually need. So that's one thing. And I think not asking yourself what a good life could be, or what is a good person, or what is friendship or love. I mean, these are everyday issues. We encounter difficulties with this every day. So not engaging in philosophizing about that would be to, suppressing a need that I think is imminent and strong. And the other part for doing philosophy, again, about what is a good society, what is friendship, what is a healthy relationship or something, that's actually a moral. I think that you ought to do it. Otherwise, you may not contribute to a good society if you are, in that sense, blindfolded and just. I mean, how could you not? I can't really see how you could avoid doing it. I think everybody are doing it, but they're calling it something else.
Okay. And when you speak of spiritual need, is it some relationship with the sublime, some transcendence, some form of sacredness that we might not necessarily need to call God? What do you mean by spiritual need?
I mean, in order for me to be in a remotely balanced way, I need to exercise my body a bit. I mean, walk or something. I need to use my muscles. I need to eat. I need to sleep. But there are things like art experiences, and which is a little bit similar, music experiences, and also philosophy, which are quite the similar part of our of some kind of a spiritual need, that you need something else other than food and physical training and love, of course, a relationship. You need that other part. I think I didn't really put that very elegantly, but so it's not. I don't think that it's.
But I like the idea of need, because, we are so used in psychology to this Maslow pyramid, which might convey, and Maslow himself said, well, it's not a pyramid in the sense that first we need to eat well, and then we need to have a Personnummer and have all the insurances, and then we can have a spiritual relation. The fact that we are saying it's a need is like we are putting this at the same level. And there is sometimes this discourse about the fact that, well, first we need to eat and be warm, which of course is also an important need, right? But I find actually that idea interesting, that, and we see that there are many cultures where the spirituality is stronger, and therefore the need for material things is less high, right? So there might be even perhaps some form of relationship with the fact that, well, the material thing, that sort of cover the fact that there are other needs that are more minimalist and that cannot be satisfied.
Which is supported by, I mean, convents, the life, I mean, that's spiritual thing, but in another sense, or a bit in the same sense, I guess, yeah.
And you do speak about, in your book, about the hinders also to wisdom, right? So you list 6 of them, 6 obstacles to perhaps philosophical health: distraction, the lack of consciousness or awareness. Correct me, you can correct me later if I'm wrong, because I'm translating here from Swedish. Ego, vana, is it vanity or?
Come again?
Vana. V-A-N-A.
Vana, yeah. Habit, sorry.
Oh, habits. Okay. Okay, yeah. The lack of courage, and vårt behov av förenkling av verkligheten. Our need to simplify truth.
Yeah, or reality.
Or reality.
Yeah.
What's the biggest hinder? What's the biggest obstacle?
To wisdom. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a good game. So we will pause here the video for people to reflect. I would say that perhaps I would hesitate between lack of courage and distraction. In the sense that, I've proposed 5 5 principles of philosophical health, and one is mental heroism. And I do think that to address philosophical questions in relationship to our life, we sometimes need a courage, precisely that is the courage to get out of the habits, the distraction, the ego that you mentioned, which is a form of habit also. And that takes courage, because we are constantly pushed back, I would say, to our default mode of thinking like our group thinks, our group of belonging, or our community of belief. So it's like a everyday work of, I would say, arrachement in French. It's like when you draw yourself out. Yeah. And so I would say that, but I think these 6 ones are pertinent, and perhaps the obstacles change in different moments of our lives.
And it mixes, so probably there doesn't really have to be a number 1 either. I mean, I actually, on Friday, I have another book coming out, I think maybe I told you, which is only on hinders and keys to wisdom. So in that, there are 12.
Okay. What are the new hinders?
Yeah, I forgot.
That's actually a very philosophical, healthy answer. Like you maybe you forgot about the hinders because you've practiced in a way that to avoid them. And I mentioned that because we were talking a bit earlier about philosophy as a way of life, which is a stream, a field that was developed, among others, by Pierre Hadot. And he had this idea that philosophy in antiquity was also a series of spiritual exercises, daily exercises of ascesis, right? Such that we remain alert and avoid this sort of limbo state of half consciousness, where we fall back into the habits of of the society we belong to.
I mean, for sure, in terms of practicing, I think, I mean, philosophy has so many things in it that can contribute to our life. And then you can always debate whether it also contributes to our well-being. But I think for better or worse, it's a big part of our life. And I think it has to do with certain virtues, to practice the virtues of, you know, the dialogic virtues of listening and being curious and courageous as well. But also of the themes, like we talked about before, which would be like the more spiritual themes of, you know, the open questions of the big questions, which is inherent in our lives every day on an everyday basis. And so, but through the process of dialogue, which is, you know, key to a good society and to, I suppose, also existential health, to practice dialogue. And that's something super rare, I think. And
Right.
so that's, I think John Dewey is a big person and inspiration to that. He's the one who coined learning by doing, and that's so true, because, you know, not everything can be perforated on your brain just mentally and by reading, but you really need to do it every day, because that's how it transformed to something that you can actually master in some sense. So you really need to practice.
Right. So we have two ideas here: the idea of practice, the idea of doing, and the idea of talking, right? And listening, therefore, because there's no dialogue without both. And I think that you have this actually is a good transition with the fact that you consider actually the philosophical practice and the philosophy in everyday life as a political endeavor. This connects with one citation of one quote of Stig Johansson that you have in your book. Allt vi gör vi av fri vilja. There's a little bit of Swedish lesson for the listeners. Vår egen eller andra. So everything we do is out of free will, either our free will or the free will of others, right? Or of groups. So can you say more about that political dimension of philosophical practice?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, my academic background is moral philosophy and political philosophy, and to me it's super connected because of that free will. So in what sense can we say that we are free? And I think that we have a moral duty to try and be as free as we can, even though, you know, not saying anything whether free will exists or not, but in some sense most people agree that we can steer or navigate a little bit at least in our life, and so that has consequences for me as an individual, for my life, you know, going the way I want it, at least trying to aim at some life that I think has qualities, and also as a person of this society to contribute and to a society that I think is reasonably just, or not just being swept away by forces that I submit to without at least a struggle. so that's it's indeed a political and individual personal endeavor, both.
Sometimes I think that we are entering a new era regarding free will, in the sense that, of course, we know that free will was one of the key concepts of the definition of the modern subject, let's say since Descartes, 17th century. And what we are seeing right now, perhaps in the last 10, 20 years, is a slow algorithmization. That's a complicated word, but basically the increased use of algorithms to rule and govern our society, such that more and more, and we won't fetishize AI, but I've worked a little bit on AI, and there seems to be now emerging a society where computers will know and are starting to know, and this is in a little bit ironical, but are considered as knowing better what you should do, right? They tell you, well, given your background and given your statistics and predictive analytics, they might tell a teenager, you should choose that job. You have 98% chances of succeeding that job. But you tell us you want to be a philosopher. Well, you have only 2% chances of succeeding as a philosopher. What do you choose, right? So I think we will see more and more pathologies of free will, in the sense that people, and you talk about choices in your book, right? When choices, the idea of excess of choices, I think this was a very important theme in the 20th century, but we might enter another world where actually the best choice will be predicted and suggested to us by algorithms. And in that sense, what is left for us to decide? And then, of course, here we could, and I will just finish with Hegel here, because he has a very interesting analysis in the phenomenology of spirit about what was at that time considered the AI of the 19th century, which was phrenology. So the fact that, as you know, they looked at the brain and they had this pseudoscience of which remained in some forms with neuroscience today, of saying, okay, so these are the parts of your brain, and we look at the shape of even of the skull, and we can know what type you are. And Hegel said, well, even if it were right that we can understand everything about Tulsa right now at this moment based on a computer analysis, in the next second, Tulsa will make a decision that will make her ununderstandable for computers for the next 100 years. So Hegel was quite optimistic about our capacity for decision, existential decisions, to liberate us from imposed determinism. So another aspect that I found very interesting in your book, and you're welcome to react in my long, perhaps incomprehensible variation on free will. You have a very nice distinction here. It's a drawing. Maybe I should show it. So passion, or yen mud. Can we translate yen mud by equanimity? Is it equanimity, or is it?
No, equanimity. I don't know that word actually.
Equanimity is a term that means equality of soul. It's like whatever happens, you remain calm and collected. You never go too high, you never go too low. It was also called ataraxia by the Greeks. And in your drawing, so there's this passionate couple, and they are talking to each other, and they say, oh, we have had a nice weather. Yes, unusually mild for the season. So what they are doing with their bodies contrasts with the kind of dialogue they are having. That's actually a very good question. Does philosophy apply in everyday life? Does it bring us this equanimity, this equality of soul? And that would be like, let's say, the Stoic version, or a more Nietzschean version. Does it bring us this sort of conquering passion to create our own values, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think again, it's the quest to. I mean, it's this debate within your head or outside with other people. What is what's the correct level at each? I mean, situational ethics, basically. I mean, what is reasonable to do here? Because I think that most people have these urges sometimes. Oh, you hear some good music at a cafe and you would like actually to dance or to laugh out loud or to do something, and then you constrain yourself because you feel that it's not really the time or the place. And yeah, so basically, I mean, I guess that's also one of the reasons people drink, or, you know, to be able to put that little police in your head in brackets for a while, and to be a bit more direct and passionate, maybe, if you want to. I'm not you know, telling people to
drink.
No. but I suppose
only on Friday.
So in that sense, philosophy again, it's just I mean, I can't even not do it, and I think many people feel that way. You just can't avoid doing philosophy in your everyday life, because these types of dialogues or debates or considerations, they take place constantly on a daily basis for different reasons. And the hope is that you have better grounded your ideas on how to act. So not necessarily going in a more passionate way, or in the other hard word, which was a gray sort of mass economics. What say again? You contradicted
equanimity.
Equanimity, yeah. So I'm not saying that that philosophy would necessarily lead us in one way or the other, but just again making, you know, better founded, I mean, decisions that are better grounded.
Right. Yeah, there is this traditional idea of the philosopher. Even sometimes the word is used that way, like, oh, he's a philosopher or she is a philosopher, meaning this person can handle unfair things in a way that is detached, right? But and I would say that, despite the irony there, I would say that, well, yeah, there are many situations in life where you can become stressed, or you can, you know, lose your temper, and if you take a little bit of distance, you realize, well, this is really unessential. And usually we get to that form of knowledge later in life, right? But I think philosophy is perhaps the idea that we can have a curve of life that doesn't necessarily mean that we get wiser in the last 10 years, if we get wiser. But on the other hand, and you do speak of creativity at the very end of your book, in my approach that I call crealectics, this relationship with the creative dimension, which is not only present in humans, but in life, in nature, in the cosmos. This is extremely important for the kind of healing and liberation that thinking can bring, such that new ideas and new ways of looking at things can actually, you know, give us this sort of not only gratitude, but you know, like alleviation from worry. And sometimes it's just about looking at things in another way. Like I look at your background, and this is really, it's just a small metaphor, but I see the books and I'm wondering, are the books holding the wall such that it doesn't fall on our head? And I like that metaphor. Perhaps without philosophy, I think it's Asterix and Obelix who were always afraid that the sky would fall on their head, right? The roof might be shrinked, and then we would have to crawl.
Yeah, I think that I actually read Asterix and Obelix each night. So
okay,
stash on my yeah, that's a good point. I mean, with the creative, because I mean that is what a philosophical dialogue is. It's creative. So you are being creative in a way that you are usually not, because normally when you're talking, you're trying to make a point, or while as being in philosophy and talking philosophically is aimed towards the truth, or what seems to be the reasonable. So you need to all the way be able to pop around and change your aspect and take into consideration other things. So there's a really strong creative element, which I think has a lot in common with other types of creative tasks, such as painting or music or whatever. And I thought that something else you said there about alleviation and from worry, and I really do think that too, because I think, and the reason that I think you get an alleviation, and is that the correct word? Alleviation, yeah, is because for some strange reason, like grieving, you're grieving on your own, somebody close to you died, and strangely, when you're grieving together with a lot of other people who has also lost close persons, then you feel comforted. I mean, normally it should actually add to your sorrow that a lot of other people has also died and suffered from having a near one lost. But that's a strange sort of, because you feel as if you're not alone. And that, in the same sense, philosophy does that to you, because you are wondering together with other people, one person or several persons. Like when I do philosophical cafes, for example, you do get a strong feeling of that people feel like they belong, and that they can worry together and worry together, as opposed to logically that should increase the worry, right? But on the contrary, you actually feel comforted in knowing that you're not alone in this quest for what's the point.
Right. And so right now you enter into this practice aspect with philosophical cafes, and perhaps it's time here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SSFP. So SSFP, it stands for Svenska Samhället för Filosofisk Praxis, the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice. It sounds very British and respectable. Would you like to, you founded it 10 years ago, right? What's the future of the society, and what's the vision?
Well, the vision for me has always been the same. So it's, and unfortunately, it's a bit contradictory, because we both want to be a platform for philosopher who wants to practice and find, basically work outside of academy, and find and also make a case for the need for philosophers in other places than academy. So that's one part, and the other part is to be very inclusive and to be what you'd call a folkrörelse, sort of a movement to try to inspire and give tools to everybody who wants to practice, but also, as is stated within our vision or mission, is to make sure or to work towards that philosophy genomsyrar the society in a more substantial way, meaning both
infiltrates, perhaps infiltrates, or
yeah. So within both healthcare, in school, elementary school, as well as public arenas. And so it's a political aim for me, at least. So it ties in with my ideas of what the use or value of philosophy is and could be.
And indeed, I mean, I think we're coming back to that point, both with Asterix and Obelix and with Socrates. We have this dimension of philosophy as a resistance against a dominant system. And there's always the question, and it started with Socrates' condemnation to death by Athenian democracy, that is philosophy going to challenge the convenient pillars of society in a way that people might start to question more, to resist some. We saw it, for example, this would be an entire conversation. Perhaps we don't have time today, but with the COVID situation, the different ways governments were using COVID to control the masses, right? If we compare, for example, Germany and Sweden, huge difference, with results that are similar, by the way, in terms of health and biomedical results, but with very much liberticide decisions in Germany. So on the one hand, and you speak about philosophy for children in your book, so you do believe actually it's better for democracy to educate people to think by themselves, and yet to be able together, as you were saying in that dimension, to be able together to recognize that we're not alone in confronting the mysteries and the limit situations of life. But on the other hand, there is this idea perhaps that philosophy can be a menace, because in the time of Socrates, for example, Socrates was challenging the young people who were usually from the aristocracy who were going to govern the city, right? And this young men were not used to doubt, right? They were so filled with perhaps not hubris, because it was not a virtue, but still this idea, yeah, of course I should rule. And here comes Socrates and say, okay, but what is justice? And they became very confused. And this was, of course, very threatening perhaps for the power in place. And so we could imagine today, well, if we had the same conversations about concepts and the definition of our conceptual pillars with leaders, politicians, etc., we would also realize that, well, it's very shaky, it's very fuzzy, and the decisions they take are perhaps not the most rational and enlightened. So where would you be in this sort of dialectic? Would you think, no, I actually, philosophy is very good for democracy, and we see that in certain countries, for example, France, where I studied, philosophy is mandatory in the last year of high school. Everyone does it. Could be better. Could start in young schools, as you explained in the when you relate the Philosophy for Children project. Or do you think, and that's sort of a rhetorical question perhaps, that we shouldn't do philosophy at home? Or, you know, this idea that it's dangerous if you don't do it in a way that is it's sort of facilitated or curated by philosophers?
Well, so first of all, I think there's an important distinction, which is about learning about philosophers and learning about philosophy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, philosophizing. So everybody from you're really young till you die are philosophizing, because you cannot function without investigating how things seem to be. So that's something we are doing all the time. That's a part of life. And then if you choose to call it, and then of course, then you can develop that into being more
articulated.
Yes, thank you. So, and I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense, because it's not a doctrine. You're not pushing ideas. You're just helping and training to specify, to divide, or to see the differences and what's in common and what is this, concept. So I cannot see how that could be bad, because another fundamental thing is that you cannot keep your stance. You will have to consider other perspectives as assets. And that's something that just cannot be bad. And also, I mean, also I used to work politically as well, and a lot of politicians here in a small town are actually trying their best, and they have a notion of what that best is, and what could be good is if they also have a training of reevaluating and to. So what I'm saying is that I think it's called permeate, genomsyra. If we could bring philosophy much more into society, that would bring components that I cannot see. I mean, of course, I'm missioning about philosophy, but I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense.
Right, penetrate. And you do have this nice image in your book about, you would have an office and you would say city philosopher, Stadsphilosophen, and I like this.
I haven't given up on that.
Right. So
that's one personal goal that I have, just because it would be, it would mean something. It would be resonate. It would be something super cool.
I like that too, and perhaps we should create a party.
I have, what I wanted it to be called? Just philosophers, and then the motto should be, or the slogan should be, "We're back," and then we will do all in togas.
I love that. I really like that. I'm in, and I like very much your simple but powerful idea that we are actually philosophizing sometimes without knowing it. If we take random people, right, what we call sometimes the lay person, a bit pejoratively, there's this idea in Molière, Monsieur Jourdain, who you know, is this bourgeois who decides because he has a little bit of money in the 17th century to educate himself. And he has this master of poetry, and the master of poetry tells him, okay, so there is poetry and there is prose, and prose is when you talk. And Monsieur Jourdain says, oh, so right now I am doing prose. Exactly. And well, wow. And I think that I really like this idea. Well, it's not about choosing between philosophizing or not. We are all from childhood philosophizing in a way or another, but our education system, etc., is perhaps not taking this seriously enough, such that he would train us in a way or another, such that this would actually strengthen political pluralism, which is for me an important dimension, the fact that world making could be much more diverse. We should be able to experiment socially and be much more open to diversity in a way that is not only a superficial diversity, but what is sometimes called cognitive diversity or knowledge diversity. I think this is a very good conclusion. We could, end with this call for a party. I think the hardest part will be to get people to use a certain outfit. That will be the hardest part, but I do think that it will be a very inspiring gesture. And in my view, it wouldn't surprise me that it happens in Sweden in a way. That's one of my biggest, I will conclude with that, and then I will give you the word. My biggest surprise is when I opened the philosophical parlor in Sweden, I really thought, is Sweden a philosophical nation? And it's not known for that. I mean, for example, if we look at Sweden's most famous philosopher, it's actually Descartes, who died here and who came to advise. He was the first philosophical counselor in Sweden 350 years ago, right? But nevertheless, to my big surprise is that in many environments, including in corporate situations, I work, for example, with Vattenfall, the energy multinational. There is a strong inner life in Swedish citizens that comes out to the surface. Sometimes, provided you tell them, okay, you are in this room, no one can hear you. So I think that when I first arrived in Sweden, I thought it feels strange. I had this strange feeling that Sweden is a nation that thinks, collectively. If you take people individually, it might not be obvious that they are very philosophical, but in fact, it is a nation that thinks even about, you were saying that politicians are doing their best. I think there is a debate, not only in Sweden, of course, but so I really am looking forward for this party, and you really have my voice, provided I could vote. Unfortunately, since I'm still a French citizen, not sure I could vote, but maybe soon. Shall we conclude with a few words on your side?
Yeah, I thank you, Louise, for inviting me. This was fun, and I mean, it's a great thing to expose also the way you do. So great, thank you. And I think just ultimately, we have to remember that philosophizing is about wisdom and seeking more wisdom, and to be humble, because you can find it in the least expected places, even with politicians.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the title of your book? Next book?
It's actually called obstacles or hinders for wisdom and keys to wisdom. So in Swedish, it's called visdomshinder och visdomsnycklar. 24 things to keep track of if you want to be klok, which is kind of yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, we'll end on that word, wisdom. Well, I thank you a lot, Tulsa, and good luck with the great job you're doing with SFP, and we'll continue, of course, this conversation.
Do you have unwanted habits you'd like to get rid of? Are you suffering from anxiety? Are you plagued by self-doubt? Then this is the episode for you. Stay tuned. Welcome, everybody. I'm Scott Patton, your host, and this is the free-ebooks.net series on the super stacks for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. And if you've been following along, we've had a bunch of amazing guests. We've been talking about all sorts of things, from crypto to writing to creating content, creating these super cool reels for Facebook and Instagram. So it's been a huge variety of topics that we've covered. And today, I think, is the one that I'm the most excited about, because my guest has written a number of books, and I actually have a couple of the titles here, and just listen if these are not intriguing and make you want to go get them. She's the author of Being Human, The Little Book of Big Change, The No Willpower Approach to Breaking Any Habit. Yes. And Just a Thought, a No Willpower Approach to End Self-Doubt and Make Peace with Your Mind. So I'm really excited. She's got an amazing product in the Women's Confidence Super Stack. We're going to get to that in a minute. But right now, I'm going to bring on Dr. Amy Johnson. Hi, Dr. Johnson. How are you doing today?
I'm great, Scott. Thanks for having me.
I'm excited to have you on. And I want to dive right into habits and anxiety and self-doubt. But before we get to that, tell us a little bit about your story, a little bit about how you got into this area.
Yeah, well, let's see. I grew up with a lot of anxiety. I was kind of a nervous kid, an anxious kid. Everyone said I was in my head all the time, and I had a lot of little nervous habits and separation anxiety and that kind of stuff. I mean, I was happy enough kid, but I certainly wasn't carefree and free like little kids should be all the time. So from the time I was young, really, I was really fascinated with psychology and how we work and, just kind of what's going on behind the scenes. So I really kind of knew, even from a really young age, that I would grow up and study this stuff and find some answers. And that's what I've been doing for the last lot of years.
Neat. I love when you say the no willpower way, because anytime I want to make any change, it's, and I'm just like, and it might last for 10 minutes. It might last for half an hour, but then it's like, forget this, too much work, because I'm constantly then having to watch myself and everything along those lines. So how do we So in your opinion, how do we make long-lasting change without, having I had an image of like Guido, this big Italian looking over, no more pizza for you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so funny because it feels like such a battle. We get into such a battle. We hear our mind talk, we feel our feelings and our desires want things and pull us in directions and, suggest things. And then we eat the pizza and we feel amazing. And we think, oh, it's because this pizza is so good and I'm never going to stop. And all of that stuff. It's such a interesting sort of illusion that gets created. But what I've seen and what I kind of share at the root of all this is that our essence, the essence of all human beings, all the time, no exceptions, is one of peace and common sense and, you know, moderation, if you want to use that word, where we just naturally kind of eat when we're hungry, stop when we're full, partake, you know, for a little while, step back. We rest when we are tired. We naturally want to get up and jump around when we're kind of antsy and we need some activity out. So life kind of lives us. We are designed to do this stuff very, very naturally in a way that is completely healthy. Now, what happens is our mind starts talking and we start to get kind of caught up in like, oh, I think I did a little bit too much pizza, or a little bit, not enough exercise, or a little bit too much anger. I shouldn't feel that much anger, or I shouldn't have done this so much. And our mind starts talking to us and we start to get really identified with our mind. And I use these little teeth when I teach a lot, because it's like this little narrator in our head that's constantly saying, not enough, too much, not good enough, more, less, now, later. It's very black and white, very judgmental in that way. So as we grow up and we get really identified with all of this and all of that judgment, it starts to feel like our only option is to battle this. So like you're saying, when the narrator's over here saying, more pizza, you deserve it, you had a rough week, just go ahead, it's no big deal, you can eat healthy on Monday. We're listening to this and we're so identified with it. And then we're like, yeah, but that's not really what I want. And then we're like, no, I'm not going to start Monday. And like, it becomes such a battle. And when there's a battle, it's our mind spinning, kind of talking to itself. It's like a dog chasing its own tail. So when people start to see how this works, that our mind will just talk in all those black and whites and try to get us to do things, but that thoughts come and go. The narrator comes and goes. This thing, you can wind it up, but pretty soon it's going to stop chattering. That's how our experience works. And when we come to see that, we don't get as engaged in the battle, and thoughts and feelings come and go, and we just don't feel as compelled to get as wrapped up in them.
So I see it. I'm hearing this voice, but I don't have to identify it as being me.
Yeah, it's not you. And that's really what we kind of explore, rather than having it sort of as a technique about the voice, which is fine. And that could be super helpful. Like, the voice isn't us. The voice is our brain that is just survival based, and it has to be very efficient, black or white. It always wants more or less. It's always talking about what's coming later. And there's tons of good reasons for that, evolutionary reasons for that. Right. It's all based on our survival.
We used to worry about saber-toothed tigers, right?
Exactly. So as people really kind of come to wake up to that a little bit, the relationship with this really starts to change.
Oh, cool. So what would be like the first step on this journey?
I think often the first step is waking up to this voice. Like, we all kind of know it, and probably the audience listening here is more familiar than the average person off the street.
Right.
But at the same time, like, we kind of know that our thoughts aren't true, and we kind of know probably that they're not ours and all of that. Yet we still go through life for the most part just doing whatever our mind tells us to do. We really do. We still kind of, I always say, it's like we have this helmet on and we don't even know we have a helmet on, and there's all kinds of directions and stuff being thrown around in that helmet, and we're just following it. So to really wake up and notice, wow, I am before language. Like, our essence is before language, before thought, before preferences. It's this formless energy, and all of that language and preferences and everything the narrator says, that is a survival-based brain doing its job perfectly. And as we start to recognize that more, it gets a little easier to kind of see it for what it is.
Sort of like the taxi driver, and you don't give him directions and he just drives around the city.
Yeah.
And then when you wake up and say, well, I'm not really going where I want to go, so maybe I should tell the taxi driver, head over there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Very, very cool. So does this apply equally to like habits?
Yeah, it's really everything. Habits, like the way I think of anxiety and lack of confidence and self-doubt and all of that, is just habitual thought. And so habits are just habitual behavior, you
They're
know,
very
so
habitual, yeah.
very habitual, right? So just like our mind, we wake up and our mind starts saying like, oh, who do you think you are? And I hope you don't mess up at work today, and whatever it says, that's all just habitual narration that runs. And then we say, oh, I have low self-esteem. You don't really have low self-esteem. You just have a mind that talks on repeat and you're believing it. You think it's you. And with habits, it's the same, you know? So I used to have a food-related habit. I had bulimia, and my mind would wake up and it would tell me all of this stuff. It would catalog what I ate the day before, what I should have eaten, what I should eat today. And I just didn't have the separation to know, oh, that's just a brain repeating. That's just what a mind does. I thought I wanted those things. I thought this was personal. So this is a huge thing to see that what our mind says, even though it's talking about us, it's not personal. It's like a machine, really. Just, it's no more personal than your heartbeat is personal. If you have heart disease, that doesn't mean anything about you. It's just what the state of your heart. It's the same with the brain.
Right. Wow. I was married to a lady who had anorexia. And as you're describing, you know, the way you were just describing the way the mind works was, and I was thinking of her when we were in like our 20s and 30s and how her mind worked, and you just described it perfectly. She'd have all this stuff going on in her mind.
Yeah.
And then it was just totally convincing her that in this case, she was fat and she was as skinny as a beanpole. I mean, there was no fat on her.
Yeah.
And it was really, really difficult for her to change that. And I wish you'd been around 35 years ago.
It is. It's so
Listen
hard
to
to
Amy. Listen to Amy.
It's tough, and it's tough to watch someone go through that, because you know the reality is that they're in is not the reality. And the interesting thing is they know the reality they're in is not the reality in their finer moments. You know, when her mind could settle down, like everyone knows, we know whatever addiction or disorder we're caught up in, we know that's not our nature and that it doesn't have to be that way, but we get so identified with all the directives and all the judgments that we don't see a way out. And with a lot of this stuff, with many habits, you know, our mind is saying like, this is what'll make you okay. You know, just lose a little bit more weight, just drink a little bit more, just, you know, decide to stop next month, eat a little bit less. And that's compelling. It gives us like this, you know, it looks like there's some light on the horizon. We're like, okay, well, maybe that will work. And again, we're all going through this in various ways, even in little ways like, oh, if I just make more money, then I'll be happy. If I can just find the right relationship, then I'll be okay.
Right.
And our mind says that stuff constantly, and everyone's does. I mean, this is a universal function of a mind. And that's what I think people don't really get, is because it feels very personal, of course.
It's so only me. Everybody else is fine.
We think it's just us, right? So we don't really see, oh no, this has nothing to do with you. This is just how a mind talks.
When you were talking about money, you reminded me of a friend of mine who sold shampoo, and he would net $18,000 or $19,000 a month.
Wow.
From
a lot of shampoo.
A lot of shampoo. Yeah. He was so good at what he did. And his problem is he spent $25,000 personally a month, right? Yeah. So he took some courses, some personal development courses, and I didn't see him for 3, 4, 5, 6 months from when he told me his problem to when the next time I saw him, because I didn't have I don't know what to do when you're making that kind of money and you're spending that kind of money. So, but then we got together again about 6 months later, and he said, Scott, he said, I made $12,000 last month. And I go, oh no, you know, you're down 8,000. And he goes, no, it's great. He said, I saved 6. So whatever it was with his mind, it changed, right? And I think that's one of the things that, you know, one of the messages that you have for everybody too is you may be in this state of self-doubt or anxiety or a bad habit or habits, but you don't have to stay there.
Yes, I love that. And minds are always changing. And that's a perfect example. I mean, I don't know the specifics with him, but it's like people have insights. People wake up and say, wow, like, look at what I'm doing. And it doesn't make sense. And with support, and that's like what my course and other, teachers do, like, we can help you kind of have, like to call it a sea change. It's like suddenly you just see something new and nothing has to change in your life, but everything looks different. Like when someone wakes up and says like, oh my gosh, I realize these aren't my thoughts. This is just my mind telling me I'm this and that, or telling me what to do. That can lead to some really big insights. And when someone has an insight like that, it's like you see life in a different way. And that makes behavior change natural. That's the antithesis to willpower. He didn't need to willpower himself to save a bunch of money anymore. If he really saw how crazy what he was doing was, and wow, I can save $6,000 a month, then it's like the behavior just follows.
Yeah, and I think that he was trying to willpower it and then failing, which just made it worse for him, right?
Yeah.
And it was really cool. So are there any stories that you want to share about people that you've worked with and sort of the changes that occurred in their life?
Yeah, there's many. So let's see. So there's many, again, most of the people I work with are either coming to me for habits or for anxiety. And what I love about this work, and this is what's shared in the Little School of Big Change, is we just look at how things are already naturally happening. It isn't about like, oh, anxiety's wrong and we need to look at it differently and we need to make it show up differently. When someone is suffering with anxiety, all that's happening is, their mind is racing and their body is following suit. So our mind gets all revved up and our body just follows. And we say, oh no, I hate this feeling. This shouldn't be happening. But with understanding, I can't say enough about, truly, it's just a new perspective. It's insight. It's understanding what's going on. The same thing can be happening, but we experience it totally differently. So many, many people with anxiety I've worked with, they come in and they're so afraid of their feelings. And I know this feeling because I had that too, where you feel the little bit of anxiety starting to ramp up, or maybe you start to hyperventilate a little bit. And then all of a sudden your mind starts, oh no, this is another panic attack or whatever it is. And you feel it start to ramp up really quickly. But again, physically, mentally, emotionally, all of that can be happening. But when someone has been studying this, looking in this direction a little bit, and then they start to feel that, and then they think, oh, this is safe. This is just my mind. This is just these chattering teeth all revved up. They're going to settle down. Everything comes down on its own. Oh, my feelings. Yeah, that's safe. There's like a relaxation that happens. And it's such a rush for people who have been struggling with anxiety for a long time, as you can imagine, because we're so afraid, or we're so used to being so afraid of our experience, and everything feels like a fight and a battle. And oh no, I hope this doesn't show up and ruin my day. And people get to a point where they're like, any feeling can show up. Bring it on. A little racing heart, that's fine. I can handle a racing heart. Or a little hyperventilation, no big deal. If that happens, I'll be fine. And of course, when that's their mindset, when they're saying, bring it on, if it comes on, it just doesn't matter. It's not anxiety whatsoever. And I had that experience as my anxiety was leaving me, was that my body and my mind would still do a lot of the same stuff. My mind would still say, oh no, is this a panic attack? And my body would start to get a little extra energy. But I just was like, oh yeah, that's happening right now. Because again, we had this insight into kind of how the narrator talks and how everything that shows up truly is safe, except for our mind telling us it isn't. So I've seen that with a lot with anxiety, and similar with habits. I won't go through a whole story there, but just that desire for alcohol, food, working, too much internet, whatever it is, we feel that pull. But there's a little bit of space where someone can see like, oh, I see what's happening. My mind's pulling me there. Let me just hang out in this feeling for a minute. And that's the thing we never do. We almost never just hang out in a feeling. We jump into action. We do what our mind says. So as we explore this, our mind starts to settle down so that we feel the ability to just hang out and feel stuff. And then what do you know? The stuff we feel, it comes and it goes. It's gone before you know it.
That's brilliant. Actually, I was thinking about a couple times when I felt a little anxious, and I mean, just recently, although it wasn't like a major thing or anything, but like a little bit of anxiety. And you're right. Like I feel this anxiety, and then it's like, I got to go do something, right? I'm not going to just sit there and go, wow, yeah, I'm feeling kind of anxious and be with it. It's like, no, get away.
Yeah.
And that when you fight it, it makes it worse.
Yes. And when you're curious about it and you're like, okay, let me just feel this. And the way I do that for myself is like, I'd go into the physical sensations. Like, what does this anxiety even feel like? And as I explore it, I'm like, oh, this is just some fluttering in my stomach, or it's just a little chest heaviness or whatever. You start to really feel into it and you're welcoming it. Like, okay, come on along if you want to. It's like it doesn't know what to do. It's like, oh, I'm out of here. She's not fighting me, or he's not pushing me away. I'm leaving.
Sort of like the bully. They say, if you stand up to a bully, then they're just like, well, I'll go find someone else to bully.
Exactly.
This is too much work.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's really cool. Well, what I'd like to do now is talk about the Little School of Big Change right after this. All right. So I brought up here it is, the Little School of Big Change. It's part of the InfoStack, and I'll put the link to that in the comments for you so everyone can go there and get it. The InfoStack's absolutely amazing. And so tell us about the Little School of Big Change and how it came about.
Yeah. So the Little School of Big Change just celebrated its 5th birthday. So I created this course 5 years ago on the heels of my book, The Little Book of Big Change. So the Little Book of Big Change did really well. People were loving it. And I was talking a lot one-on-one with people and really wanted to build a community around it. So that's what the school is. So the school consists of several short video lessons. And it's me really walking people through kind of what we've been sharing, that we are healthy and wise and peaceful at our essence, that the only time we're ever suffering or caught up in anxiety or habits is because our narrator is just habitual and we're identified with it. So we really look at how safe and how protective the brain is, how everything it does is for us. We just misunderstand that. We think, oh, my brain's too loud or too fast or too compulsive or whatever. And it never truly is. Everything it's doing is for our benefit. And when we aren't resisting that and we aren't afraid of it, it really starts to settle down, and we see that. So the lessons in the Little School of Big Change walk people through this from the beginning to the end. I mean, we really start slow, and they're very like professionally recorded lessons that really kind of lead you through this understanding so that you have your own insights, so that you start to realize that your experience is safe and how your mind works and all of that. In addition to the lessons, there are some animations, which I love because I think the animations are just fun, but people get so much from them. It's like, this is a little heavy. It's really pretty profound kind of spiritual, psychological content. So to do it in cartoon form that's like 2 minutes long, people love that. They're kind of relaxed and then they really see it. It's like, oh, it's that simple. There's also some longer conversations with some colleagues of mine. So like world-class psychiatrists, psychologists, they're in here talking about habits and anxiety. So it's a really jam-packed, like phenomenal course, and you get lifetime access to it. So people go through it as much as they want at their own pace, and they just get so much from it.
Awesome. And it's one of a huge super stack out for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Tomorrow is the last day. So if you're watching this and it's past November's over, then you're going to have to go to Amy's site.
Find me separately, but the stack is amazing. If you get this while the stack is available, oh my gosh, so much.
It's really amazing, and it's great value. I've interviewed a number of people that are in this stack and in some of the other stacks, and like yourself, I mean, they're just wonderful people with full hearts that want to be of service to their fellow beings here, which is great.
Yeah.
And so get the super stack. The link is in the comments below, and then make sure you start with the little school of big change.
Yeah.
And so, Amy, one of the things that we do, and I never remember to tell anybody beforehand, which makes it even better, is we end with a tip. So you're going to get 10 seconds because I have a little video. And then when we come back, just on anything you want for living a great life.
All right.
Here we go. And today's tip.
Oh man, the pressure. Today's tip, let's see, is really, I think it's what we were just talking about in terms of just feeling what's arising. No feeling is wrong. No feeling is too much. No feeling is not supposed to be here. Anything that's arising, and that goes for thoughts too. Any thought, any feeling that shows up in your experience is showing up to be seen, to be experienced, and then to move on. And we spend so much time pushing it away that we don't let it move on. So just welcome and be curious about and look toward anything that's showing up. It's here for you.
That was beautiful. Thank you. That was really nice. And thank you everybody for joining us. We really appreciate you. Make sure you check out the Super Stack and head over also to www.free-ebooks.net. You can get 5 ebooks free a month. And our mission is to connect readers with new authors, because I don't know about you, but I'm tired of going into chapters and seeing the same old authors and never anything different. And so that's our goal, is to expose you to some amazing authors. We have over 40,000 authors now and well over 80,000 books. So just about anything you want, you'll be able to find. And so, Amy, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate you too. And I've learned a lot, and hopefully we'll, and if you ever want to talk about one of your books, let me know, because we'd love to have you on and talk about your experience writing your book and then what your book's about. Because, and I mean, it doesn't have to be a free book on free-ebooks.net for us to talk about it.
Awesome. I would love to.
All right.
Cool.
So thank you, everybody.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this video. Today we're going to be talking about biohacking, sleep, and peak performance. How I've actually gone ahead and been able to achieve such extraordinary results that people look at, they're baffled, they're, how the hell have you done this in 19? And you know, there's a lot that goes into it. But there's a lot of fundamentals that a lot of people look over, and you know, there's this entrepreneur spirit, which is just like, oh, this is just the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You know, I'll sleep. I see this all the time. I'll sleep when I'm dead. You know, I love that one. You know, I'll sleep when I'm dead, or you know, it's all about the hustle and grind. It's Gary V. You know, it's always the people, and it's always that mentality. It's always those people that I've seen that are always the brokest. And keep in mind, this guy has sleep stats of people making 5K a month and making 300K a month. So he knows he knows that the people that sleep the most are the ones that make the most money. But anyways, point is, if you don't know who this is Billy Harris. I call him the Protector. In my circle, in my company, we call him Billy the Protector Harris. You want to tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I've been working with Iman now for a period of around, how many months now? 14 months or so, a year and a bit. Yeah, so I came in to obviously optimize his health, his sleep, and then as a result of that, correlate that in terms of business performance. So that came in about a year ago, and then from there, I've been working with him ever since, pretty much every day. And then from there, then started to work with other individuals like Iman, primarily in the digital space, and obviously to then optimize their health, their performance, correlate that with more business success, and then, build out the systems with that being said.
Yeah, so somewhere around May of last year, I was waking up at 5:30 a.m. every morning. And you know, it'd be tough. I'd wake up around like you know, I mean, when I first started waking up early, it was so damn hard to actually do. Then I built a bit of like a morning routine, and like I implemented things like Alarm Me, Wake Up Light, like stuff that literally just, it was almost impossible to not wake up with that sort of stuff. But even with all that stuff in place, and even, you know, the discipline and the willpower I have, you know, I'd still wake up probably at 5:30, maybe 75-ish% of the time. And that extra 25% of the time where, you know, in my mind in the morning, I'd come up with a reason as to why I need to stay in bed an extra hour and a half, and it was a good idea. You know, to me, that just wasn't okay. So I started looking for a personal trainer, someone who would come to my house, literally come to my house, wake me up, take me to the gym and train me. And had a lot of applications come through, and, you know, Billy was by far the one that understood what I was doing and what I was trying to accomplish. And I've been very, very lucky over the space of, you know, the last year. You know, Billy, when he first started working with me, he was literally still working in a gym, right? And then over the space of the last 14 months, I've been very, very, very fortunate that even though Billy's gone from working in the gym to, can I tell him how your business is doing?
Yeah.
You know, literally going from working in the gym to, in the space of 14 months, going from working in the gym to making 20 grand a month profit. Once again, very important key number. We always talk about profit on this channel. You know, profit a month. I've been very, very lucky that over that time, he's still stuck by me. And, you know, I'm still the one client that he sees every morning, wakes me up, or makes sure that I'm woken up.
Bright and early.
And yeah, so now what Billy's gone ahead and he's done is he's transitioned into working with other people like me, you know, other people who are doing 10K a month, 20K a month, 50K a month, 100K a month, et cetera, and really, you know, really those entrepreneurs who block out all the noise, block out all the crap on social media, block out this sort of hustle mentality, and really realize that, like, the most important thing is not how much time you put in, how much you claim to be hustling or working, it's your output and your focus within that time, right? And it's basically, it's everything outside of the business that has the biggest correlation to the business. So what are some of the things that you focus on with your clients?
We want to assess the variables that coincide with business performance. So obviously, that being said, primarily sleep, nutrition, and then from there, energy and focus throughout the period of a day. So from there, reverse engineering the process in regards to what your goals are with those variables and how that translates into further business success. So what I mean by that, first and foremost, would be, as a key element of sleep, ensuring your sleep duration is efficient, then from there optimizing your sleep metrics as a result of that process. So we have a first hurdle in terms of sleep duration, and then from there the efficiency in regards to metric data, how we can then further improve your sleep systems, which then correlates into focus, energy, and output with work. So as an example of that, obviously Iman sleeps for roughly 8 to 9 hours per day when we're on the ball in regards to all variables.
Winter, definitely 8 to 9 hours.
8 to 9 hours.
Summer, probably, and I'm talking like actual sleep, not time in bed, like sleep. Probably summer closer to 7 to 8 hours.
Yeah, but we must not forget, with that being said, is that its efficiency of sleep is very, very high. That doesn't necessarily correlate with sleep duration. Okay, so I have individuals who sleep for 6 hours per night and their sleep metrics are incredible. Others who sleep for 9 hours per night when they first start with me and their sleep metrics are pretty poor, or they're almost going down the drain. As a result of that, their business performance is pretty minimal, or it's not where it should be in that regard. So as Iman said earlier, it's not about working in terms of time duration, but efficiency, with that being said. So mastering your sleep is one of the most important variables in terms of then optimizing performance and work, and then from there focus and output as well, especially with energy.
Yeah. And for me, like, sleep is probably the biggest thing. Like, maybe it's also because I'm young or younger. I feel as though if I eat shitty food when I'm like 40, it's gonna have a bigger effect than, you know, here at 19. But like, honestly, for me, like, sleep, I would take sleep over like nutrition any day. I take sleep over like training any day. Like, for me, like, if I have crappy food that day for whatever reason, I can still kind of push through. If I don't train that day for whatever reason, I can push through. If I don't get a good night's sleep, I just know my day is just totally messed up.
Yeah, totally. And primarily from a cognitive perspective, in terms of brain function capacity.
100%. And Billy, obviously, you guys know that an old client of mine was Oura Ring. So, you know, myself, pretty much all of Billy's clients, we all have Oura Rings. So he actually comes in and he tracks every variable of sleep every single day. Him and his team track that. For me, I don't know if you do it for any of your other clients. I don't think any of your clients use Muse, but for me, it's the same thing with meditation. We track my meditation, we track my screen time, because, you know, the lower the screen time, the better. And that has a direct correlation to the amount of focus I have, and the amount of focus has a direct correlation to the output I have, et cetera, et cetera. So I think one thing that's definitely like a real mystery for most people is sleep. And we take sleep to, between us, we take sleep to such an intense level where we're looking at like EMF, where I literally just bought this thing for $5,500. What was it? The Newcalm, right? And that thing's a beast. It's coming in a couple of days. Super excited for it. Don't want to get into that because that stuff's super complicated. What are just like 3 simple, very practical sleep tips that you can give them?
For sure. So you want to observe the lowest hanging fruit in terms of variables. So with that being said, don't focus so much on the supplementation element of things. From there, even obviously then observing things like a bed jet, for example, you want to focus on first and foremost is the basic principles of sleep. So from there, first and foremost, in terms of reverse engineering the process with time duration. So let's say, for example, you're an individual who wants to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, get a good start to the day bright and early ahead of the curve, which is most entrepreneurs in this space anyway, kind of the grind mentality, right? What we want to do is reverse engineer that process. So let's say you want to master 7 hours of duration, ensure that your bed start time is at 11 o'clock at night. Okay. Now with that being said, your sleep start and your sleep end time are 2 very, very important variables in regards to maximizing your sleep and efficiency with that, primarily based off your circadian rhythm and the alignment with that too. Okay, so if there's disruption in terms of your sleep start and your sleep end times being all over the place on a daily basis, your sleep efficiency is going to be really, really poor for everyone. That's just, no matter who they are, it'll be very, very poor. Okay, primarily from a hormonal standpoint in terms of melatonin production, also cortisol production in the morning. Okay, so you want to stay consistent with that. So on the weekends, still establish your sleep start and end times and try to adhere to that within an hour range.
This is something I don't really understand why people like I understand an extra 90 minutes, right? You get another sleep cycle, like if it's, for example, like your day off. But I don't understand people when they sleep in like for an extra 4 hours just because it's the weekend.
I mean, it's more of a common thing when working with younger individuals. So for example, Iman is 19. Many individuals at that age would be sleeping in for a crazy period of time in the weekends. And then from there, they'll notice that on the Sunday evening, if they slept on a Saturday, their sleep routine and rhythm as such has been totally disrupted. So sleep for the rest of the week is awful in terms of quality. As a result of that, output and focus is then really crap. And then the final variable I'd really focus on in terms of 3 key variables would be then utilizing a tool like Oura Ring to then assess your metrics. So without assessment of variables and assessment of efficiency, we have no idea how we can then progress and move forward. It's like saying, I want to make my bank account bigger, but you have no idea where your bank balance is right now. It's simple as that.
That's actually a lot of people though.
A lot of people. And I mean, it's one of those things which seems painful at first in terms of actually observing that and seeing the things that you're weak at and really poor at. But in order to improve that, you have to assess it. So that applies in this variable too.
Yeah, and it's so funny. Like I've even had, just sort of outside of this sphere, I had one of my old clients, and I catch up with, old clients. I keep on good terms, and this client was with me, I think 2 years ago at this point. And I kept telling the guy, I'm like, dude, you got to get like an Oura Ring or some, form of tracking mechanism. He's like, no, I know I'm getting good sleep. And it's just like, it's always the people who are like, oh, I'm already getting good sleep, or I'm already, if you're watching this right now and you're like, oh, I'm already getting good sleep, or I'm already like, doing well in the gym, or like, my business is already doing good enough, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm making 20K and I'm like 20. It's like, like those are always the people that need it the fucking most. Those are the ones that desperately need it, right? Because the thing is, you don't know what you don't know. And it's like, we've even seen it, right? And I've even, as I said, Billy works with all of my team members as well. So, we've even seen it, or I've even seen it where like, at times I thought my sleep was gonna be good, but it's actually shocking. And like, you've seen it, I'm sure, with your clients where like, they think their sleep is incredible and they're getting incredible sleep, and then they actually find a way to tangibly track it. And it's just like, not that at all.
Yeah, there's no consistency or anything like that in terms of efficiency either. But
because it's, you don't know what you don't know, right? You don't, like, I guarantee there's people on the other side of this where like you are just giving up, and I pretty much guarantee everyone is just paying too much in taxes. And, by that sense, I mean, if you don't, you don't know what you don't know. So if you don't know that you could have been more streamlined and more efficient here, you're literally giving up thousands, multiple 5 figures for some of you guys, maybe even multiple 6 figures a year, just because you don't know what you don't know. In the same sense with Billy and the stuff he does, it's like you don't know what you don't know. So, until you actually start getting someone in there, until you start getting someone in there to make it a priority for you and really watch over your numbers like a hawk, you're gonna think you're performing at a high level. And then that paradigm is just going to be completely obliterated when, as I said, when you get someone like Billy and his team to come in, audit everything, you know, tweak things, see what the results say, tweak it again, see what the results say. And as I said, you know, in 6 months, like you're gonna be, and I've seen it even with his clients, like you're gonna be performing at a level that you wouldn't have even believed was possible. For me, I can literally knock out, and not to say that I do, but I can knock out a 4-hour workday and get more done in those 4 hours than someone, you know, in 12 hours, because that person in 12 hours, their sleep, you know, they might have even slept 7 or 8 hours, but their sleep is just so horrendous. The sleep is so horrendous that, you know, in terms of their willpower, they're giving into things that they shouldn't be. You know, they're checking their phone too much, social media too much, because their willpower is drained because they don't have enough energy from the night before, etc., etc. You know, they think they're doing well in the gym, yet they're not even performing to the level they could be. You know, there's no structure, there's no plan to their training routine, their nutrition, they're eating shit that like they don't even realize is draining them of energy.
And even if they have a system and a strategy in place, being held accountable to that is a different matter. So from there, if you have all variables that you think are correlating with your goals, but you don't have anyone to assess that from a third eye perspective, then there's quite frankly, there's an area of room where you can grow, or there's certain capacity for growth. With that being said, I think that's really important to assess as well.
And I think it's super important, the fact that like, if I get a crap night's sleep, he's on it, right? He's on it in a flash. If I don't meditate, he's on it in a flash. I can't hide. You know what I mean? Like back before I could hide, you know, but when you have someone looking at your stats, when you have someone, you know, when you have someone looking at your stats, when you have weekly accountability calls with, you know, Billy and his team, right, that he's built up, assembled and trained, when you have that, it's like, there's no running anywhere, you know what I mean? Like, you can't hide, and this is such an important part. To me, this is the most important part of your business outside of your business. And honestly, I think it's on the same level, because the thing is, like, we all have the same 24 hours, right? It's just like, why does one person accomplish more than the other? They're working more efficiently, more effectively, and they probably have more energy, right? That's the thing. Like, everything you create in your life is because you have energy and you put energy and time into that, right? In order to put that work, that effort, you need more energy, right? So that's why, as I said, that's why someone like me, I've gone to the point where I can literally work 4 hours a day and, you know, be making multiple millions a year, while someone else is working 12 hours a day and struggling to like make like 3K a month, right? Now imagine me at 4 hours, right, which I don't do. Now imagine me at 8 hours, right, with that same output, right? So that's why, you know, I've even had people be like so baffled as to, you know, why are you like, how have you accomplished that, you know, how have you managed to have such a ridiculous growth curve? It's because I didn't just look at the business aspect of it, I looked at everything outside of it. Now, you work with pretty much exclusively online entrepreneurs, online entrepreneurs, digital marketers, stuff like that. Like that's pretty much your niche.
Yeah.
What are some other common mistakes, f-ups you see that people are making?
From a whole health perspective, or just from a sleep perspective?
From nutrition. I mean, we've talked a lot about sleep now. From nutrition, training, etc., etc.
So from there, the first mistake that most individuals make when I come into work with them in an online space is actually their food template in terms of meal timings and also in terms of frequency of eating. So most individuals think that eating healthy consists of eating 6 meals per day, starting from 6 in the morning. First thing, ramming some food in, maybe oats, fruit, yogurt, all of the above. Then from there, consuming 5 or 6 meals on top of that in order to ensure that their glycemic variability is controlled as such. That is not the case. So the individuals I work with, we implement an intermittent fasting protocol, primarily involving around a 16-8 fasting window. 16 hours fasting, 8 hours consuming meals. So in regards to how that correlates with your work block, what you would then do is you may train first thing in the morning if you get up at 6, then from there work in terms of your first work block until, let's say, 2 in the afternoon, 12, midday, whatever. Then from there consume your first meal. At that point there, you've got the majority of your heavy or intense work done, with your glycemic variability staying really neutral in terms of incidence spikes and regulating that, which correlates with focus and output of work too. Then from there, consume your first meal. Then from there, go into a lighter work block as such. Then from there, maybe consume 1 more meal in the day. Now you may be thinking that's only 2 meals in the day as opposed to 6. My metabolism is going to be going out the window. What the hell am I thinking? My body composition is going to be all over the place. In terms of that aspect of things, that has been proved void in terms of science behind it, in terms of meal frequency. Actually eating 2 meals per day can be more beneficial from a growth hormone standpoint and also from a perspective of glycemic variability, as I said, and regulating that. So you may experience, if you eat a meal, let's say first thing in the morning, and you have a conventional breakfast, you may experience a bit of a slump after that period of time. You may feel like your energy is low, your focus and your output is really poor. That's because your insulin levels are spiked and then they're now beginning to crash. We can prevent that by fasting and implementing that protocol as well.
Yeah, so you know, in that sense, so I've been doing intermittent fasting for quite a few years now, and the thing is, like, you know, it's known as the thermogenic effect. Like, you know, your body, it takes a lot of energy to take all that food and digest all that food, especially because in the first place, most people, without realizing, you know, the moment you speak to Billy and his team, he'll be able to know in like literally 2 seconds, you know, why you're flaring up, why you're having effects to these foods, etc., etc. But like most people, let's just even put aside the fact that most people are eating stuff that they shouldn't be eating based on, you know, based on some sort of, you know, based on their genetic predispositions,
digestive health, gut health.
Yeah, exactly. You know, let's even put that aside, because the thing is, obviously, if you're putting junk into your system, or just stuff that your body is not predisposed to deal well with, and you don't know that, once again, you get a lot of your clients to take Viome, right?
Yeah, the gut health testing kit.
Right, so I've taken Viome, you know, I bought Viome for all of my employees, got them to take it all. And once again, that like, you don't know what you don't know. Like, some stuff came back on there that I was very confused with. I was like, I would have never known that, right? But let's put that aside. Just in general, digesting food takes so much energy. So the thing is, if you're waking up and the first thing you're doing is eating, you know, what you think is to be a healthy breakfast, then, you know, energy and resources that would, you know, normally flow up to your brain, and, you know, your brain could use, because once again, your brain, I believe, you know, in terms of your total output, takes up like 25% of your total energy expenditure that day. Yeah. Rather than going there, it goes there, right? And that's not really what you want. So that's why, obviously, I do intermittent fasting. Most of your clients, if not all
of my clients implement it. And then also, to add to that, in terms of from a hormonal standpoint, first thing in the morning, there's an influx of cortisol, which is the hormone which can be waking you up and almost combating melatonin, which is your natural sleep hormone. So by then adding an element of, like, for example, carbohydrate consumption, your insulin spikes and your cortisol spiking, and they're like the Batman Joker. They're gonna be battling against one another totally. So at that point there, you will feel very, very groggy first thing in the morning if you are to consume a meal first thing upon waking, especially if it's carbohydrate heavy. So in terms of breaking a fast, you then want to introduce protein and fat sources as well, or consume something like bulletproof coffee.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that, and then obviously with me, with lunch, I just have a more paleo-inspired diet. It's not a paleo diet per se, but for me, you know, mainly my lunches are just salads, basically, pretty much all the time, and then the heavy carbs are left for dinner, right? So that's the way we do it, and 2 meals is not an issue at all. No. You know, and apart from that, well, once again, as I said, there's just so many areas in your life, like even just like, you know, even just taking a look at my bedroom, like Billy noticed, like, you know, this is stuff that and this is around like 9 months ago, 10 months ago. I mean, at this point, like my bedroom's optimized as hell, but, you know, just even, well, actually pretty much everything's optimized.
Yeah, everything's optimized.
just ridiculous, just on another level. It's getting to the point now where I'm starting to feel like Iron Man.
Yeah.
You know, like even the new Calm, like this thing that's come in a few days, like, yeah, the thing costs like $5,000. It's nuts. And you know, I have the Earth Pulse, and I have this and that. You know, it's getting to crazy. Yeah, it's getting to crazy levels, you know. But in terms of, you know, all the Joovv, like all the weird, wacky stuff we're testing. But once again, that's me trying to go from 7 figures and multi-7 figures to 8 figures a year. So, you know, the higher level you're trying to get to, the more crazy shit you kind of have to do and kind of have to try, right? And he's here along with me, and he's here along with all of his other clients, you know, whether they're trying to make like literally 8K a month or trying to make 300K a month, whatever the spectrum is, right? He's there to make sure that they can break through that ceiling and get to that next level. And in order to break through that ceiling and get to that next level, you need more energy, right? And that's, at the end of the day, that's what, you know, peak performance is. It's having more energy, more mental clarity, more capacity, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I mean, you know, we're doing crazy stuff at this point in terms of, you know, the new Calm, the Earth Pulse, the this thing, that thing. But as I said, you know, back to my point, literally like even 9-10 months ago, I wouldn't have known this stuff. Like, you know, I literally, obviously I have the luxury of, as I said, you know, he's still or I'm still the only client he works with one-on-one in person. Obviously we live in London, so, you know, that's a aspect of that. But he walked in my bedroom and he just noticed like all these electrical plugs and stuff like that, right? And he was like, dude, do you not realize that, you know, have you not thought about the EMF, right? And I'm like, like I kind of knew that. I was like, what the fuck are you on about? Like, I mean, like I kind of knew that, like, you know, you know, the electrical charge, it was bad, and I knew that, you know, you should put your phone on airplane mode, blah, blah, this and that thing. But I'm like, why does it really matter that much? And he was like, no, that's really gonna F up your sleep, right? And I was like, okay, cool, right? So we rejigged a couple of things around. I removed most electronics. The tools that I do have in there, for example, the Earth Pulse, that thing has like the special wiring around it, so it literally emits 0 EMF, just stuff like that, right? And once again, because he tangibly tracks, you know, he's not just like him and his team aren't just like some coaches that like will just like sit there and be like, oh, I think you should do this, blah, blah. It's like, no, literally every week, you know, you sit with his team and it's like, we do this, we test it, we see if it works, both in terms of your nutrition, in terms of your training, in terms of your sleep. We test it, and if it works, we keep pressing and we make it better and more efficient and more optimized. And you know, that was a perfect example right there, where every night I saw probably a 5-point increase in my sleep just after we implemented that, right? To the point where last night, what was my sleep score?
95. 95. Yesterday was a high score.
Yeah, it was. Right? And like 90s are very, very common for me, you know, not so much in the past 3 weeks, because
not so much the past 3 weeks,
because we've been traveling and having fun and stuff like that. But you know, that's a very, very common sleep score for me, is, you know, to consistently hit in the 90s, right? And it wasn't always like that. You know, when we first started working, it was 70s, 72, 75, etc., etc.
And also, I'd add to that, the last point that I'd make with that being said is also establish your sleep start time, end times around social life as well. Because obviously we're not just individuals who work 24/7. You wouldn't be healthy if you were doing that, nor would you be happy necessarily. So from there, in terms of your sleep start and end times, most individuals I work with at first will do the 5:30 wake up.
That's actually such a key point, because the thing is, it's like, you know, even like a lot of personal trainers, like, you know, outside of peak performance, like personal trainers you work with, like we even had with one of my good friends, he started working with a personal trainer, and the personal trainer would work him so hard that he'd get home and he'd need to sleep. And it's like, the thing is, us as entrepreneurs, we're not going to the gym more than likely. I don't know about some of you guys, but like, I'm not going to the gym to get a 6-pack or get like super hench. If that can happen, awesome, right? But that's not my main focus. My main focus is to go into the gym, wake myself up, give myself some more energy. And the thing is, you know, when you have like a regular personal trainer or a regular sort of coach, you know, they don't understand what the end goal is. Whereas if you have like, you know, one thing I love about you and your company and the way your team does is like, you know what the goal is. You know that for me, like even stuff you know that I'm not going to do. Like we've even just talked about like shakes. Like for me, like I'm not, like I don't care about growing my biceps like an extra 0.3 inches if that means that like I have to remember to have a protein shake, and like I don't like protein shakes. Like, so the thing is, like, that's very, very important. Yeah. It's like the fact that, you know, working with you, it's like you keep my lifestyle in mind, which I really appreciate. You keep my lifestyle in mind, and that's why even, you know, you can tell them about how we moved from 5:30 and then.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I was going to say. So when we first started working together, Iman's wake time was 5:30. So I was often here by 5:30. I'd be getting up at 5. We then go straight to the gym by 6, finish by 7. Now what we found in terms of keeping that consistent was it's very hard to do so, primarily from a social perspective here. So
well, we kept it consistent, it's just getting good sleep consistently.
Yeah, increasing the performance in that regard. We found that it was very much flatlining in that point. So
and it was really hard to get 9 hours, because the thing is, if I wanted to wake up at 5:30, I would literally have to go to bed at what, 8:30?
Yeah, 8:30.
Yeah, like
in the summer.
Yeah, it's
like,
just,
come on. And also as an 18-year-old guy, very, very difficult.
Yeah.
So from there, in terms of assessing that, we then moved our sleep end time back further. So now it's actually 7:20 in the morning.
Well,
previously it was 6:20, now it's 7:20. So we actually made that step forward as well.
Yeah.
So in terms of then understanding that, and from a social perspective, if for example Iman has a business dinner or a social dinner he has to attend to, if he gets back at let's say 9 o'clock, at that point he can still adhere to his night protocol, his evening routine, and then from there still optimize his sleep and efficiency, as opposed to compromising that by thinking, I want to grind hard, get ahead of the curve, be in the gym by 6 in the morning, which is a common attitude carried by most individuals in this space. So yeah, that's really important to assess as well.
Yeah, you want to implement all this stuff and get the low-hanging fruit, but you also don't want it to be like, if you you know, if it feels too tough, too draining, like we're not gonna do it, you know what I mean? And yeah, especially with that wake time, you know, moving it from 6:30, and then now, as I said, we literally moved it from waking up at 6:20, because 6:20 was fine, because even to get 9 hours of sleep, you know, I'd have to be in bed at 9:20, you know, sometimes I would have dinners, you know, and 7.5 hours is totally fine, right? So I knew that if I had dinner, I get 7.5. 7.5 is still fine. I can still even hit the 90s easily with a 7.5 hour sleep time. But now that it's summer and it's like literally it's like light out at like 9:30 or whatever, it's just
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it just means I could never get 9 hours sleep. So we even made the decision like a couple of days ago, I'm gonna start waking up at 7:30 because that way it gives me the option to have 9 hours of sleep, like legitimately.
So, and with that being said, sunlight being a precursor to obviously then actually falling asleep as well, and obviously disruption with that being said as well. So assessing those variables is very, very important, and make sure you're happy with actually getting up at a certain time as well, because obviously in terms of this process, enjoying the process is very much important to you without having too much resistance in terms of facing it. Otherwise, you're not going to adhere to the protocol. No matter who you're working with, whether it be myself, for example, in the online space, it'll be very much impossible to do so. So assessing that, being honest with yourself, very, very much important too.
Yeah, well, I don't want this video to drag out too long. We've literally just touched really just the tip of the iceberg. Like there's, like, I mean, I'm just thinking back to potentially a list of 20 or 30 things that we've actually implemented, whether that be paid, free, like literally small, just tiny little changes, moving a couple things around, like 20, 30 things that have literally taken me from like, you know, my output being average when I look at the other entrepreneurship space to an output that is like, that I'm very proud of at this point, right?
Ridiculous, let's be honest.
And as I said, it's because I've been able to have someone there that's constantly testing, optimizing in the same way that I sit down with my team and we're testing and optimizing every single part of the business, both for the agency and the education company. You guys know what I'm like. If there's a leaky hole, it pisses me off so much. If there's a 3% inefficiency at any part of my business, I'm raging hard, right? Yet I don't have the time and attention to, I don't have the mental capacity to take that same, effort and then apply it into, the other areas of my life, nutrition, sleep, blah, blah. I can do it decently, but when you have a dedicated person for, for you to do that and a team. And also the cool thing is now you're literally like, you got like 12, 13, 14, 15 clients you're working with. And these aren't entrepreneurs, making like 2K a month. These are entrepreneurs literally clearing, some of them 8K a month, some of them 50K a month, 100K a month, 200, 300 G's a month. These aren't like small, these aren't small players. These are heavy hitters, So the thing is, he has that knowledge. He knows what works and what doesn't work, and his team literally has the data to know what works and what doesn't work. So yeah, as I said, this is really just the tip of the iceberg. If you want to learn more, I strongly encourage you. I'm going to leave the case study link down below. I think that's like what, 25-30 minutes?
Yeah, that's
25-30 minutes. That'll give you some more information. And then I strongly urge you guys, hop on a call. I've referred so many of my clients to Billy. So guys, sorry that cut out at the last minute, but anyways, I was saying I've referred so many of my clients, so many of my trusted peers. I've referred, obviously, Billy works with not only me but my team as well. And yeah, as I said, I strongly urge you to go check out that case study, book in a call with Billy, and start taking the actions, because as I said, every idiot has the tricks, the tactics, the hacks. Like every other schmuck has that thing. It's not it's not like you have some sort of special information. So I feel as though some people think that they're gonna learn something from someone or a coach or something, and it's just gonna be some special information. No,
pot of gold.
It's pot of gold. No, very rarely that's the case, but most of the time it really is just bringing everything back to the fundamentals. So look, if you're looking to make 20K a month, 50K a month, 100K a month, 200K a month, 300K a month, like some of Billy's clients, 500K a month, $1 million a month, then this is the sort of stuff you need to be focusing on. Also focusing on the actual, everything else in the business, also focusing on how to drive your business forward, implementing new systems, et cetera. Also looking at the tricks, the hacks, what's working right now, what's not working right now, but always remembering that it comes down to the core, the fundamentals, the stuff that Billy and I have been working on for a long time at this point. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, do you have anything else to say?
No, it's all good. I look forward to seeing you guys on a call myself.
Yep. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this. On behalf of Billy Harris, the Protector.
So when you are able to eliminate an addiction and conquer an addiction like sugar, this strengthens your overall willpower, and this gives you more fortitude and more strength and it's going to become that much easier for you to step fully into your power as a sovereign being and stand up for yourself and stand up against evil and wrongdoing in the world. So something cool that I noticed when I was having breakfast today at the bed and breakfast where I was staying, basically I was eating breakfast and there was this family staying there as well. They were Canadian. The mother, she had mentioned she was originally from Malaysia, and it was her and her 4 children. And I noticed that as they were all eating breakfast together, none of them, not one of them, was using a mobile phone, was sitting there chatting or playing or interacting with their mobile phone. And I thought that was great because obviously we live in a world where most people are very strongly addicted to their phones, even to the point where when they are in social circumstances, even in those circumstances, people will often be on the phone. I've even seen many times couples, people who are apparently together, instead of interacting with each other, they're interacting with their phones. So when I saw that this family, literally none of them were on their phones, I thought, this is great. They weren't very talkative. They were kind of quiet and unassuming and very polite, and that's cool. But they were engaging with the world around them and with each other and with me and with our hosts rather than with their phones. So that gave me a small glimmer of hope that all is not lost with humanity. On today's video, I'm going to share with you why and how I was able to overcome my addiction to sugar. An addiction to sugar is one of the most pervasive and one of the most difficult addictions to overcome, and it is one that can cause and does cause significant damage to our health. So to kind of set the background of this story, it's going to be important for you to understand how much I used to suffer. How much I used to suffer as a result of my addiction to sugar, which has been a lifelong addiction. And also I want to clarify that an addiction to sugar doesn't just have to be an addiction to candies and sweets. Yes, of course, that's a part of it. But when I talk about addiction to sugar, I'm talking about addictions to any and all foods that contain sugar in a significant amount, or really in any amount. I'm talking, of course, about fruits, including those delicious fruits that we often think of that are very sweet: bananas, mangoes, papayas, even grapes. To a lesser extent, berries and others because they have less sugar, but they still do contain sugar. And I'm talking about foods with a high glycemic index, like refined grains, white bread, for example, or even bread in general. Why should we even care about the effects of sugar? Well, this is a very large body of science and research that if I were to try to get into all of it in this video, it would be a very long video. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to refer to a couple of the doctors, experts, and resources that I have used to help me gain a better understanding of the damaging effects of sugar. And I'll just mention a few briefly here as well, but I'll provide some links below so that you can more easily do your study. Glucose and sugars are one of 2 main forms of fuel that the body can use. One of them being sugar, in other words, glucose, fructose, and other types of sugar, which get converted into products that the body can use as fuel. And of course, fat through the process of ketosis and generating ketones, which is another source of fuel. These are 2 very different sources of fuel in the body. Sugar being a very fast-acting, that's why you say you get a sugar hit, like a hit of energy. It's a very fast-acting fuel, but it has significant consequences in the body. And ketones, ketosis, the process of burning fats, is a slower process. It is not necessarily even the primary process that the body would rely on, but as we become adaptive, what's called fat adaptive, our body literally starts to use ketones and fat to burn fuel rather than sugar. And literally you can get to a point where you're literally not relying at all on any external sugar sources for your fuel. And this is what people are attempting to do when they go on what is called a ketogenic diet. They are putting their body into a permanent state or semi-permanent state of ketosis where literally the body is using the fat burning process for fuel rather than using sugars and glucose as fuel. Glucose has a lot of damaging effects on the body, particularly when you eat it with other substances, because glucose can bind to proteins. This is a process called glycation. Glucose and sugar has been associated with elevated blood cholesterol. There are some research studies about this, so it can therefore be associated with problems with hardening of the arteries. Literally, it can get to a point where you can't think clearly. And I've experienced this myself, because now that I'm almost always in a state of ketosis, I've noticed that my ability to think clearly has significantly increased. Sugar is so harmful to our bodies. It creates what's called insulin resistance, because what happens is the body has to protect us from, for example, there being too much sugar in the blood, your blood sugar level. This is where diabetes comes in, when the body starts to lose its ability to properly regulate the amount of sugar in the blood. So sugar in the blood can be very deadly when it reaches a certain level. So the body has certain mechanisms to protect us. One of them is insulin. One of the main roles of insulin is to control the blood sugar level and to basically lower the level of blood sugar when it starts to get too high, for example. So when the insulin is overused, because just like any mechanism in the body, it serves a purpose, but if it's constantly firing, if it's constantly being used, then it gets to the point of fatigue. So when it gets to the point of fatigue, it can no longer function optimally, and it can even get to a point where the body simply cannot produce the insulin necessary. And this again goes back into the realm of illnesses and imbalances like diabetes. Sugar can damage your teeth. This is something that I can speak of from firsthand experience. I've had many problems, many dental problems that could have easily been avoided had I not eaten foods that were so sugar or even acidic. It can affect your mood. You can have big mood swings. That's something that I've experienced as well. So generally speaking, to optimize our health as human beings, it is optimal to either reduce or even completely eliminate sugar. The problem is, of course, because eating sugar and sweet foods is so pleasurable, who doesn't love the taste of even a good fresh fruit like a banana or a mango, not to speak of delicious desserts. The problem is that it becomes highly addictive, because unless we learn to exercise a certain amount of self-control and willpower, it's going to be very easy to succumb to that. The other problem is there's the floodgate effect. And this is basically where, for example, you can't just eat one grape. Try to eat one grape. Try to put a really sweet fruit in front of you, or even in front of a young child, and say, just eat one of them. It's almost never going to happen. And this is because what happens is when you taste that delicious sweet flavor, the body automatically wants more. Because if we were in a situation where we're starving, if we're in a situation where we need a quick hit of fuel, where we don't have anything else and we're literally on starvation's doorstep, then this is going to be a highly prized and highly precious source of fuel, and we're going to want to eat as much as we can. So in those situations, it makes sense. But when we don't exercise that control, we don't really need it because it's not necessary, but we eat it anyway, then it opens up the door to addiction. And addiction is a problem in general because addiction is just generally a lack of self-control. It's generally a principle where we lack the willpower and self-control to restrain ourselves, and we just succumb easily to the pleasures of life. And I've certainly been guilty of that many, many times. That's a big part of my story and basically what led me to suffer for a great part of my life. So I said to myself, how can I overcome this addiction? Another thing that propelled me to do this is I started to suffer more and more. Now, I haven't really talked about this extensively recently on my videos, but over the last, I would say, 2.5 years, it started in earnest right around the start of the scamdemic. So right around the time of the start of the plandemic, I started to experience an increased amount of pain and discomfort in my lower back. At times, I could barely walk even. It would flare up at nighttime. There would be even days where the pain was so constant and so difficult that I was in a perpetual bad mood. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't even want to interact. I didn't even want to get out of bed. It was really bad. It was getting to a point where a typical person in typical society might even cave in and go seek out medication or go to a pain clinic or try to get on disability because they would consider themselves disabled, because literally it is disabling. However, I decided to choose a different path, knowing that I had, just like you have and all of us, I had the ability to heal myself internally. I did not need to rely on any external sources, any external authority, or any external medicine or medication in order to either heal or alleviate my pain. I made it my mission to figure this out. I made it my mission to apply these principles of natural law, apply the principles of how the body works and how we heal and how reality and nature works in general, to figure this out on my own and to solve this problem, to basically save myself from this pain and discomfort and figure it out. And it took some time. I'm not saying that it all happened in one day. I'm not saying that it was easy even, but after a lot of trial and error, after a lot of testing, after especially eliminating certain foods and experimenting and going in every direction, sometimes eating more sugary foods and fruits, then going the opposite direction and doing a lot of research and not giving up. Basically, that was the main thing. I never gave up. I finally was able to figure it out. And I finally was able to unlock something very important, and that was the direct correlation between my consumption of sugar, any food that contains any kind of sugar, and this pain and inflammation versus my body being able to heal itself. So now, today, as I'm recording this video, do I still have some pain and discomfort? Pain, I would say I don't have. Some tightness, a little bit of discomfort. There's still some healing going on. I don't know how long that process will take, but fortunately, I was able to sleep very well last night. I'm very grateful. I think I only woke up once in the nighttime, compared with sometimes waking up multiple times in the past. And I woke up refreshed and ready to face the day. So to me, this is a sign that my body, that I am in the process of healing, and these decisions I've made to eliminate sugar are working. They are having an effect. This is the main reason why I personally decided to eliminate all sugars from my diet, because I could see very clearly the direct correlation between consuming sugars and sweet foods and the damage that I was doing to my body and actually preventing myself from healing as part of that natural process of healing. And also all the other benefits that I started to unlock: better sleep, better energy, better mood, clarity of thought, clarity of focus. If that was all there was, it would have already been worth it. What I suspect is, because I'm kind of new to this journey and I've only been eating this way for a couple of months, that probably I'm going to be able to even unlock greater levels of energy and abundance as long as I keep going. I made a very conscious decision that I was going to heal myself, and I was not going to rely on any kind of external force or entity to save me from my pain and my suffering. I was going to accept the pain, accept the suffering as the teacher, as the lesson, and I was going to figure out the solution on my own. I was going to figure this out. I had that determination. Once I made that decision in my mind, and once I really adopted that way of thinking, there was no backing down from that. I was not going to back down. After that, it just became a matter of research and study and learning and observation of what others had been able to do, and gaining the knowledge and understanding of the science behind the foods that we eat, and then kind of putting all the pieces together. So through this experimentation, I would notice that if I went even as little as a day without eating any kind of sugars, any fruits, that I would immediately feel better. Wouldn't necessarily feel completely like a new person. I wouldn't necessarily feel as great as I do now, but I would notice a significant change. Conversely, when I would eat fruits, let's say I would cave in and eat a banana or cook up a sweet plantain, which was one of my favorites, admittedly, or any kind of sweet, or even worse, if I would cave in and eat, for example, some kind of cake or desserts or cheesecake, all these things which they're delicious to the taste, then I would suffer greatly. And oftentimes, especially more recently, the suffering would be almost immediately. In other words, within minutes to hours of eating that food, wow, I could feel the effect in my body, and it was pretty significant. And so this kind of direct feedback and correlation with me actually paying attention, being honest with myself about what I was actually experiencing in my body. In other words, not lying to myself and saying, oh, it's all in your head, or it has to be something else. It can't be the sweets. But just being honest with myself and saying, look, this is what's actually causing the damage. What are you going to do about it? And then going and eliminating that and eating in the opposite manner and feeling great. I only had to do that a couple of times to really convince myself that I was onto something. And then from there, it was just a matter of doubling down and cultivating willpower, because obviously it takes willpower to say no repeatedly to something that is so tempting. And these temptations will never go away, because fruits, for example, and sweets are not going to cease to exist in our reality. That's not going to happen. They're always going to be around. In fact, they're always going to be in abundance. If we rely on the fact that they're not going to be around so we don't have to think about them, that's kind of delusional thinking. And that kind of defeats the purpose of being empowered. So it would be incorrect to imagine that somehow we could rely on the fact that these temptations are not going to be around, because that is the nature of this reality. These temptations of all kinds, not just in terms of what we eat, but all of these temptations that want to lead us down a bad path, they're there specifically to tempt us so that we can learn certain things. So I knew that the internal battle, the internal strengthening of my willpower was something that was going to need to be constant. I could tell intuitively that just like strengthening a muscle, or just like becoming proficient at speaking a language, or any other skill, for example, video editing, something that I've become good at through years of practice. Any other skill, in the beginning it's more difficult, but then as we keep doing it, as we keep practicing, it becomes easier and easier, and it becomes almost second nature. So I knew that as I adopted this journey of saying no to sugar, in some senses it would become easier, and the rewards would become greater and greater, which would then serve as a positive feedback loop to allow me to continue down that path, even in the face of the challenge of the temptations. If you're suffering from any kind of chronic illness, whether it's been diagnosed or not, if you feel like often you're not able to think clearly, if you're experiencing any kind of mood shifts, if you're struggling, if you're always getting hungry, for example, if you're constantly feeling like you're hungry and you can't even go 3 to 6 hours or more without eating, without feeling like literally you're going to die, if you feel like you have to go pee often, if you go to the bathroom often, for example, if you feel like you have low energy, you're not sleeping well, any of these things. I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to give you professional medical advice, but I would strongly, strongly encourage you to consider eliminating all sugars from your diet. So I want to encourage you to give it a try. If you've never gone even a couple of days without eating any kinds of sugars or sweet foods, then do it for 3 days. Give yourself a 3-day challenge. After that, if you see some kind of benefit, great, do it for 7 days. Now, a lot of people, they may not have gotten to the point where they're actually experiencing constant pain and physical suffering, so they may not be experiencing physically manifested or recognizable symptoms. These people can still benefit from eliminating sugars. It may just be that you're young enough that your body hasn't gotten worn down yet where you can feel those effects, like I was for many years before that, or it could simply be that you're eating a low enough level of sugar that the cumulative effect is not as great as it is on someone else, or someone who has an injury, who already has an illness and it's exacerbating it, right? But we can all benefit from this. I want to encourage you to give it a try, even if you're feeling pretty good already, and just see what it can do. And one of the other benefits is it's going to help you to sharpen the sword of your willpower. We need willpower in order to act rightly in this world, because often doing the right thing, this goes beyond nutrition, but just in general, being a good person, doing the right thing, standing up against evil and wrongdoing, standing up for yourself and for us as a species, this requires willpower. This requires us to act often in ways that are not comfortable or easy to do. So when you are able to eliminate an addiction and conquer an addiction like sugar, this strengthens your overall willpower, and this gives you more fortitude and more strength to face all the other challenges and all the other things that life is going to present you with, and it's going to become that much easier for you to step fully into your power as a sovereign being and reclaim your sovereignty and stand up for yourself and stand up against evil and wrongdoing in the world. That's another reason why it was so important for me to conquer this addiction, because I knew that as a freedom fighter, which I consider myself, I use those labels because it helps to understand this work that I do. So I sometimes call myself a great worker because I'm engaged in doing the great work. I call myself an abolitionist because I'm actively seeking to end our slavery to the predator class, the occultic priest class, which enslaves humanity. I consider myself an anarchist because I know that the proper state of a human being is self-rulership and not rulership by authority, all authority being evil. So I wear all these labels, and one of the things I realized vis-a-vis this addiction to sugar or any other addiction that I have is that for me to be the true warrior, for me to be the true freedom fighter, to really step fully into my power, I could not allow myself, I could not allow my energy to be drained. I could not continue to harm myself by eating improperly, even especially knowing in my own mind that these behaviors were actually causing harm to me. It was a matter of stepping up, bucking up, putting on the big boy pants, growing a pair, and really just making it happen. That is the deeper reason why it was so important for me to conquer this addiction. And all the other things, the feeling great, the sleeping at night, these are all both benefits, but they are also supporting my work that I'm doing because they give me more energy and more fortitude to get up here, to create better videos for y'all, to do this work, to be the best that I can, and to keep growing and being better. Hopefully, just from what I've shared in this video, you've gotten a real sense of why and how overcoming the addiction to sugar is going to be a game changer for you. If you have questions or if you need help on it, you can always send me a message. I will, as I said, share some of the resources of the content creators or the resources that I found most helpful to both understand the dangers of sugar as well as the importance of overcoming it and the benefits. So I'll share some resources in the description of this video. If there's one thing I would want to end this video with is to just let you know that, no matter how difficult it seems to overcome an addiction like that, it's absolutely worth it. And I would even go so far as to say that this kind of discipline is a requirement. It is a requirement for us as a species to be free from authority, from slavery, from the control of the predator class. So go tackle this and see what you can create. Thank you very much.
We demystify what goes on behind the therapy room doors. Join us on this voyage of discovery and co-creative conversations. This is The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast, with Bob Cook and Jackie Jones.
Welcome back to episode 41 of The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors, with Bob Cook and myself, Jackie Jones. And this week, we're going to be talking about how do we work with the angry client.
Interesting.
It is. This was one of my big fears, I think, when I first started working in private practice from home.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I've never come across anything untoward while I've been practicing psychotherapy, but I must admit it was one of my main concerns.
Well, yeah, I can understand. I think having your own office provides us a level of safety and security.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I always felt safe when I was practicing from MIP. Yeah, because there was always somebody else in the building.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at these types of clients. Now, when people talk about expression of anger or lack of emotional regulation, so the person, I've got something in my mouth, hang on. Oh, that's better. The most important thing to bring out, I think, is the contract you have with the client in the first place.
Yeah.
So you know, we get many people who phone up or over the years want to deal with anger issues. That's absolutely fine. And that's addressed in the contract. Now, I know anger can come out in the therapeutic process when there's other contracts, but quite often people come because they have anger issues or feel overwhelmed with anger issues. And so there's a contract around that.
Yes, yeah.
And built into that contract to us, I hope, with the therapist, is what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and spelling out boundaries.
Yeah.
Before they even begin.
I have that in my contract, definitely. Yeah.
And what do you have?
There's something about no physical contact or, you know, damaging property and things like that. I have been known on the odd occasion to let a client lob a cushion down my hallway. But yeah, no physical contact whatsoever, basically.
Yeah, and that should be in any contract, I think, especially if you're going to take anybody on who's dealing with so-called anger issues.
I'm glad you said so-called anger issues, because a lot of people that come for me with anger issues, they actually say it themselves. Do you know what I mean? I have anger issues. And it's been anxiety or fear that's been underneath. It comes out as anger and aggression, but I've not found them to be angry at all.
Yeah, well, you're probably talking about a piece of theory. I mean, you're trained as a transactional analyst, so you may think this way, I think. The way you're talking anyway, it's about rackets.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, for those people listening who aren't TA therapists, might not know what rackets mean, but in the world of TA, a racket is a substitute feeling.
Yeah.
So if you weren't feeling angry, what would you feel instead? Might be a question that you would ask at the contracting stage.
Yes. Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
So quite often it isn't the presenting anger, it's the underlying issues. The anger is the racket or the substitute feeling.
Yeah.
And what's underneath that might be sadness, fear, anxiety, frustration.
Yeah.
Any of these underlying processes. So that's where you need to get to.
Yes. That's what I've found with people that actually come themselves and say, I've been told I've got anger issues and I need to come and, my wife has said, I need to come and speak to somebody because I've got anger issues.
So in the contracting is important though.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
In terms of keeping yourself safe and what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, boundaries, written into your contract, I hear is yours about, and most therapists actually, about keeping themselves safe and what's acceptable, So that's really important. And anybody comes with anger issues, I think the contracting stage is important in that sense.
Yes.
Another aspect about people who may express anger as their major emotion and the other emotions are missing is an inquiry into a person's history in terms of what's been modeled down to them.
Yeah.
Because if anger was the major currency of the day in the family of origin,
yeah,
then they may have taken on that modeling as a way of making contact or solving problems, or in fact as a way of being.
Yes.
They may have not had any permission to be sad or to be frustrated or to be frightened or be anxious, and being angry was the major port of call, which is why I think the theory of rackets is really interesting in TA.
Yeah.
Because if somebody's got a prominent emotion, whatever it is, we're talking about anger here, then it's the missing emotions which you need to get to.
Yeah. I love the racket system. I use that an awful lot with clients. Yeah. And I relate to it personally as well. You know, as a parent, often we say to our kids, don't be angry, don't be sad. So it's like, okay, I can't be sad and I can't be angry. So what can I be? I can be scared or I can be happy. So we kind of, exactly like you say, we substitute one feeling or emotion for another one. Yeah.
So I think that's really important. And in my experience, it's usually the hurt injury in the child where you get to the child ego state I'm talking about developmentally.
Yeah.
That is often covered up by expression of anger, which I need to get to. Now, as I said, it's really important at the beginning here in terms of keeping yourself safe. So somebody lacks emotional regulation and starts getting angry in a very sort of outrageous way, then the therapist needs to move to keeping themselves calm and also feeding back to them
Yeah.
what their behavior is. So even if you fed back, well, I'm experiencing your behavior is quite scary here. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Example.
Yeah.
Because 10 to 1, what they're doing with you, they'll be doing in other relationships. And probably that's why they've come in the first place.
Yes. Yeah. I think the only one that springs to mind specifically, and it was anger, but it was specifically about road rage. That was the reason why he came, was road rage. He just loses the plot if anything happens when he's on the road in the car. He was traveling long distances. If it was a traffic jam or if somebody cut him up or anything, he would feel himself get absolutely irate while he was driving.
So you might do a bit of educative therapy there about teaching him how to regulate his emotions.
Yeah.
That'd be one thing if you want to do that. Another one would be, if you weren't feeling angry in that car, what would you be feeling? And explore that. So I don't know which way you went, but you could do both.
Yeah, I think we had lots of conversations. It was funny. I don't know whether it was the last one or the one before that. We were talking about art therapy. He was very reluctant to talk about a lot of things. It was like it was hard work with him. Let's put it that way. But yeah, I ended up saying, because he traveled a lot and he was paid for traveling, so he got, a daily rate. So it didn't matter how long he was sat in a traffic jam, he got paid. And that was where the conversation went in the end. I was saying, but you get paid the same amount if you stood still in traffic or whether you're humping things up and down stairs. Have you ever thought about it that way, that you're actually being paid by your employer to sit in traffic and listen to a radio or contemplate your navel or whatever you're doing?
Yeah, that's an important technique, reframing.
Yeah.
I think, working with people who are often angry in the way you described it, it's a really important technique to reframe the way you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think anger, I have worked with many people with anger reduction. As I say, I usually think of rackets, go to substitute feelings, look at the developmental hurt, and look into the feelings underneath the anger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you just focus on the anger, or do you focus on the situation around which they get angry?
And then you always look at, well, they come together.
Okay.
So if you say, tell me a little bit about, when you particularly get angry, or what triggers you in the here and now, where you feel so overwhelmed that you have to be angry and you can't control that anger. Could you tell me a little bit about what triggers you in the here and now?
Yeah.
Like, if that's what you mean by situation.
That's particularly what I was thinking about, certain triggers. I work with a lot of alienated parents where, they haven't got access to the children and they're really angry towards their ex-partner and get triggered really easy around anything to do with that. Whereas, in other walks of life, they're absolutely fine. So it's quite specific with some people.
Yeah, so I suppose number one would be contracting.
Yeah.
Keep yourself safe, boundaries, what's acceptable and what's acceptable.
Yeah.
Contract around that. Number two, if a person starts to get angry, keep yourself calm.
Yeah.
Number three, if they continue to be angry, you need to feed back to them what their behavior is like and how it's impacting them.
Yeah.
And ask them to change that behavior, and also link it in, well, is this what you're usually like then?
Yeah.
So you know, you're actually getting to some frame of reference in the process in terms of, well, what's happening here? Is that what's happening there?
Yeah.
And usually when you do that, people are able to move to their thinking or their adult place quicker because they put the 2 and 2 together.
Yeah. Another thing I tend to do with them is ask them, how would I know if you got angry with me in the room? What would I see?
That's a good question.
Which kind of gets them to really think about the behavior and what goes on in the body, or sort of thing. You know, like if I said something now and you were angry at me, what would happen? What would I see?
That's right. So that's another good way. I usually head developmentally though.
Yeah.
So I want to find out, well, you know, was it modeled to you to be angry?
Yeah.
To get your needs met? When you were angry, were other needs not seen?
Yeah.
Did you have to be angry to, you know, get heard and understood? If you weren't angry, what would happen? So I do a lot of developmental work, and usually, as I said, the anger usually is a racket, or it's modeled down to them as a way of getting their needs met.
Yeah.
And often anger, sometimes, and especially with borderline clients, for example, when there's a borderline switch, which is usually involving extra, you know, anger or, you know, frustration or attacking transactions at the therapist, it actually usually is a real desire to make contact, but they don't know how to do it.
Yeah. I found that with a lot of the foster kids that we had, it was their only way of communication sometimes.
I think it's really important for a therapist to do that developmental work. But I do want to stress that if this person is getting anger in their room, you know, in the room, I think it's really important for the therapist to say that transaction I said earlier, is this the anger issues that you're talking about that you've come into this therapy to resolve? Because actually the way you're behaving now, I feel quite scared.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
So you're shifting them to thinking.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because touching on what you were saying then as a form of communication, you know, the strokes, any stroke is better than no stroke. So you can imagine a young child, if they got attention for being angry or having a tantrum or throwing something, that then becomes kind of internalized, that's, if you're not listening to me, this is what I'm going to do to get your attention.
That's right. And in the process, other needs can often be missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think if one person, you know, comes to therapy with one expression of emotion, it usually means that other parts of the self or other emotions are hidden.
Yes.
So you need to get to what's beneath the anger.
Yeah.
When you get to the hurt part of the self and you start dealing with that, usually the healing happens there, and then the anger dissipates, or because the real feelings get dealt with.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the developmental approach. If you stay in the here and now, you definitely, I think, it's important to contract and keep yourself safe, keep yourself calm, reframe the process. If you're still having problems, go to supervision, talk to the colleagues about it. And at the last analysis, if you still can't get through that process, you can always terminate the say, well, I find it quite hard to work with you because you don't listen to the contract we make. You keep doing XXX. It's quite scary working with you. Are you aware of that? And all those things don't work.
Yeah.
And pass them on.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, that's it. And I think, you know, your own safety has to be paramount in that situation. You can't be putting yourself at risk, exactly like you said, in a therapy room.
My experience, though, nearly always is if you go developmental,
Yeah.
help them understand how the past affects the present.
Yeah.
You usually get to the feelings which are underneath the anger.
Yeah.
You did mention something I think also is really important, another tack as well, is helping them identify the triggers in the present. So they can work out how the past affects the present and how the present affects the past. So they connect the two.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's really important. Yeah, definitely. There was something else I was thinking then. Oh yeah, I know we're talking about the angry client or clients who, you know, with lack of emotional regulation, but there are some clients who find it really hard to express anger.
Oh, that's,
which
yeah.
is completely the opposite.
But it is an interesting one because you do get clients who come and say they have anger issues, yeah, and when they walk in, you can tell they have anger issues because, how can I explain this to you? There's a sort of passive aggressive stance.
Yeah.
And the best metaphor I can think about is a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
And usually I say to them, you know, you seem quite angry, even though you're talking, you know, in a quite calm way or whatever way I say it. But you know, do you have a situation like a pressure cooker where there's a lot going on in your pressure cooker?
Yeah.
And you're attempting to keep it all in, and then something could happen, then it comes out like a intense fury.
Yes.
And I help people look at what's in their pressure cooker. Because most people don't want to, I mean, the example you gave in the car is an interesting, but you know, people don't want to be angry.
No.
Usually they want to try and solve this. And I think, as I just said, the developmental way. Also, and another interesting question to ask yourself, whose anger is it?
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, particularly when you were talking earlier on about how it was modelled and how emotional regulation was modelled and things like that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so they may have been brought into an angry household. The
Yeah.
father uses anger as a way of getting control, for example,
Yeah.
or solving problems, and then the child thinks that's the only way to, you know, act or behave or feel in the situation, and they sort of take on the significant others, you know, actual anger, and
Yeah.
it's not theirs anyway.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting concept to try and explain to a client sometimes. It's a slow burner, that one, I find.
Well, I think if people listening to this podcast think developmentally and help the person look at how the past affects the present,
Yeah.
then you're going to get there, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
flashing of lights have started to appear.
Hello, it's like the illuminations.
Yeah, they are.
We're having a disco, Bob. What's going on?
Yeah.
For those that are listening.
Hang on 1 minute. I've got discos. Let's see if this is better.
For those that are listening and can't actually see it on the video, Bob's lights are flashing on and off. It's like there's a bit of a disco going on in his kitchen.
What's happened? Oh, I don't know. What's happened? Anyway, let's hope that's solved the problem. I'm back again from the people who are watching me on a video. People listening to me.
Somebody doesn't like you talking about anger. That's what it is.
Yeah, I haven't got angry about it yet.
No.
So going back, so I think that developmental is really important to think about whose anger it is.
Yeah.
Well, that's another road to go down. And usually, if those two connections add up, then the client can give back the anger that wasn't theirs in the first place.
Yeah, because learning how to regulate our emotions is a developmental thing. There is a period of time where we learn, you know, how to express our emotions appropriately. And if it's not handled well at that age, then how are we supposed to know what is okay and what isn't okay?
Yeah, so you might actually, as they make those connections, teach them that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to do in therapy, I think, with people who come specifically with anger issues, and it comes up in the therapeutic process.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the day, though, for people listening, the therapist stroke counselor safety is paramount. So if you really can't get through this, whether helping the person developmentally through this, taking it to supervision, talking about the issues with then you need to, not continue. You need to stick to the boundaries, the contract that you've set up.
Yeah.
That means referring on. It's really important you do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know any statistics about anger towards clients. It's not something that I looked up before. I'd like to think there isn't many instances of actual physical aggression within the therapy room.
No, I mean, I worked for 30 odd years. And the other thing is, of course, in many cases their anger might be valid. That's the other things. But you need to start tracing back to the context of all this.
Yeah.
So if whether you work relationally or not, might work relationally and say, well, what I do is that I feed back to the person in the relationship in the room. If they're starting to get to angry at unacceptable levels, that I'm feeling scared, and are you aware of this? And these are the issues that you come at in the first place, and that can get perhaps to the here and now issues about failures in relationships and what they what they do in acting out in other circumstances. Or you can go developmentally, and as they start putting these two connections together and they start healing at the feelings which are under the surface, then the anger dissipates in the present, or you can teach them triggers. But if none of those processes work and you feel you can't go any further, then you need to end it.
Yeah. Yeah, for both parties, because if what you're doing isn't helping any, then it's it's obviously outside of your skill set, and it's only it's ethical really to refer on. Yeah, emotions are very complex anyway, at the best of time.
That's right. And I always feel like with people who feel trapped and find it very hard to express any other types of emotions, so relationships break down, for example, I think it is important to come to therapy and explore them, but there needs to be a well worked out contract.
Yeah.
And not just to, especially with these clients, not just to go willy-nilly into it. Have a contract worked out and what's it all about, and that'll give you the space to do the developmental work, to trace it back, look at the connections past and present, look at the triggers before you go any further. You've got an actual contract in place.
Yeah, and it's important to discuss that contract as well, and why it's there, the purpose of it.
Yeah, and I absolutely. And you said something very important right at the beginning, and that was about working at home.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't want to see people with anger issues at home, don't.
Yeah.
That's not to people who work in offices where there's people around.
Yeah.
And the other thing, which is, again, I don't know if you here, but you perhaps can give me some information about this. But if I was a supervisor and somebody worked at home and they were talking about working with some of the anger issues, I'd talk about, well, have you, if you don't know this person, for example, and you haven't worked out contracts, or even if you have you got, have you got it worked out so people know that you're in the room working, that you've got maybe even a button that you could press, and these sorts of things. So the safeguarding and safety issues for yourself are taken into consideration.
Yeah. I was going to mention that about having a panic button, do you know what I mean, and things like that. But in the early days, when I was newly qualified and working from home, I think I was much more nervous about it than potentially what I am now. Apart from I'm only working online now, so that's not a problem. But yeah, I think as time goes on, you get more of a sense of the person when you meet them. Yeah. Yeah, like that pressure cooker, sometimes I suppose it is anxiety when people are twitching and things like that, but you can usually tell when somebody's got that pressure cooker thing where they are starting to get quite angry with you.
Yeah, and I think it's very good practice to tell peers where you are.
Yeah.
To, you know, if you live alone, particularly, I think it is good practice if you can have somebody
Yeah.
who's a panic button or some ways to talk to your supervisor about this.
Yeah.
Not to just work alone in your house with people with anger issues. Without these considerations being talked about with your supervisor. You're right. I don't know the statistics either. They're probably very rare, and they're really important to talk about with your supervisor.
Yeah, and I think you've raised a really valid point there, that as psychotherapists, it's okay for us to pick and choose who we want to work with. Absolutely. It's okay for us to work with certain people and not with other people. And that's not to say that anybody can't get angry at any point, you know, so we can never be 100% sure, but it's okay to choose not to work with males that have got anger issues if you're a female working on their own at home.
Absolutely. And of course, when you're working with clients, you know, as they're working developmentally, then those anger issues might come up, you know, as you go down the onion, and they're angry because of very valid reasons.
Yeah.
You can help them, you know, express their anger in a safe way, in a safe setting.
Yeah.
That's a different process because
Yes.
the angers come up in the therapy development. You've got a relationship and everything else. But if a stranger walks in and says they want to work on therapy issues, I think you need to really think about it in terms of what we've just been talking about.
Yeah. And again, you know, what you said then about, you know, the relationship, I think that's really important, you know, because it's a fine line in allowing a client to express the emotions freely in the room and know what isn't acceptable in the room as well. And I think that, again, is through the relationship that you build with your clients.
And the contract.
Yes. Yeah.
See, I really liked what you had in your contract at the beginning. I don't know whether you actually give them the contract on a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, I sign it and they sign it. It's kind of done deal.
But then you don't, you know, damage furniture, property. You don't, all the things you just talked about.
Yeah.
You've got a contractual process to be able to stop the process in a certain way. But I do think it's important to talk about these things with your supervisor.
Definitely, yeah.
Especially if you're feeling comfortable or intuitively feel comfortable in any way at all.
Yeah. Yeah. And trust your instincts. If you feel uneasy with somebody, then it's okay to not see them. It's, you know, it's a prerogative that we have. Yeah. Thank you for that, Bob. That was really interesting.
Good place to stop.
It is a good place to stop. Emotions and anger and things like that are perfectly human. You know, we can all do it at certain times. We've all experienced it. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing next time is
silence.
Silence. I was so scared of silence when I first started, Bob.
The use of silence in the therapy room.
That was one thing that I really didn't sit well with me in the early days. So that's what we're going to be talking about, the use of silence in therapy.
Yeah.
Okay. Till next time. Thank you.
Okay.
You've been listening to The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast. We hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave us a review. We'll be back next week with another episode.
Well, most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day.
Welcome to the Siemland podcast. I'm your host Siem Lund, and our guest today is Menno Henselmans. Menno is an online physique coach, researcher, entrepreneur, and bodybuilder. This is a 2-part podcast, and this is the second part in which we talk about Menno's new book called The Science of Self-Control. This episode is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is a healthy version of all the unhealthy cereal you loved as a child. It's very high in protein, low carbs, 0 grams of sugar, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, and with only natural flavors. The main ingredient is actually whey protein. There are many different versions of the nostalgic flavors such as frosted, fruity, cocoa, and peanut butter. My favorite one is the cocoa. They actually taste better than the original formulations with more crunchiness. Magic Spoon cereal gives you 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, and only 4 net grams of carbs in each serving. If you want to try out Magic Spoon, then head over to magicspoon.com/seam and use the code SIIM to get $5 off any order. Magic Spoon is so confident in the product that it's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they're gonna refund your money, no questions asked. So head over to magicspoon.com/seam and use the code SIIM to save $5 off your order. So your new book, The Science of Self-Control. So, given I think most people would expect like a more bodybuilding type book about, like training per se. So you actually came out with more like a mindset or mental side book. What made you decide that?
Yeah, actually, I studied behavioral economics, which is in large part behavioral psychology. So that's something I'd always been interested in, and I have a strong academic background in. And I always found it difficult to implement these things for a few reasons into my writings, especially on Facebook and Instagram, because for many of these things, you first need to lay a foundation of how the human mind works. And if you don't have that in place, then it's very difficult to discuss anything, especially on social media. And this book basically made me get all of the things that I accumulated for a very long time, put them together, and then mix them with more new information and publish that. So that's, I think, the main drive of how it's gone. It's just a much better way to tell the whole story without confusing people. And there's also research, by the way, from psychology. Psychology is one of those things, just like nutrition, that everybody has a strong opinion about, even if they have very little knowledge on the topic, and no formal training or no actual research on the topic, because it seems so intuitive. And there's an actual effect that's also been studied in psychology, which says or shows that when people are told the outcome of a psychological study, they almost always go like, oh yeah, duh, yeah, it makes perfect sense. And when you ask them in advance to predict what people would do in a study, then people really cannot tell well. So that was also why I've been hesitant to publish much about psychology and stuff, because it's like people always think, oh yeah, of course. And people always also think that because it's a more soft science, psychology, compared to a beta, harder science, like exercise physiology, people think it's subjective, but it is an empirical science. So there are a lot of things where you say, sure, for example, beauty standards. Beauty is subjective, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There's no such thing as objective beauty. Well, there are actually a few indicators that are consistent across cultures, lifespan, decades of research, such as waist to hip ratio in women. These things, have an evolutionary basis. And even though, of course, they vary per individual, it's not like it's just up for grabs. Everyone has their own opinion, and there's no trend to be found. There's actually a very strong trend, and we can predict quite well. For example, if we show a picture of a certain person, then science could predict quite well what the average rating of various bodily features of that person would be with reasonable accuracy, at least on a group level. So yeah, that's a lot of reasons why I chose to keep the psychology to myself until I got it all out.
Nice. Yeah, you mentioned that there's this misconception about willpower being a muscle. So can you clarify that? I think that's what the most often people have idea of as willpower.
Yes, many people think that because of the original Roy Baumeister model, willpower is sort of like a fat. It's like in your brain, this is the willpower fat, and when you use it, you use some, and then when it's empty, you are screwed. And it seems to work a bit like that, because like I said, the anterior cingulate cortex is actually monitoring your happiness. So the fat is sort of your happiness level. But the crucial difference is that when you know that it's happiness that's driving or that's the limitation, that means A, there is no actual physical limitation. So if you're motivated to do something, and everyone can experience this for themselves, when they're doing something they love, you can keep doing it for a very long time, much longer than if you're filing your taxes. I mean, allegedly there are people that make taxes their employment and they like it. But I think for most people, they don't like filing taxes. So you're going to have a hard time sticking to that and keeping your concentration, right? And that is a general finding that basically means that the Baumeister model is wrong, that motivation strongly modulates the effect of task fatigue. And there appears to be essentially no task fatigue when people are highly motivated to do something. And there are a few more findings like that. And like I said, the carb rinsing studies are also a strong line of evidence showing that, because in the Baumeister model, they thought it was glucose that was sort of the willpower fat. And then they showed, well, you do get the replenishment, but without the actual glucose consumption. So it's probably not a metabolic effect.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people, like if they're super motivated to do something, then it doesn't feel tiring. Or if you love what you do, like work or other things, then you can do it for hours without getting tired. Whereas, like if you do something that you hate, like, even in school, like I remember when I was in like high school or whatever, then, reading was super boring or super difficult. But then now if I'm reading like papers, I can read papers for like hours and hours about any kind of study. So it does. Like that's very depends on like the motivation level and like that kind of thing.
Definitely. And another big finding, which also has strong practical implications, is that fatigue is incredibly task specific. So when you're reading a certain book that you don't like, then you get really fed up with that, and your brain is essentially seeking for things that provide more instant gratification. Like it's literally, if you put someone in cognitive neuroscientific scanners for this, and even, well, let's leave that for now. Let's say you scan someone's brain, you can actually see that it lights up the reward pathways more when you show them things like a dollar sign or food. Like the brain is literally sensitized. It's like looking for something, anything that makes us feel better right now, because what we're doing now is not doing the job. And that means that you can also prevent willpower failure very effectively by switching up your tasks and taking breaks. It's probably one of the biggest overall recommendations of my book, is that most people work too much. They take too few breaks and they just try to keep pushing on. And that's very much ingrained in our society with the 8-hour workday. And you really see the effect of that, where most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day. In some surveys, I think it's 2 hours, 2 hours and 30 minutes or something. So if you have your average employee, you pay them 8 hours a day, but they only work 2.5 actual hours. And that's because you keep them locked up in a cubicle, forcing them to work. Whereas if you give them more freedom, you allow them to switch their tasks, they can actually get the same job done, or even more, much more efficiently, with less time investment.
Right. So the key is to initially find what you like to do, but if you can't, if you aren't able to do that, like you're supposed to do your taxes or whatever that you hate, or something else, or studying in school that you need to do, like what are some of the tips to increase self-control and willpower there?
A few things you can do are to get familiar with the feeling of mental fatigue and stop working when you get that feeling, and then implement some pleasurable break activity. Anything that makes you feel better. Research has found that prayer, cold showers, watching a series, like literally pretty much anything that just makes you feel better or that takes your mind off things. And I found that video games are actually incredibly effective because they are designed to be very immersive. They're a bit like meditation in the sense that they're even more effective than meditation, because with meditation you have to actively sort of empty your mind yourself by focusing. The video game does it for you. It's designed to get your full maximum attention. You don't even notice there are other people in the room and stuff. And then just in 20 minutes, if you stop, you do need, very important, you do need a non-addictive kind of video game. Then you stop and you can get to work again, and it's like your mind is reset, like you've cleaned your cache in the computer analogy.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's I think that's like a slippery slope as well, that you can get stuck into the other end, that you like watch an entire like season of a TV series or a play, like 3 hours or whatever. So I think
you need delineated breaks.
Yeah, you need to know your weaknesses as well, and maybe put in some like structure or boundaries to those activities as well.
Yes, and select them so that, for example, you watch a series that's only 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You can use alarms like that. Then there is still some willpower involved. Of course, there's no magic. There's no magic trick. But in my book, I do go into a lot of actual practical things that work and have been found in scientific research to work, that make things easier, and at the minimum can get you the same work done in a lot less time.
Given we're still on the topic of nutrition and things, so dieting actually is very difficult for a lot of people from the mental side, especially like even not from the physical side. So like avoiding temptations and having the self-control to not eat the cookie and things like that. So how do you go about that?
Yeah, I go into that in a lot of detail as well. And avoiding temptations is a big one. And you already basically touch on the key principle here, and that's to avoid them. Research has found that the people with the most self-control actually use it the least. And being successful for most people is not a matter of relying on your self-control and discipline. And I think that's a crucial failure of the idea that willpower is like a muscle. The implication of that would be that you need to train it. Well, look at anyone that's dieted and just look at how successful they become over time. If willpower was like a muscle, you should get better at it over time. People do not get better at dieting if they do not receive the proper instructions. They relapse, they regain all the weight, and over time they just get fatter most of the time. So if you compare that with what happens when you train a muscle, it gets stronger. Even if you don't do it well, at least you get some results. But that's not at all what happens. In reality, you should do the opposite. You should know that even if you have strong willpower, you should rely on it as little as possible. Because even if you can rely on it, it's unpleasant. Relying on willpower is inherently an unpleasant thing. It literally makes your brain reduce your level of positive affect. So you should avoid temptation as much as possible, like not having food visible, not buying things that you don't want to eat. There are loads of ways that you can make your diet, staying very satiated. That's another big part of the book, like how you optimize your appetite control. It's just really important not to have to use it too much, basically.
Right. Yeah. And does that mean like, how do you not use it? Let's say if you're sitting in front of a cake, then you can't not use it. You have to use it to not eat the cake.
So if you're sitting in front of a cake, there are actually a few things that you can still do that research has looked at. You can implement what's called episodic future thinking. That means that you're imagining what your next meal is going to be. And that basically makes the comparison more salient in your brain. So it makes you realize, okay, now I could eat the cake. Another thing that you can do, and you can combine it with this, is thinking of the energy density of whatever you're going to eat. That's a good habit to get for doing. Like, how many calories per 100 grams does this have? With a cake, it's probably 400 to 600. And you think, okay, I could have one slice of the cake. I still won't be full. And that's, say, 400 to 600 calories. Or I could wait a bit now, and in 2 hours, I'm home, and then I have this nice pasta dish or whatever ketogenic bowl with meat and veggies prepared. And it's low calorie, it allows me to stick to my diet. It's healthy. I also like eating that. I just wait 2 hours. And when you think of it that way, you can make a much more rational choice. Effectively, what it does is it engages your system too, a more rational part of your brain. And that allows you to make the decision much more consciously. Another few things you can do are you can literally push the cake away. This serves as a psychological affirmation of rejection and actually can help you not consume it. You can also verbally commit to not eating it, because in social groups in particular, many people are hesitant, and that doesn't work. You have to be firm with your beliefs. And even if you're not necessarily convincing others, which you can, which is also very effective, then you have to very firmly show that, these are your beliefs. I'm not a person that eats cake. Because if you're like, yeah, no, or you make up some lame excuse like, yeah, no, I'm feeling a bit nauseous, then they're going to be like, have a piece, like have a piece.
Yeah.
And at some point you're going to succumb, and then other people also know you're weak. And if they keep pushing, then you're going to eat the cake, and it makes them feel better about themselves for also eating the cake. So you're going to be in this vicious cycle where a lot of people actually don't want to eat the cake, but everyone's doing it because it makes everyone feel less bad.
Yeah.
Whereas if there was one person that stood up and said, look, guys, why do we have all this crap in the office? Shall we just eat a little healthier? Or about we have some options, for people that want to eat healthier. Then you can actually convince others to maybe join you in living a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah. It's like, these different social dynamics at play in a group setting where usually there's this, like collective, let's say, group decision of, that's we do eat cake or we don't, or we're like a healthy group. And what determines that is, like someone has to take the initiative, or a lot of times people, like just succumb to the standards of the collective, thinking that this is what this group is representing. But if there is someone who raises or changes those standards, then the entire group will change as well, their behavior too. So it's a very social dynamics.
It's interesting that a fun tangent fact about this: in current political discussions, research shows that nobody, not a single political group, feels confident about voicing their beliefs publicly, except the far left.
Okay. Nice. Yeah.
And that's, I think, very visible. But the result of that is that a lot of people actually even voice opinions that they don't fully agree with, or just you never hear from them, and you only hear from a tiny minority of people that are very vocal about political issues, and is often also leads to bipartisanship with the far right and far left, and makes it think like those are the only people in the world, where in reality there's a big center. And it's the same with nutrition and dieting at the office. You're not the only person. If you're like in the middle that wants to eat a bit healthier, but also maybe not be super strict, then there are a lot of people like you. But if everyone's silent because there's one person that's like, everyone cake, what are you, fat shaming? Then it's going to result in a lot of people actually doing something they don't like, even though that might be the majority opinion.
Yeah. I want to ask a question, like, what is, from a self-control perspective, like, which is more difficult, to say no to the entire cake, or just eat one piece and not eat the rest of it, or or take one bite even just out of the cake and not take any more? So what do you think is more difficult from the self-control perspective?
I think stopping is actually more difficult.
Right.
So for most people, it's easier not to eat it at all, because once you've had the taste, you want more. And it doesn't satiate. That's the issue. Like if you eat something that won't satiate you, it's like you're just tormenting yourself, because now you know how good it tastes and you started eating. And it's also easy if you don't have clear boundaries for yourself, you're constantly having to rely on will control. Whereas if you do have clear boundaries, then you can also make it a habit, right? At some point, if I get offered a cake, there's very little self-control required, because I'm not even actually considering eating the cake. Like I just automatically reject.
Yeah.
And when you get to that level, you can, with that habit formation, then there is no self-control anymore at all, ideally. And if you're always deciding whether you're going to have 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, then you always have to rely on self-control. And every bite you have to reevaluate. And every bite you get weaker because you get more and more depleted. And at some point you get the screw bit effect, where you're just like, I'll have the whole cake, whatever.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like just avoiding is actually much easier, because you're like, once you are in the role, or like the momentum is on your side, then it's very easy to like stick to the diet. Is more often than not people, go off the rails completely if they like have an accidental cheat meal or whatever, and then they go off like the rails completely, like rebounding from that. But it's very relatively easy if you get into the groove of it after a while. Any tips on like getting back on track, like if you lost your self-control completely, and how do you get back on track?
The most important thing is to not to think of yourself as a failure. It's a skill. So you messed up, and that's normal, because dieting is a skill that you need to learn. It takes a lot of experience. You need to think of failure as a learning experience, as feedback. It's like it's information. Like this allows you to get better. And the most important thing is just to reflect, think, why did I mess up? Why did I overeat? Why did I have that cake? And then, for example, you may think, because I skipped lunch. Okay, lesson learned. Don't go into scenarios where you're going to be tempted with social eating events when you're hungry. And then reflect on that. Okay, make sure that doesn't happen again. And the next day, you just continue as planned. For most people, research finds it's better to just get back on track. Don't try to compensate for anything. Reflect, learn, continue as planned, as if it didn't happen.
Yeah, like some people may like fast for, let's say, another day and not eat anything, and then when they break the fast, then they break the cycle again and lose it. So yeah, it's dangerous.
In excess, that essentially turns into binge purge cycles.
Yeah, that's right. But from the, is there like any specific macros, like, you know, a lot of, there's this, you know, saying that sugar is like super addictive and you can't control yourself when you eat it. As well, what does the science say about it actually?
About sugar addiction?
I mean, like sugar and self-control. Like, is it more likely to lose the self-control when you're eating carbs and sugar compared to, let's say, protein or fat?
Not inherently. There's no such thing as addictive food. You can only be addicted to eating itself, but not to any particular food, even chocolate. And even research on pregnant women, and actually very conclusively, I have a whole section on pregnancy in the book. You can see that there are massive cross-cultural effects, and it's all restricted to idea of, especially American culture, what American culture has led us to believe about what you should eat when you're pregnant, and what a common food aversion happens to be, blah, blah, blah.
Sorry, it's I'm losing the audio a little bit. I think the internet was hacking a bit.
Where did it drop off?
The pregnant women.
Right. Let me see. Yeah, there's a lot of research also on pregnancy. For example, I have a whole section in the book on what pregnant women eat and what kind of food aversions they have. And there you can see it's all cultural, and we are so strongly influenced by what, especially American culture, like United States American culture, has led us to believe about what's normal and what are common food aversions and the like. That said, any food that is highly palatable, which most high-carb foods are, is going to activate your brain's reward pathways more than other foods, which are generally not as palatable, such as typically protein. So in practice, it is the case that many high-carb foods, in particular starches, because fruit and veggies definitely do not fulfill this category, but you know, bread, rice, potatoes are kind of in the middle, but especially like fried potatoes, they are just very easy to overeat on, and they are generally relatively well liked, or just very easy to eat for most people. So many people do have greater difficulties restricting those when they're eating them, compared to, say, high protein foods, vegetables, fibrous fruits, and even high fat foods. It depends on whether they're processed for the most part, because you won't find many people overeating on avocado or olives, but you'll definitely have difficulty with like full fat pork sausages.
Yeah.
Because those are, again, also super easy to overeat on.
Yeah, like this, I think like it's the ultra processed foods, which is like the new term, that these hyper palatable engineered foods that with all these different ingredients, that's like the main cause, not like specific like carbs or sugar or whatever. It's the ultra processing that kind of makes them super hyper palatable, and that generally, even if on them being a part of a diet, increases the total calories you consume on a daily basis, because they're generally higher in calories as well.
Yes, definitely.
Any, like, you know, how long does it take to, let's say, build or develop self-control? Like, because, you know, there is some aspects of neuroplasticity still at play that your brain does change to a certain extent. So like, how long does it take, and, you know, to what degree does it change?
Well, your actual level of self-control is basically fixed. There's very little you can do to improve it. However, you can reduce your reliance on it majorly, and that's much more effective. And it generally takes, like, if we're talking time frames, I think one of the only time frames that might provide some use is the time frame that it typically takes to build a habit, which is about 3 months. It depends a lot on the habit though and the number of repetitions. But in 3 months, you can make major changes to how you engage with your own discipline level, because you can replace a lot of things with habits. You can learn to use implementation intentions in the meantime to effectively form quick habits in your brain, like if-then rules, that decide your actions. And you can learn a lot of psychological tricks in a relatively short period that make a very big, notable difference in your life.
But what is going on is, let's say, if a person, let's say, I don't know, in the past they used to be, maybe like very like, they say things out loud immediately what they think, for example, but nowadays maybe they're like more, reserved, or they're not saying out loud. Let's say they're not I don't know, insulting people, or they don't get angry as much. Like what is involved, what's going on there if a person doesn't get angry, let's say in traffic, as much as they used to in the past, or vice versa, like they now get angry but they didn't in the past. Like if those kind of changes happen, like what is going on there?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that relies to self. That's a big mixture of self-control, habits, social norms, like anger management is in large part probably also about your own level of happiness, how you deal with other people, your social norms, experience, just having a lot of feedback that your anger outburst didn't help at all, or they just made people worse off, or maybe you even hurt someone. So I think it becomes a lot more difficult when you get to a social phenomenon like that. But it's definitely not going to be because your self-control itself got better. Like maybe you learned how to, I think that's probably one of the big ones also, how you learned you learned your own boundaries, basically. I think that's much more important than trying to improve your boundaries, because most people really don't need, for most things, you don't need super high levels of self-discipline. You just need to be smart about doing them so that you don't need extreme discipline.
Yeah. Well, eventually it's gonna break, or if you have to, like, it's so true that what you said, that the people who have the most self-control actually don't use it that much, and with discipline as well, people who seem that they're like super disciplined, then they may not actually be like literally using their discipline all the time, because they have like these routines and habits that still allow them to do those things, but they're not like actively every day, like, doing things against their will to get it done. So because it's not like sustainable, so that's why they have to create these systems and routines that put this like almost on autopilot, that they do it still regardless.
Definitely, it's like the more disorganized you are, the more you should structure your life to compensate for that. And if you're a naturally super organized person, then you won't need to organize your life as much. But you can compensate for lack of being inherently organized by providing more structure to your life intentionally.
Yeah, so it's like a conscientiousness
Exactly.
is a good trait. Is there a way to build that or increase it?
No, that's pretty much also fixed. That's and conscientiousness is strongly correlated with self-control ability.
Nice. That's so. What can you change then? You can only change your habits and routines then.
Yeah, but you don't need to, because self-control is not, really limited in the first place. Like it's not physically limited. It's just related to your happiness. So it all comes down to ways to set your life up smarter and be happier in the process. And then you'll find that your actual self-control ability might, as a result of that, improve a bit. But that should not be the goal. It should be to not use it most of the time. To be replace it with habits, structures, etc.
Yeah. Is there like any studies looking at whether the belief of whether or not you have self-control, or whether or not you have like this unlimited willpower or it's limited, looking at, does that affect the results? So that if a person has the belief that they have this finite willpower, does it actually change their behavior or make them less self-controlled, for example, or have less willpower?
I have a hard stop in 1 minute, by the way.
Okay.
But yes, there are actually studies by Veronica Job et al. I believe her first name is Veronica, which really conclusively show about, to make it full circle, about carbohydrates specifically, for example, that people that think that self-control is a limited ability, they actually benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Whereas people that don't think this, they don't benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Okay. So that really goes back to the original idea of a large part of it being mental. And this idea that you can't succeed is already a very big obstacle to your success in the first place.
Gotcha. Well, all right. We'll finish there. The book is on Amazon, right?
Yep. On Amazon, my website is available as an audiobook, an ebook, and on Amazon you can buy a paperback or a hardcover.
All right. Well, it was great talking with you. And
welcome to the Mirror Talks podcast, where we deconstruct some of humanity's most disconnecting and limiting assumptions and offer an alternative, a free state of consciousness, unbiased, naturally wise, and genuinely loving. We will shed a more enlightened perspective on everyday experiences to help anyone willing realize their true potential and inspire a contemporary spiritual life lived in service to all. Say goodbye to the man-made paradigms of distorted ideas. Let's become pure, free, and actually intelligent once again.
We just finished recording an episode on deep suffering or deeply afflictive states, whether it's depression, chronic depression, or sort of more of a daily happening, jealousy, or being upset about something and it just sort of takes over your mood, and just how to deal with these states and really how to transmute them and take advantage of them. So one thing I just loved about this episode, and that I think you'll love too, is that in addition to being very technically precise, Bentinho outlines 3 methods for really transmuting these deeply afflictive states. So in addition to being really technical in that way, it's also a meditation of its own. So I was even thinking, as we were recording this episode, I was thinking, like, if I'm in another deeply afflictive state in the future, I'm going to remember this episode and I'm going to come back to it just for a reminder. It's like it's just like piercing the bubble of that of whatever suffering might come up. So really, this is a resource in and of itself. In addition to that, there was a really special, cool ending. Dennis asked a question about social anxiety, which prompted Bentinho to go into just the coolest delineation of how the ego is hiding from us, and really how that mechanism is what causes the suffering in the deeply afflictive states. So it basically comes at it from a whole nother angle. So it was a wonderful episode, really a resource forever, I think. And I know you'll enjoy it.
So welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Mirror Talks. Again, here with me, Kelly and Corey. How are you guys?
Great. Good.
Awesome.
How are you?
Really good.
Nice.
Actually, really good. Yeah. So, as we're wrapping up the recording of our first season of this podcast, we were feeling into what other episodes to still shoot. And one that stood out pretty evidently is to give people some tools and some perhaps reassurance and some sort of a compassionate, understanding space where they get some acknowledgement for the phenomenon of experiencing deeply afflictive states of mind, states of emotion, and so forth. So what's an afflictive state? An affliction or afflictive literally means something that's causing pain or suffering. So deeply afflictive states are states that just feel like impossible to escape. They have debilitating effects on our mental, emotional, physical well-being. They can even lead to physical illness. It's something that sort of can haunt us along the lines of PTSD. It's something that makes us feel like we don't want to get out of bed in the morning. It derails our sort of sense of purpose and our sense of flow during the day. And so these states are quite common in humanity. And I think everyone who is human will at one point or another experience something like that. So we figured we have addressed the mechanics of the emotional guidance system already, but this is kind of a beast on its own, like how to deal with deep suffering, with intense suffering, with debilitating suffering, with deeply afflictive states. So that's the intention for this session.
Awesome.
If you guys have any prompting question, feel free.
All right. Well, I know a bunch of people who spend a lot of their time, most of their life, in a deeply afflictive state. Like chronic depression or whatever it is, some sort of addiction. So I think it is really quite common. And I wonder, like, for people who this makes up their norm, this is their normal life,
their daily background noise.
Right. How do you break through to someone like that? How do you break through a cycle like that?
If you're that person, right?
Yeah.
So I think I want to refer back to sort of a core structure that people can fall back on. And that is, I'm quoting the law of one, that the path consists of 3 steps. Step 1 is know yourself, know thyself. In other words, understand yourself. And this sentence, know thyself, in this context, it doesn't mean know yourself as the absolute infinite reality, know yourself as God. In this case, know yourself means know what's happening within you, know what's going on in front of your consciousness, know what's going on the screen of your experience, the screen of your life. What's happening within you? Why are you having, first of all, recognize and acknowledge the thoughts and emotions that arise. Like recognize them, acknowledge them.
As opposed to ignoring them or being in denial.
Right, yeah, which would be not knowing them.
Got it.
Right? So know yourself is a process of acknowledgement, of observation, of becoming familiar also with your own patterns and recognizing the patterns in your emotional responses to things. Recognizing the patterns in your thinking and so forth. So a full-bodied knowledge of oneself is ideal. To know yourself as clearly as you can. This is how I typically react in these types of circumstances. This is the bias that I have. This is the belief that I have. These are the preferences that I have. And when this kind of thing happens, this is how I emotionally respond. This is how I respond in terms of action. This is what I'm thinking. This is how I'm feeling. This is when I feel victimized. This is when I feel arrogant, and so forth. Just all of it included. Ideally, the holistic being, the holistic seeker knows themselves fully, knows themselves on all levels as much as possible. There are other priorities than knowing yourself in every detail on all levels, because that could be the study of a million lifetimes, right? So we got to take that with a grain of salt at some point. But the basis is there. The basic instruction is know yourself, understand yourself. Step 2 is accept yourself. So now that you know yourself, now that you see your patterns, now that you've observed your pain and you kind of begin to understand it, or maybe even fully understand it, now it's time to accept / forgive / release / let go of that which you know. To just let it be as it is, to not interfere, to not blame, to not judge, to not hold on, to not constrict, and so on. So again, step 1, know yourself. Step 2, accept that which you now know about yourself, accept yourself. And then, and for the most part, almost only then, does the 3rd step open up, at least in a holistic, integrated manner. You could try to skip to step 3, and some people do, but very few do so successfully. And so I don't recommend it. On the whole, periodically, one can do it, but on the whole, it's important to understand yourself and to accept yourself, to incorporate that. And at step 3, that opens up once we know ourselves and once we accept ourselves. And once, therefore, we're in a sort of a state of peace with ourselves and equilibrium and acceptance. So once we know ourselves and once we've accepted that which we've now discovered about ourselves, the 3rd step opens up, and that is, at least in Law of One, they state it as become the creator. And this is really the step where spirituality in its truest form begins. The first the first two steps are prerequisites, and that's what we're mostly going to talk about today, is like how to accept that, how to attain that self-knowledge on a relative level, knowing my relative self and accepting my relative self. And relative self simply means anything that moves and changes and has shape and form and dimension and emotional charge and belief systems and so forth. Those things are all relative, they're all contextual. They all exist within the realm of perspectives, belief systems, thoughts and emotions, and physical events. Seemingly physical. So a lot of my work focuses on the third step. Also, a lot of my work focuses on the first two, but a lot of my work focuses on the third step. So we won't talk too much about that today, but it's good to notice or to know that it's part of this three-step formula, right? So we have to know our relative selves, accept our relative selves, and then it's like our beingness, our mind, body, spirit complex becomes sort of this fit, integrated, whole, potent trampoline for us to take the shuttle up into spirituality, true spirituality. Transcendence, awakening, enlightenment, self-realization, higher states of consciousness, and so on. But how can one have access to that in debilitating states of suffering?
Right.
For the most part, one can't. I mean, it's possible, it's definitely possible. And part of the methods that I'll be prescribing, so to speak, will allow for that access to deepen. So when we are in deeply afflictive states, the experience is that of extreme disconnect from source, from the creator that we are ultimately. So that third step of that true spiritual step, that quantum leaping into self-realization, enlightenment, realizing the oneness and so on, the universal love, we feel very disconnected from that. In fact, that is the pain. That feeling of disconnect, we can never be disconnected, but the feeling of disconnect is generated by some perspective, some belief that has such an opposite view to the truth of God, to the truth of source, to the truth of existence, to the truth of oneness, to the truth of our infinite worth, to the truth of our eternal nature, to the truth of our absolute freedom, to the truth of the cosmic perspective. Our perspective in a deeply afflictive state is so contradicting that infinite abundance, infinite love, and so on, that we feel the contrast between the truth and our perspective so strongly. And it's so strongly that it doesn't typically let us go. It doesn't allow our attention to wander away or to sort of rise up to the higher levels. And so we feel stuck in our bodies, we feel stuck in our emotions to a debilitating extent where we can't even mentally function normally anymore. We don't want to see other people. We, it's got all kinds of expressions. So for the basic understanding of this contrast between our connection to source, the truth that's always here, and our perspective, I'll just refer people to the episode we did in depth on the purpose of emotions, the emotional guidance system, how to use them, and also and so on. So people can watch that or listen to that, which is actually good prerequisite content for this episode. So now we're just highlighting, we're singling out the experiences that are so distracting that we can't focus on our spirituality anymore, such as chronic depression, sort of existential angst, deep sort of confusion, lethargy because of this deep-rooted sense of unworthiness, perhaps.
Or even temporary jealousy or heartbreak or...
True. Yeah, the responses that we give to certain circumstances, certain catalytic circumstances that then trigger our perspective, our belief that we're lacking something very important to us.
Right.
Which is another way of saying, like, we believe we're disconnected from source. So how to deal with those states if you experience one? Whether it's through like a sudden heartbreak or the death of a loved one, or whether it's just sort of a state that you have become familiar with for quite some time, but it won't let you go, like it's causing you deep suffering every day. There are several ways to handle this that has beneficial ways to deal with it.
Cool.
Without having to use substances and so on. Now, there's a lot of nuances here because it really is a case-by-case basis in the end. So people have to sort of take this general knowledge and apply it in a way that is helpful for them in their situation and their selves. So they have to know themselves and then apply this to themselves in the best way, according to their own intuition. So a few ways that we can use these afflictive states. If the afflictive state is not too intense, because here's the thing, more context, this is important. The reason these states stay with us when they do, when they are there, the reason they don't dissolve is because we're not gaining the understanding and the acceptance that are the first two steps. Because it sucks our consciousness into such a tiny little confined corner or perspective or point of view within the overall infinite existence that we really, in that sense, feel trapped. And because we feel trapped, we lack perspective. If we feel trapped in a little box, we lack the meta view. We lack the overview. We lack context. We see no context. All that we see is that we're suffering, that we're in pain, that our loved ones left us, or some other kind of catalyst. So we only see the details of the event that we select based on our insecurities and our fears. And we only see our perspective. So we're stuck in it. That's why it's so deeply painful. It's because we're lacking understanding. We're lacking perspective in that moment. Understanding and overview or perspective are somewhat synonymous. So if we don't have that perspective, then naturally our perspective is so small that it will contradict the nature of reality. And so we feel that strong emotion. If the afflictive state is not very afflictive, if it's just a general emotion, I would typically recommend people just use the emotional guidance system and they observe their emotion. They observe what they must believe is true in order to feel this way about this event or that person or this happening. And when we have just a general emotion, that's quite easy to do because we're not sucked into it all the way. So we still have some understanding. We still have some context. We still have some overview. We still have some access to the greater picture of things. We still have access to other points of view. Now, this one might be triggering. This one might be painful. But because we have access to, at least to some degree, to other points of view, it's manageable. It's something we can observe. We're not completely locked into it. We're not completely identified with it. And therefore, we have the space to observe it. We have the space to understand it. So then in that case, which more applies to our session about the emotional guidance system for most sort of everyday general emotions and reactions. So let's say there's just an everyday sort of emotion. Something gets triggered in us and it feels very annoying and it feels frustrating and it draws our attention in. However, we can still rationalize. We can still see that it's maybe not entirely true. On some level, maybe we realize that we're being a little irrational because we have access to other points of view. But when you're in a deeply afflictive state, you have no access to other points of view, or very, very minimally. Therefore, you might be able from the back of your mind to sort of know that you're no longer being rational, but you don't have access to that point. You're not seeing it from that point of view, right? So again, you're boxed in, you feel imprisoned in your emotional experience. So this is where the understanding part makes sense as well. The more space we have from our present perspective, from our activated perspective, the more distance we have, the more overview we maintain, the more we can understand that no point of view, although it's logical from its own point of view, the perspective is logical from its own point of view. We at the same time can realize that it's not the whole truth. We have access to sort of, we can, what's the word, relativize? Is that a word?
I don't know, but I like it.
Make relative to. We can see, we can compare perspectives and be, well, maybe this is an overreaction. What's going on here? Let me look at it. It doesn't grip us by the gut or the heart and just takes us over. So again, in that case of the general everyday type of emotional reaction or trigger, apply the emotional guidance system and use it as a tool, as a reminder to get to know yourself. So the question, one of the main questions to ask yourself to get to know yourself is, what must I believe, or what perspective must I have What definition or belief system must I have in order to have this feeling about this situation? Because again, if you didn't have that belief or definition or perspective, you wouldn't be able to have the emotional feeling. So every emotion is an invitation for us to get to know our perspectives. And this is the process of know yourself, understand yourself. And then once you understand it, like, oh, this is why I feel this way. Because I believe if this person says that I'm not good enough. Great. I've now identified that belief. And I can now relativize that, meaning contextualize that, meaning compare it to other perspectives, other things that I've learned in life, other things that I also believe in and know. And through that comparison or relativizing principle, again, I don't know if that's an English word, but you understand what it means now, to make relative to other perspectives. Because we can do that, we maintain greater access to more of existence, and therefore we feel better than we do in an afflictive state where we only have access to one perspective for the most part. Or it might be a series of perspectives, but it's all rooted in this one sort of core belief that's being triggered. So then moving on from the general emotional triggers to those more deeply afflictive states of deep suffering, intense suffering, debilitating suffering, where our entire sense of self is wrapped up in it and we lose access to the vaster context of existence. And we can no longer make our experience relative to a bigger contextual view, the meta view. What to do when that's the case? When you're just gripped at your very core and there seems to be no way out. And I mean, this is the state people are in when they are contemplating suicide. It's like, I don't know how to get out of this state, right?
I think in many ways, aside from people who are suicidal, it's way more common than we think. Just people actually boxed in this little, completely limited, completely separate. I think it's quite common. I think a lot of people just live their their 9-to-5 work life with this type of a.
Totally, I agree.
Yeah.
So then moving on from our everyday sort of emotions where we don't lose all touch with reality. We don't lose all touch with other perspectives, even just human reality, because I mean, human reality, meaning human perspective, the perspectives that are sort of accepted by all human beings to be true to some degree, the paradigm of the human mind, basically. To me, comparatively to what I know, that is equals suffering. It is an afflictive state. However, compared to the even deeper, more boxed in afflictive states and perspectives that we can have, that's actually a breath of fresh air. It's context. It's what we call reality. Like, oh, I can rationalize. I can see that I'm being kind of irrational, that it's not completely true what I'm thinking. But again, if we then move into those deeply afflictive states where all of our energy is sucked into this box of a perspective, of a belief, then how do we deal with that? Because now, even if we know about the emotional guidance system, we may not have access to it. We may not have access to any kind of wisdom or any feelings of relief or any sense of a bigger perspective. So then how do we deal with that in that moment when we have no inspiration to go on YouTube and watch one of my videos or listen to a guided meditation or meditate ourselves, when it's just so consuming and so distracting? What do we do? What's left? In this type of state of mind, state of attention, state of consciousness, state of emotion, we cannot always go the route of understanding ourselves because we don't have access to it, because understanding requires context. You see, you cannot understand something unless you stand under it, so to speak, unless you're beyond it. So as long as we stand beyond what we're perceiving, as long as we have space around the perspective that's generating the emotion, we can observe it, trace it back to its root belief or perspective, compare that to what else we know about life, what else have we learned, what else do we truly believe, and or faith in our infinite nature, even if we don't fully believe in it yet, but we can compare our painful perspective to something that we've learned in sort of these spiritual teachings, for example, and we can gain faith, and we can in that way ease the emotion, deepen our understanding, and release the core belief and accept ourselves in the process. But if you're completely sucked into the moment energetically and you don't have any access to any of that, what do? Like I said, you cannot really understand because you lack perspective. Therefore, the understand yourself step kind of goes out the window. And that's quite okay. We don't always have to understand why we have certain emotions. It's helpful, but we don't always have to. Sometimes not understanding our emotions and having such a deeply afflictive state that completely draws in our attention and boxes us in is a great teaching tool that teaches us other types of understandings, quantum leaps, and it can sort of enforce a self-acceptance at a deeper level because we don't even have the understanding. If we understand something, typically it's easier to accept it because now our rational mind is involved, our logic is involved, our perspective is involved, our conscious mind is involved. But what if you can't understand exactly why you feel the way you feel? You just feel overwhelmed by the feeling. Now you can, in a sense, skip the understanding step. It will always come later anyway. And try to go to the acceptance stage if you can. So here's one way to deal with afflictive states. And to use an analogy to further elucidate the distinction between sort of an everyday emotion that's not super high on the scale of being afflictive versus a deeply afflictive state would be like being on a train station and having many different trains to choose from. You can go on this train, that train, and you know they go to different directions. So you might experience the train that's right in front of you, but you know you can get to a next, to a different, platform and take a different train. So you have options. The difference is options. Perspectives are available to you. In a deeply afflictive state, you're already on the train you're on. And what can you do when you're on the train you're on? You can't jump off. You can't choose another train. So it feels very limiting. It feels very constrictive and therefore debilitating. You're on a train you don't want to be on, and you're going in a direction you don't want to be going in. But you're on it, and you can't, the only thing to do would be to jump out of the train, but that would equal suicide, which I would try to avoid. So then you're on this train, and your only option is, therefore, to accept. What is to accept your current state? So, but even the thought, if you're in a truly deeply afflictive state, even the thought of self-acceptance is not always that available.
Right.
So in those more extreme afflictive states, I recommend, there's a couple of things you can do. I'm going to prescribe 3 methods. One is use this as an invitation because you have no other options in that moment to change your feeling state. You always do, but it doesn't seem like you do. You don't feel like you have access to it. You try as hard as you can, but it's not working. So since you have no other options anyway, use this as an opportunity to get to know the ability that you have, the innate ability to direct your focus. So this is different than trying to work with the perspective. So give up working with the perspective. Again, only when you're in a really deeply afflictive state. Otherwise, it can be helpful to deal with perspectives and understand them. But if you can't, then you simply can't. And so in that moment, what I would recommend is grab a hold of your attention itself. Notice that you can direct your attention to something. Now, ideally, this is the God state, for example, the state of awareness, love, light. But sometimes you simply won't be able to do that. Or you will feel like you won't be able to do that. So, but that doesn't matter so much. You can focus your attention on anything that takes you out of the perspective that you're in. It may take some time. So this is practicing concentration. So you're using your deeply afflictive state as a concentration exercise because you have no other options. It's either intense suffering or slightly less suffering with the training of your concentration. So choose anything, the image of a mountain or the concept of space or a feeling in your body that's not affected by the afflictive state. Some feeling of peace, some feeling of stillness, perhaps, in the storm, amidst the storm of your emotions. But the key here is to not try to change what you're experiencing because you already hopped on the train and you have to wait until the next station. In between, you can't do anything. And right now, your afflictive state can be seen as being on a train in between two stations. And you know at some point it's going to change. Some people are on a very long train ride from one station to the next. But the train can be rerouted to an intermittent station that you didn't see coming if you practice concentration. Because focus is everything in these states. You always have access to focus on one thing more than the other, always. This free will is never taken from you, no matter how afflictive your state of emotions is. If you grab a hold of your concentration, of your attention itself, and you direct it onto something that is not directly related to your suffering, like I said, a mountain, or a memory, or space, or if you can, faith in God, faith in that all is well, that a station will come your way. So just simply write this one out. Don't try to change the train because you can't. Don't try to change your emotions because you can't. Don't try to relativize your perspectives because you can't. If you can, great. But if you can't, and you notice repeatedly, I can't, it doesn't work, it continues to even make the emotion bigger and more highlighted. And I feel even worse because it's not working and da-da-da. So then you got to get out of the frustration about your afflictive state as much as you can. Because there's often a lot of layers of frustration and unself-worthiness and lack of self-esteem and all that added onto the afflictive state when we're having it, because we can't change it and we can't function properly. And so we blame ourselves further and judge ourselves further. But this is not due to the afflictive state. This is due to our lack of concentration on something else. So in those moments where you're on the train, you can't change anything, seemingly, grab a hold of your attention and just focus. Focus as pristinely as you can. Ignore, let be, allow whatever is to be exactly as it is, and take your attention itself and focus it, point it in a different direction. Point it on something that is not that perspective or emotional state. That's not that circumstance. You could call it ignoring. Ignore what is experienced as much as you can, which is better in this case than trying to change it. So you ignore it as often as you can, as frequently as you can, for as long as you can. And this is not something that requires like physical effort. I don't want people to have the image of like squinting eyes and like, wrinkles forming on your forehead, like you're concentrating. It's not that, because that's all part of the afflictive state. So it's like you want to almost drop underneath your current experience. Let it be, give up. Don't try to change it. Realize you can't change it right now. And that's okay. Find some acceptance with that. And instead go one step back to your attention itself, knowing that what's right in front of you, if you open your eyes, is the suffering. But if you close your eyes, symbolically speaking, if you go back one step in your interior experience, you can grab a hold of your attention itself and you can concentrate on something else. It doesn't have to be meaningful, but it can. But not if it conjures up more negative emotions. Because if now, let's say you're now using that, you're grabbing your attention and you're starting to focus on God and the spiritual teachings. But because you have no access to it, all kinds of negative thoughts about it start flowing in and developing a negative relationship to spirituality or to God, or like, why am I experiencing this? God must not love me. So then that's not a productive way. That's not effective to concentrate on that. So in that case, something meaningless is actually more effective. So focus on the substance of wood, for example, like, because I'm just looking at this table right now. It's a beautiful wooden table. And just appreciate the way that the light reflects off and how it shows different textures. And just keep focusing on that. Bring your attention to the detail of something else. And mostly two things happen. One is you begin to take away the energy, the inertia, the momentum behind your perspective. So you're starting to rob it of the fuel that it needs, which is your attention, to survive. So you're actually suffocating the core perspective in that moment that is giving you such a deep afflictive state, such a contracting feeling. And you're depriving it of that fuel, and you're beginning to reroute it. And don't be in a rush with this. Just know this is a long-term game, almost. Nice. Like, It can take you hours. And it's okay. It can take you hours to find some relief, but what's your other option?
Right.
Your other option is just to further exacerbate what you already have going on, further add fuel to that momentum and further frustrate yourself. So since you have no other option, since you can't go to the beach and hang out with your friends and have fun, since you can't go plan your next most exciting project because you have no energy for it and you're so distracted by these emotions, then really suddenly it sounds quite appealing to focus on a wooden table for 3 hours, right?
That's
because
great.
it's not normally appealing. It wouldn't normally appeal to the ego. But if that gives you even a little bit of relief, when you're in like intense physical pain and it just dissipates by 20%, it's like, you feel even better than when you normally feel when you have no pain and you're just distracted and it's just a random moment.
Yeah.
Because the contrast of going from intense pain to slightly less pain feels like pleasure almost. And you can train this in yourself to concentrate on something meaningless and hold on to that, not with tension, but with subtlety, if you can. So ignore the loud thoughts as much as you can. Let them be, accept them. Don't try to change them because it's not working. Drop into a subtler realm where attention itself becomes aware of itself. And now you can redirect this attention to a completely different view. And it might take practice because you're distracted by your thoughts. So you concentrate little by little, little by little. You notice more details. And what you start to notice after a while of going back to your new, let's say the table that you're focused on, or the image of the mountain, or some feeling in your perspective that's not bothered or that's not somehow affected by the rest of the canvas of your experience. If you can find one little spot in the canvas, in the painting of your present experience, that's somehow not turbulent, that's somehow still or unaffected, and you just develop that sober attitude, just radically stop wanting it to disappear, the suffering, radically stop wanting pleasure, radically stop wanting to change your life. Just stop all that because it's not working. All you do is you suddenly become excited about the simplest, soberest, most mundane thing, which is to focus on wood. And first of all, you start to discover things about wood you never knew. But the most important part here is that you're suffocating the perspective. You stop fueling the perspective that generates the reflective state. So you'll start to notice more and more and more relief. And now this energy momentum of your attention begins to pick up momentum in a different direction. Mm-hmm. And you're gaining perspective again. Don't immediately go back, try to understand the suffering because you're not ready yet. You're going to be sucked right into that vortex of momentum. And you're going to be stuck in the same perspective because the more you think about it, the more convincing it seems again. Have you experienced that? Where there's some situation in your life and you have some relief from it for a little bit and you're like, oh, I'm done. Maybe I'm over it or whatever. And then you get some text message or like some picture on Instagram that reminds you of this or that situation or that person that has something to do with. And boom, you start thinking again, this was unfair. This is not good. This is, but this is going to, and immediately you're back in the vortex. And when you're back in that energy of negative, afflictive states and perspectives, it's again going to be pretty hard to get out of it.
Yeah.
So you want, if it's a truly afflictive state, give yourself permission to ignore it for quite some time.
I love that.
Not as an attitude of denial, but as a sign of faith in yourself that you'll come back around to it when you're ready. But right now you don't have the means, meaning understanding or context or perspective or meta view. You don't have the means to deal with it, to understand it, to resolve it, to heal it in a relative way. You got to go and ignore it for a while. And you've got to take your attention away from fueling that perspective. You've got to gain different experiences that are outside of that box that give you confirmation of your worth, that give you confirmation of your self-esteem, that give you positive self-esteem, that give you confirmation that there is hope, that give you confirmation that there's other things to focus on in life, that give you confirmation that maybe it's not as bad as it seemed. And focusing on a wooden table can be your initial way out of that energy momentum, something meaningless. And it's all about concentration, subtle attention, redirection, repeatedly. Just commit fully to that because what's the alternative, my friend? It's absolute suffering and pain and destructive behavior. So suddenly, doesn't it sound quite exciting to redirect your attention and concentrate, place your attention on something that allows you to not be in the perspective that generates that emotional suffering.
Nice. I love the rationalization of that, of just looking at the ultimatum of an afflictive state. Like, if this is my only option, then it makes anything else quite appealing.
Nice.
But I think a lot of times people just don't have the context even enough to make it into an ultimatum. They think they're going to solve it by continuing to think about it and think about it. But so that's what I love, the permission to just.
That's a great point. Yeah. They think that by staying in it, they're somehow going to fix it.
Right.
And this at least gives you a direction of your focus. Because I think one of the worst things about those states is feeling how directionless it is. And you're kind of searching for a direction. You're like searching for a way out, but you just can't find it. And it becomes your whole reality, your whole world. And when there's sort of a way out or a window, it's such a massive relief.
Great. Yep. So the second method, which is very closely related to this one, but it's just sort of the next somewhat more advanced, perhaps, step. And whether or not this is a more advanced step kind of depends on your prior experience with resting in awareness, with resting in sort of pure presence and beingness and awareness aware of itself, or attention aware of attention, or consciousness aware of consciousness. This is a subtle practice. This is the science of self-realization, or the art of self-realization. It's where the self, that witnessing consciousness, becomes aware of its own essence, its own nature, its own presence, its own existence. And then it more and more maintains that existence awareness, that self-existence awareness. If you can do this, that's fantastic. It's the same exact principle as focusing on wood and just staying with it, subtly staying with it, subtly staying with it, getting distracted by it, returning to it, staying with it, generating a different momentum. If you can apply this principle of concentration on attention itself, then you start to drill in the direction of the well of well-being, the well of joy, the well of love, the well of bliss, the well of transcendence, the well of knowing yourself. So that's great if people can do that. They can just stay with that sense of I am, I exist. And sometimes we give ourselves, from a higher self's point of view, we give ourselves these catalytic events to really purge ourselves of the perspectives that lay dormant within us, that then come out full force, and we have no other perspective, no access to other perspectives. We really feel the full blow of it. But then, because it's so all-consuming, it's a great opportunity to not try to get into it and understand the relative mechanics of our thoughts, but to just sort of bypass it altogether for a period of time, not as an attitude of denial, but as an attitude of faith and just logic, like this is all that works for me right now. And I'll come back to it later when I have the space and the clarity and the perspective I need to change that perspective into a proper understanding of the way reality works, and my true worth, and my true infinite nature, and so on. So if in that moment you can hold on just to attention itself, being aware of itself, then that's sort of a step up that's more beneficial than focusing on the wooden table. But the initial step, if you don't have access to anything that subtle, focus on something that you know you can maintain concentration on, that's less subtle than consciousness, that's more obvious, like the wooden table, which is reflecting light in a certain pattern right now. Or anything. I mean, this is just one example. People should choose whatever they have access to. Doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you redirect your focus. That's all that matters. So whatever you feel you can focus on, that doesn't generate, that's one requirement, it doesn't generate negative emotions. So you're not focused on a topic that means something to you, that you could conjure up negative thoughts about or beliefs. Hence the wooden table, because most people don't have beliefs or definitions about that. Doesn't matter to them. And if you can maintain that, then you can progress and just hold on to awareness itself, consciousness itself, I exist itself. You could try that immediately if you have prior experience with it. But if not, it'll just frustrate you. Like, oh, I can't find enlightenment. I can't find myself. Da, da, da. So only do that step, the second version of this method, if you know you can. But then it's a great opportunity. Then it's a great catalyst, because now you're forced to concentrate. Whereas when you don't have such an afflictive state, You're easily distracted by your addiction to sense pleasures and sensuality and hope and promise of a better future and this and that, and relationships and validation from others and all these ego boosters, success. You're so distracted by that. But when you're faced with a brick wall or a train that you're on that you cannot step off of, and you've got to experience what you experience, accept it and move your attention. Don't try to change it, in other words. Let it be. Let it be exactly as it is. Don't try to change even a single ounce of it. Don't want anything to change from your emotional state. This frees up your attention to focus on something else. Become fascinated with the details of the table. Do this for hours if you need to. Because again, what's the alternative? It's quite exciting suddenly. Do that. If you can't focus on I exist, just the feeling I exist, that's spacious but spaceless, timeless feeling I am. And rest in it, stay with it. And then notice, as soon as you start suffering, you're back in the mind. Great reminder. Normally you're distracted by pleasure, but now that you only know pain when you go out into the mind field, which is kind of like a minefield, then you're instantly remembering, you're instantly reminded in a very obvious, painful way that you've lost attention of I exist. So use this. If you have prior experience with the I am, and this is one of your passions, then especially use the afflictive states to become anchored in that consciousness of consciousness itself. And it doesn't take long then, if that's successful, it doesn't take long for the afflictive state to leave you, to disappear, to diminish over time, but rather rapidly. Sometimes instantly if you sort of hit a new level of freedom and perspective. Because again, emotions are the reaction to a perspective that you're having, because they're guidance. It's a guidance system. So if suddenly you change your perspective by drilling into the I am, that 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 I am, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, and you stay with that, stay with that, stay with that. And as soon as you go out of it, it's like, the feeling is there, okay, I am, coax yourself into this repeatedly, subtly, no stress, but concentrate. Give yourself this gift. Ignore the thing, let it be. Focus on I exist, I exist, I exist. Or wooden table, wooden table, wooden table. Clear blue sky, clear blue sky, clear blue sky. What can you learn about the clear blue sky that you've never noticed before? Go there, go there, go there. Fantasize if you must. If you can't concentrate on one state, fantasize a little bit about that one topic that has nothing to do with the things that trigger your emotions. Something meaningless that you could discover some form of beauty in, perhaps even. Not meaning, but beauty. Mystery, awe, some sense of respect. This will change your energy. And then suddenly you have, because you're in a higher frequency, now you have access to different songs coming through the radio, because you've dialed your radio, your body, your mind, your attention to a different range of frequencies. Therefore, the song that you're hearing, the emotions that you're feeling, the response of your emotional guidance system that's now responding to your new perspective, once it's stabilized, is going to be a stable, steady song that is commensurate with how much that perspective is in or out of alignment with source. If it's closer in alignment than your previous perspective, the afflictive state is going to pale in comparison to your next negative state, which will feel very positive comparatively, right? And so you just built this, you bump this up a little bit every time. You move your frequency up, your perspective up. Once over time, over days, over weeks, maybe over months, maybe over years, when you're able to stabilize and you've gained so much new perspective of yourself and of life, and your symbiotic relationship of yourself and life and your self-esteem has changed, now you can look back upon such things without getting sucked into them, because you maintain the overview. So now what used to trigger an afflictive emotion becomes more like a general everyday type of emotion that you can now study if you want to, observe and get to understand, why was I feeling that way? Because I believed that situation meant I was abandoned. Now I see I was never abandoned. My higher self, cosmic consciousness of God, it was all present in me that very moment. I just couldn't see it, but I see it now. So now, bringing my current perspective to that sort of past perspective that was at the time all I could see, and therefore the emotions that could respond to that were only negative. Now, I can look at that perspective, even look through the lens of it a little bit, but I can't believe in it anymore because I've learned too much about life. I've learned too much about my freedom. I've learned too much about my existence. So there's no way that this thought could now convince me to feel that way, to believe that way, and therefore feel that way. This is similar to the relationship episode we did, where I sort of described the process of being in deeply afflictive states about a partner leaving me, and now kind of just that causing a giggle in a way, where I can't believe in that perspective anymore. That cost me so much pain. That seemed to be my entire reality at the time. So emotions are not factual. They're never factual. They're always the opposite of factual, if we take it all the way. Any emotion is evidence that we're not seeing things clearly. But again, we address this in depth in the Emotional Guidance System episode. So again, I refer people to that one. So,
cool. Method 2. I love basically using an afflictive state as meditation boot camp practice.
Enforcer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's your higher self forcing you to sit your ass down and realize more of yourself.
Yeah, drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Love it.
So in that sense, it's a gift, and you can see that. Me looking back on my own afflictive phases in life, I just see how they purged and reprioritized my entire focus. So I'm only grateful for them, and I can only see how benevolent and divine, if you will, or intelligent that guidance system was. But at the time, I couldn't see that for sure. So it's all good. It's all you giving this gift to yourself. I know it doesn't feel that way when you're in it, but you'll see that later on. Have faith in that. That alone can bring you some soothing feelings that will take you a little bit out of that momentum of the afflictive state. Now, another step one could take, which arguably is even more advanced.
Is this the third method?
The third method, yeah, would be to investigate. But I really don't recommend this for most people, because you gotta sort of have this clarity already practiced to a high degree in order to not fall into an intellectualizing process with yourself. But it's asking yourself the question, who is it? What is the me that believes it's the one that's at the end of the stick of this experience? Who is this me? What is this me that believes this experience belongs to, or pertains to, or is happening to, or is created by? Because there is no such me. It is just another idea, a notion, a belief. So by asking that question, it's like our attention turns away from the canvas and back onto the viewer, the assumed participant or experiencer of the experiences, the assumed me or ego or sense of self that we just always throw into the mix. Whatever we see in life, whatever we experience, oh, there it is, the sense of me at the root of that experience. Because without that sense of me, you wouldn't feel like that experience belongs to you or that it affects you. So it's kind of the self-inquiry method as taught in some Advaita Vedanta, Ramana Maharshi. It's the question, what is I? Or who am I? But who am I is a bit more...
So there's connotations to that.
Yeah, there's in English, I think it's sort of a mistranslation, personally, from Nanyar, which is self-inquiry. The English translation, who am I think is quite confusing to people. I think what is I
love that.
Is better, or what is me, or who is me. But who am I is too common tongue language, and it has these connotations to it. So I would recommend the question, what is me? And this draws the attention to the root, the experiencer, which believes it's the victim of its experience, always. And then we can dissolve that notion. And then we become freer and freer and freer from being affected by all the emotions and thoughts and perspectives of a limiting nature. And then God realization becomes really stable and starts to really shine forth. And less do we assume this false identity that then suffers. But this is a more advanced process, and it requires sort of a keenness and a subtlety of mind being already developed. So they're kind of in order. Focus on something meaningless, bring all your concentration to that in as relaxed, as subtle a manner as possible, while you let the rest of your experience just kind of be and go and ignore it. And just start focusing in a different train of thought. Consistency, relentlessly, consistently. What's your better option? Just go and fucking do it. Give yourself that gift. I know it's boring, sober. Yes, it seems like you're ignoring your problems and you can't figure out this thing that you think is so important that's giving you so much pain. But that's the alternative. And you've been in it probably for days, probably for weeks, probably for months maybe. It's not paying off. The things you think you need to attend to clearly are not the things you need to attend to. You need to shift your focus, your attention. Grab a hold of your attention. Consistently focus on something meaningless. This reroutes the energy. Then when that opens up, you can recognize awareness. You can rest in the I amness. And then you can ask the question, what is the me that I even believe is the experiencer of these emotions? And then you can dissolve the me more and more. And the victim, therefore, this relentless victimization that we have, that we always insert into our experience with no good reason whatsoever. There's no proof for a little me. There's no evidence for it. There's bodies walking around, but that's not evidence of a me inside the body. So it's a core assumption that's causing all the suffering. It's the root misaligned belief. It's that I am a me. That's somehow not God. That's somehow different from infinite reality.
Cool. So what was the last afflictive state that you experienced yourself? And which of these methods did you use? If any.
Yeah, I've used all of them, like alternatingly, whatever worked, whatever I had access to in that type of moment, I would use.
I'm asking about the most recent one though, but I'm also curious because earlier you said that like even a normal state of human walking around is an afflictive state for you.
Not a human walking around. It's the human beliefs. It's what we call normal. It's what people see as reality. So reality is quite stable. Our collective reality perspective is quite stable. This is what's normal, this is what's not normal. Just because someone says something to you doesn't mean you have to take it personally. Therefore, you can relativize and be back in human reality. Like, oh yeah, those were just a bunch of words. So there's no real reason for me to continue this emotional perspective. Oh, okay, so I'm back in human reality, the human context. But there's so many flawed premises at the foundation of human perspective, what's humanly accepted as normal, that to me, any of those beliefs would feel similar. If I really believed in them, I would feel similarly constricted as someone who believes they've been wronged or this or that. So it's just a matter of perspective and what you're anchored in, what state of frequency is your predominant state. And the higher you go in that frequency, the freer you become, the more free you become also from this human paradigm of thought and belief. As for the most recent afflictive state, I honestly wouldn't be able to tell, because an afflictive state, I've had similar echoes as afflictive states in my experience, but they can't quite be compared to when you really believe in them. The closest thing probably was during my sort of process with the negative media kind of attacking me and giving all these distorted images of my work and my intentions and my character, and then all the effects it's had on the people around me, the crew, friends around me, and audience and so forth. I think that was the most recent thing that would be somewhat comparable to having afflictive states. I have deep emotional waves occur from time to time, but they're no longer personal, and they always serve some kind of a teaching discourse, or they're always inspiring me towards a certain direction. So it's a type of guidance for what's going on in the collective. I might wake up some days and be overcome with this feeling, but it's not personal. Therefore, it's not really an afflictive state, even if the emotional energy can be very intense and high and backed up with like lots of energy. It's not quite the same as an afflictive state because I'm not locked into that perspective, which is the crucial difference, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe that something is happening to me. It makes all the difference. So while the emotions can be just as intense in terms of their energy appearance, in terms of the feeling of it, as someone in an afflictive state, it's still not an afflictive state because I'm not on a train. I'm experiencing the train fully. I'm experiencing all the nuances of that train. But it's like I'm just a ghost that hovers through the train. It's like a visitor I can view and I can gain some knowledge from it somehow or channel it into a teaching for people. But it's not me. Like at any point I can exit the train.
Like watching a movie,
exactly. Yeah. So there's echoes like that, and there's some collective insights that happen through those kinds of experiences. But because this has gradually shifted to freedom more and more over the course of my life, that's why I can't really say when was my most recent afflictive state, because even in that period that I just mentioned with the negative media and friendships breaking up and people believing all kinds of nasty things about me, even that was already backed up with a lot of perspective and freedom. So yes, that was the most intense recent memory that felt perhaps the closest to being personal or hitting some kind of a personal assumption of me. But even so, I can't say that it's the same as like when my lover left me when I was 18 years old or something like that. You know? It's a different type of, because there's no real stuckness. There is stickiness to it though. So that's why I would call that the most recent kind of afflictive state, but it was already very malleable. It would only sting in the way that an afflictive state would make you feel stuck for a short amount of time, and then the excess would immediately return. And so it doesn't mean I wouldn't still feel the perspective and emotion. It doesn't mean I wasn't processing it and understanding it and trying to get to the root of what's the most balanced approach to this from love and wisdom being in unity. So there was a process involved. There was some stickiness involved. But again, it wasn't like I was completely stuck in the experience. So yeah, even though it felt more intense than my lover leaving me at a certain age, like when I was younger, even though these experiences were more intense, they were less afflictive or less constricting. They were less limiting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's a difference there. That's why freedom doesn't have to mean that we have no emotions. I mean, that's a very advanced state of consciousness where there are no emotions consistently. What's more important is that we can let our experience be as it is and relativize and continue to have access to a bigger perspective. That's a more relevant step for where we're at as human species right now. To realize that freedom doesn't mean you don't experience a certain emotion or you don't experience a certain perspective. It means that you're not constricted by it. You can see beyond it while it's happening. So then you can experience more and more simultaneously peace and freedom and bliss and pain and suffering and confusion, which sounds very weird, but you can have a simultaneous experience where they both coexist within the same state of consciousness or space of consciousness.
What about disconnect? Can you like experience disconnect while not having disconnect apply to you?
That's a good way actually of making the distinction. The experience of disconnect hasn't happened for me for a long time, except maybe there were a few very short moments which served a particular purpose, mainly to, for a moment, give me a taste of what it's like again, to be in the shoes of some of the people that I'm sharing my message with. So it generates, because if you don't have that experience of disconnect for, let's say, 2 years in a row, your perspective changes so much. And your perspective of stuckness and victimization changes so much that it becomes kind of difficult to relate to someone who believes they're disconnected, stuck, or victimized. You can understand it, but sometimes, I guess, I've wanted for myself or needed sort of a reminder of, oh, this is what it feels like when you have no access. So my experience of that is that even that wasn't personal still. That was me from a higher level of my consciousness than my ordinary physical consciousness, giving me a taste, an experience of disconnect that is very much out of my own free will. That's how that was experienced.
Like within your own free will.
Within my own free will, I was fully aware that I experienced the disconnect, but at the same time, I was fully aware. So I experienced the disconnect as real in that moment, but still, I was fully aware of the fact that I was choosing it for a purpose. Because at some point, you just can't disconnect entirely anymore, right? And that's what I hope to give people access to through this kind of work, because it's worth it. It's worth the practice. It's worth the understanding. And it's people's birthright to understand this and to be free and to ever know their connection to Source. And it will heal everything. It will heal everything in our thinking.
I think what you said earlier was important to remember, that we can never truly be disconnected, but only feel that we are disconnected.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And this might be too intellectual to really hit home if you're in an emotional state, but it can still be somewhat helpful if you realize in a moment where you feel so disconnected, if you remember that, first of all, you cannot ever be disconnected from consciousness, from God, from existing, from this infinite creation. And the proof for that in that moment is the fact that you're feeling disconnected. If you know the emotional guidance system and how it operates, because of your connection to the true reality of God, you can feel the emotional guidance system kicking in as the feeling of disconnect when you're believing that you're disconnected. The feeling of disconnect is just an emotion. It's just showing you the contrast of your belief in disconnect with the truth of connection. So the feeling of disconnect is evidence that you're still connected. So it's a bit intellectual perhaps, but I think it can provide people with some relief in those moments if you remember that. Mm-hmm. You can never truly be disconnected. It's impossible. And the proof for that is that you feel disconnected. That's the irony, but so you can use it in that way. Yeah. So when we then enter into a greater state of freedom, we again gain perspective. And as a result, the understanding and the acceptance of ourselves becomes easier. But you cannot accept something from the state of being that is creating that very experience of affliction. So you have to kind of step out of it. Because again, what is understanding? It is having more than one access point or perspective. You can't understand object A if you're not also having object or space B to compare it with. Understanding is a process of comparison. It's a process of contrast. It's a process of context. It's a process of having multiple views. A thing can never understand itself. It needs an observer. Similarly, your thought process cannot understand itself. It needs a different perspective to view that object or that thought. But if you have become so identified, unified with that perspective that's causing the afflictive state, then you can't understand it. So don't even try. Let it be. Focus on your access point to a new perspective, which again can just be meaningless object that you're concentrating on. And then the acceptance of self will follow. The understanding of that will naturally follow over time as you gain access again to greater freedom. If you really gain access to freedom, then it's instantly understood, typically. It's very like, of course, because you just see from such a clear point of view. There's no substance, there's no matter, there's no gravity anymore to the perspective that was impossible to understand when you were in its gravitational field. And you had not a bigger gravitational field of your own to contrast it by, to understand it with. So know yourself, accept yourself, and become the creator. These are very much linked. The more you become the creator, the easier it is to know and understand and accept yourself on a relative level as well. And sometimes not having access to it, to understanding yourself, leads instantly into accepting yourself. And then that opens the door again to knowing the creator. And then when that afflictive emotion again arises, you'll understand it and you'll be able to accept it because you have a new space of consciousness to compare it to understand it by. That's kind of the journey of using, or how I would use anyway, these afflictive states, to resolve them, to understand them, to accept them, and to transcend them.
Yeah, it's helpful to recognize and to remember that it's an afflictive state, I think that the moments where I've been in these kind of experiences, I didn't recognize that it was just a state. It was like, this is the end of the world, the end of my world. This is an affliction that I'm never going to get out of. And it just becomes like, oh, this black hole, and not the good kind.
I love the good kind of black hole. Just the right black hole. Oh, it's so great. It's true though.
I know.
There's a delicious black hole and there's a terrible black hole.
Exactly. So yeah, it's so helpful to recognize it's just a state, and that it is happening to you because you can handle it and you actually want to teach yourself through this. And to me, I did feel like, I don't know if I can handle this. I don't know if I can get through this. But now looking back, I can see that the fact I was even experiencing it to begin with was proof that I could handle it and get through this. On a higher level, it's like, my understanding is that it's a really terrible afflictive state is sort of the accumulation of a lot of misunderstandings and misperspectives. And then it's just, you're ready to make a quantum leap. So your higher self just says, okay, take it all at once. You got this.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's so helpful to recognize that you have got this if you're experiencing it and you've chosen it.
Nice.
That is so helpful.
Yeah. And you wouldn't have chosen it if you couldn't handle it.
Beautiful. Because the worst part about it is not even the emotions. It's to believe that you're all alone, that you can't handle it, that God doesn't love you, or that you're somehow unworthy or abandoned. That's the most painful part of these things, that you're a victim of it, that there's no way out of it, that there's no help, no guidance, no love, that's the most painful perspective. It's not even the initial emotional trigger, right? And actually, this reminds me of another method people can apply when it's sort of in between this scale of emotional affliction, between sort of the everyday emotional thing that you can kind of play with and understand and investigate, in between that and the emotion that is just so afflictive that you can't do anything with it. And that is to just sort of bring full presence to the emotional feeling and to feel it without labeling it, right? Now, if you're in a truly, deeply, extremely afflictive state, even that is not doable because you're too close to the perspective that you have, and it'll just conjure up more perspectives of a negative nature, and you'll be distracted by them. So the only thing you can do is radically allow it to be as it is, and therefore ignore it and grab a hold of your attention and place it somewhere else is all you can do. But if it's not quite that extreme, but it is quite painful, it is like a heartbreak kind of thing or something like that. But you have some space to interact with it without completely collapsing in it. Then I can recommend also the simple method of just feeling the feelings, bringing awareness. Awareness is always here. You don't bring it, but allowing the feeling to be experienced and witnessed by awareness, by your consciousness, that innate principle of I am and I know that I am. Allowing yourself to experience the feelings and just maintaining the witnessing state so that you don't go into thoughts about it. You don't define it. You don't label it. You don't try to intellectually understand the emotion. Intellectual insights might come as a result of just feeling the essence of the feeling without additions, without descriptions, just letting it be as it is. And a beautiful thing can happen. Typically, the more advanced we are in these spiritual practices of self-realization, it becomes easier, is that when we just become present to a feeling, we find a golden nugget within it, which is really the entire thing is the golden nugget. In other words, when we stop resisting it with descriptions and labels and definitions and just feel it, just have the courage to feel it just in its raw state, no intellectualizing, no definitions, no descriptions. Stay as empty of describing it as you can. Don't describe your experience. Just be it. Just feel it without getting lost in it. But you can only get lost in the description. So, or definition or belief. So, but to just purely feel it, be fully present to it, you start to over time transmute it. You start to discover something beautiful, which is that every emotion is made up of the same presence, the same love that is the creator in manifest form, in energetic form. So you're starting to access the essential energy manifestation of the infinite creator, that very sort of substratum essential first type of manifestation, that presence energy that then is the primordial substance for everything else to be made out of. And if you can be with your feelings without labeling them, without getting lost in the sensuality of them, without describing them, without trying to change them, just allowing them to be exactly as they are. If you can find that courage, that stillness, that presence, and then just feel them as they are, they begin to take on a golden shape, a golden color, if you will. They start to sort of radiate something else. That's not the described emotion. It is, yes, the emotional feeling is there, but because the definitions are dropped and the acceptance arises, now we start to align ourselves with this primordial energy field, and therefore we start to see the love as the emotion. We start to see the emotion as being love, light energy, that primordial, essential presence energy of God. And then we're transmuting it, and there's a sense of unity and inseparability with it. And then there's no problem because we're not opposing it. We're not resisting it. We're not against it. We're not trying to change it or control it. We're accepting it, and therefore we're becoming one with the essence of it. And that just reveals itself to be this beautiful golden love light, if you will.
That's very cool.
That's beautiful.
It's kind of like the first method then, like being present to the wood or being present to it's like that same focus on.
Yep. Yes, exactly. But if it's a super afflictive state, that we only have access to negative emotions when we're present to our emotions, then you can't quite do that because you'll just get sucked into negative thoughts.
Yeah.
Right? But if it's somewhere in between, sort of a random everyday emotion and a deeply afflictive state, so if it's like a sort of a deep heartbreak, but you're not totally victimized by it, you can see kind of through it and with it, then you can beautifully apply this method, and it's very healing. And you will then, through that process, understand the emotion also. You will understand yourself through the acceptance of it, through the total allowance of it, and then the recognizing the essential energy that makes up the energy of the emotion by just feeling it, by being present to it. It is exactly the same method, actually, mechanically speaking, as focusing on the wood of the table and the way light reflects off of it. Because what you're doing is you're taking your attention away from the definitions and you're shifting it to something else. In this case, the presence of the emotion rather than the thought about the emotion. But if you're present to the emotional feeling, it's still very close to your conditioned, boxed in perspective that generated the emotional response in the first place. So it's not, we don't always have access to this courage, this naked, present awareness that recognizes the essence of an emotion to be love and light. If it's too convincing, if it's too painful, so then the only thing we can typically do is sort of ignore it and focus on something else entirely that's not meaningful to us, that doesn't trigger the same thoughts or perspectives. So there's this wide range sort of fluidity to our consciousness, which emotions have a beautiful way of showing us how fluid and malleable our consciousness and our attention and our self-creating, self-conjuring up capacities really are. And we gain this freedom and this malleability through facing those emotions in different ways. But I did want to add that to sort of the in-between type of emotion.
That's great.
Beautiful.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. Would these methods also apply for someone that's experiencing afflicted states in a group setting, for instance, or like social encounters? Because I do feel a lot of people like experience like really intense anxiety or different emotions when they're like in a group setting.
Yeah, in my experience, from my own experience, when I was in a truly afflictive state, I would not be in social situations. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, it's possible, it can happen. But typically, I wouldn't be hanging out and sort of being anxious. I would define that as sort of the in-between, maybe. Either the general emotions or a little bit higher than that, a little bit more intense than that. But the truly extremely afflictive states are debilitating. You're not social. You just shut down. You're like, you don't know what to do, and you're stuck. in most cases, of course it's possible, but in most cases, I would say in group settings, if you're even already in group settings, typically that type of anxiety is more of an everyday type of nature. And it just comes with the package of your low self-esteem and thinking that you are a person inside of a body, which is impossible. But we believe it. We insert all the time, that back burner sense of self that's on the back burner. It's just there. It's just in the background. I am experiencing this. I am being watched right now. You're not being watched. That's a total assumption. But because we have that sense of me always inserted into the canvas of life, we have to investigate that. But therefore we feel anxious in social circumstances. And then we can bring the presence of awareness to it and not define it. Just allow ourselves to feel the discomfort of the anxiety and not react and flee into thoughts or trying to change it, control it, stop it, avoid it. Just find the courage to be naked with it. Feel the vulnerability of it until it turns ultimately into a feeling of indestructibility. That's the golden you that comes out of it. But initially, just take those small steps to more and more break the chain of describing your experience and trying to change it and avoid it, and just let it be. Develop the courage of naked consciousness, of naked acceptance, naked awareness. Be naked, be naked, be naked, be naked. Allow to be as it is. And then gradually over time, you'll become that interior alchemist, and it will change the color, the shape, the size, the nature, the feeling, the essence of the emotion will be revealed to you. You'll become a discoverer of God's love in all forms. So in social situations, I would suggest the anxiety is based in some ego construct, and therefore you can allow it. For the most part, you can practice that allowance and you can transmute it. Does that relate to or resonate with your example?
I think so. I don't know. I just loved the energy of it, like discovery of God's love.
Cool. But does that answer your imagined scenario? Or you have a more specific kind of example or question about it?
It does answer mine, but I'm kind of I want to position myself in someone that's maybe not that experienced with like just releasing and being more naked.
Mm-hmm. So, well, what do you do then? If you're already more experienced in it, then you could teach the same answer to your question. How have you become more able to be more courageous and more naked with your anxiety in social circumstances? What's that first access point that you would recommend to people?
Nice. Good question. It is to not wanting or not efforting to hide something or believing that there's something wrong or that I need to hide something or that I might be afraid something be revealed, exposed.
Yep.
So that's like just creates these pockets where stuckness or anxiety can creep in.
Great.
Which kind of is the same thing that you were saying, like just being naked more and more.
Yep. But I love your specific nuance of that being to drop the fear for the outcome in a way, to drop the fear of being discovered and exposed. Because what we call the ego, that imagined sense of me in the background of every canvas painting experience of our life, it always wants to hide its true falseness. It wants to hide the fact that it's not real. And it's got 10,000 different ways to do that, more probably. And these are all sort of layers of self-deceit, layers of self-control, layers of manipulation, layers of hiding, layers of avoiding, layers of recontextualizing things, layers of describing things in certain ways, layers of justifying things, layers of avoiding certain circumstances, certain people at certain times, all to avoid being seen by you, not by others, by you. But you think it's you trying to avoid. That's because you're hijacked, right? We're hijacked by the false self. It's a hijacker of our sense of self. It's like a little virus. It's like a little COVID-19 called me. And it's hijacked our consciousness, our sense of self. So now we're operating on behalf of COVID-19. So we're wearing masks because we don't want to be seen. We don't want to show our true selves. So we think, but actually not the case at all. And if you can see this, you can break through it very quickly. But you got to be ready to be free of your false self, which you think is you. That's the tricky part. It's like you got to be willing to have your ego die in front of you. But if you think you're your ego, you will never want to die.
Wow.
It has hijacked you. It will consistently hide its self-deceiving layers. It will continue to lie and not know that it's lying, or partially know that it's lying, but have yet another layer ready to justify why or how the lie is not really a lie, or how everyone is lying in that way, so it's normal. So to burn through those layers of self-deceit, we need to know that we're not that hijacked version of ourselves. We're not the virus. We're not COVID-19. We're bigger than that. We are bigger than the one that feels anxious in that situation. So instead of us hiding from being exposed in the eyes of others, we need to realize that it's the ego not wanting to be seen by us. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And it's using us and other people to accomplish its aim. So we got to realize that the one who's afraid to be exposed is not us by others. It is the ego by us using others.
Fuck, I love that so much.
Mm. So if you can see that, you can take a shortcut. You can take a direct route and cut the bastard off at the root using all the love in the world. Like, love it to death. Be radically slice it off. Nope. I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm not going to believe I am this person that feels anxious about being exposed, because that's not me. It's just this hijacked person that's been in the back of my taxi for all my life, taking on different shapes and sizes and forms and instructing me to go left and right. And I've just been doing its bidding. It hasn't paid me once. Hasn't paid me once. Maybe in childhood, when I needed to navigate a tricky emotion or situation where my dad was abusive and I had to protect myself. There's some reason to that, right? So then we create this monster in the back of the seat that keeps us safe. But that's, for most people, not necessary. Now it's just a self-perpetuating story, and then it creates circumstances that seem to mimic that reality being needed, because we're now identified with the voice in our head. But the voice in our head is observable, and anything observable cannot be us. Anything. So the thinker cannot be us. Therefore, the hijacker, the mind, the ego cannot be us. So it's not us afraid to be exposed in the eyes of others. It's our own guest, our little beautiful, loving, monstrous guest in the back seat that doesn't want us to kick it out of our cab. And so it uses us to navigate and lie and manipulate and pretend and all that stuff. Fun, huh?
That's so cool.
But the way to do that is to just gain more courage in naked exposure, because that's how we sever the connection between the hijacker and our true selves, between the analyzing, thinking, egoic mind and our true, ever-present free self, which is already free of whatever we observe. But we identify with what we observe, and we put it in the background of our subconscious, and it continues to operate as if it's its own entity. And we think it is us, and we think it defends us, and it's on behalf of us, but it's not. It's robbing us of all our energy, inspiration, clarity, self-knowledge, truthfulness, sincerity, earnestness, love, compassion, spiritual progress, advancement, and so forth. So it's really not our friend anymore. It's time to let go of that toxic friendship. So expose it to death. Here's my most shameful moment, guys. I've been using all of you in the following way. If you can, that's an extreme example, but you could, if you're ready to part ways with the monster in the backseat, doesn't mean you should hate it, because it has served you. You've invited it in. It's your choice. It's not, it's just offering its services. You've let it into your cap. So when I say monster, yes, it's a monster, but it's really our own allowance. It's us enabling it. So it deserves sort of gratitude. At the same time, it deserves our decision to sever all ties with it. I'm done with you. And at the same time, a feeling of, I love you. Thank you very much for your service, but it's no longer needed. So I'm not trying to imply that we should fight the ego, because that just is more of the same thing. We should love it to death, but radically and decisively, if we want quick progress and quick freedom. and quick self-knowledge and quick enlightenment. We need to be ready to part ways, and therefore it doesn't matter what is exposed, because it's not us that's exposed. It's the ego, the monster in the back seat that we are now becoming aware of. And you can use other people as reflectors to accelerate that. But it takes some courage. What is courage? Courage is, in this context, knowing that you're more than the guy in the back seat, the monster in the back seat. That's all it is. Knowing that you are more than the monster in the back seat of your mind. Once you know that, you have faith, you have courage. Now to expose the monster, it's not so big of a deal, because you know you are more than the monster. You know that they can leave your cabin, you'd be fine without them. You no longer need them to protect you. You can now consciously reason and see and decide for yourself what is safe, what's not safe, what is true, what's not true. As a 6-year-old, yeah, you need some protection. So you invite in this monster in the back of your cab. But at some point, you got to kick him out, lovingly. Thank you. Okay. This is your stop,
okay,
isn't
bye-bye.
it? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Radically, lovingly say, no more. That's not who I am. Find that naked courage to rediscover who you really are and to ditch the hijacker. With love. With gratitude. But not with continuing to enable it. Not with complacency. Not with giving into it. Not with believing in what it says. Courage is the ability to not believe in your own thinking process. To know that you're more than your thoughts. And then exposure becomes less dangerous because you know it's not you that gets exposed. It's the guy in the back of the seat. It's not me. Oh, I've never manipulated. I've never controlled. I've never been false. I've never wanted these false things. I've never wanted safety and security in distorted ways. I've always been pure and free. But I believed I was this voice that is observable. Therefore, how can I be it? So stop believing in it. The real way to believe in yourself is to stop believing in yourself. Stop believing in everything you think is you. That's true faith in yourself. True courage, naked being. Let what come. Let what goes, go. And let it burn up in the clarity of consciousness. Be free. Free yourself from yourself. It's the biggest freedom. Because you're not this. You're not what you're defending. So, something like that.
What about any homework?
Kick out the hitchhiker.
Yeah.
It's been a long ride. It's been a long road trip with a stranger in the back seat. And you've adopted its toxic thoughts and life philosophy. Imagine at the age of 5 or 6, picking up this hitchhiker out of good intentions. Like, oh, maybe he can help me and I can help him. And ever since you've been road tripping for like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, you've been road tripping with this stranger in the back. But then he's no longer a stranger, is he? In fact, if it's just you and the hitchhiker for 60 years in the car, it's going to feel like you're married. It's going to feel like it's exactly who you are. There's going to be no distinction in your sense of self between your true sense of self and the false sense of self. So now you've become one with the toxic thoughts. You've accepted them all as if they are your free will. They've never been your free will, because it's never been your soul's priority to be safe, secure, protected, having acquired lots of things and success and status. That's never been your intention, ever. But you've adopted these things as a means to compensate for lack of courage. What's courage? The faith that you are free from anything that's observable, including your own thoughts. When you gain that faith, you'll gain the courage to act on that faith. And then exposing yourself doesn't make much of a difference anymore. In fact, it helps you remove the Band-Aid, this toxic Band-Aid that just keeps the wound festering. Take it off and you'll heal very quickly. But you got to be willing to not believe in yourself. And that takes faith in yourself.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so that's the homework. I mean, do it as you please. But it's just a radical decision of self-honesty realizing how you've been full of shit like 100,000 different ways every day, how you've manipulated everything, how you've tried to control everything, and just see that that's never really been you. That'd be the homework. And then you find a lot of your afflictive states will disappear as well, if not all of them. Because part of the voice in the back of your seat, in the back of your mind, that false sense of me, is continuously suggesting that you're lacking things, that you're not worthy, that you're not good enough, that you're not perfect yet, that you don't deserve love, that you can die, that you can lose somebody, that you can lack what you need. It's telling you all this stuff because it's the hitchhiker's own journey. It's not yours, but you've adopted it as truth because it's the only voice you've ever heard for like the past, for your adult life and longer. So find a way to lovingly sever that connection with the toxic guest in the back of your mind. See that you're ready to let it go. And the afflictive states will then also very quickly disappear. Because they're not part of who you are. They're false suggestions. Afflictive states are based in false suggestions, made by the me you think you are on the back of the seat. But you're not. You're the driver. You're free from any hitchhikers. Cool. Any additions? Are we good?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
have a fabulous day.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of the Mirror Talks podcast with Bentinho Massaro. If you love these teachings and you want full access to almost all of Bentinho's recorded material, go to bentinhomassaro.tv. Right now, we're offering a free 7-day trial with unlimited access to everything on bentinhomassaro.tv, including curated playlists, guided meditations, and much more. This is our #1 recommendation for you. As a subscriber, you'll get first access to these podcast episodes 2 weeks before they go public. You'll also get access to exclusive Q&As with Bentinho and other content only available to subscribers of bentinhomassaro.tv. Also, Bentinho recently created a free online global enlightenment retreat. It's 8 long-form sessions that coherently guide you through the foundation of his enlightenment teachings. You can watch the free online global enlightenment retreat at bentinhomassaro.tv or on YouTube. If you're interested in the most current and complete overview of Bentinho's work to date, this is where we recommend you start. Another great resource is Trinfinity Academy, Bentinho's free online school for enlightenment, empowerment, and infinity. Each class is concise and clear and distills one key topic at a time, including homework. We strongly recommend you check out Trinfinity Academy if you want to master the mechanics of Bentinho's teachings. Finally, don't underestimate the value of sharing this episode with the people who came to mind as you were watching or listening. It's a service to them and the collective, and it's also the best thing you can do to support us in getting this message far and wide. We also encourage you to like, subscribe, and leave positive reviews and ratings on your preferred platforms, and follow Bentinho on social media.
Hi. So there's this quote I came across about anger, that one moment of patience can save you 100 moments of regret. So the question then becomes, how do you become that person who, in the midst of turbulence and turmoil and angry emotions, are calm? By the end of this video, you'll be able to walk away with practical tips that you could apply right away to improve how you manage your emotions with yourself and your emotions with others. I'm Monica, and I recently graduated with a degree in neuroscience, and I'm now pursuing medicine. I'm really passionate about making psychiatry accessible for everyone. So this video is a part of the Ask an Expert series, where we chat about mental health topics and psychological topics with experts. Today, I am just so honored to have Dr. Conti back. You may remember him from our last live stream, which is accessible from the Ask an Expert live stream playlist. Welcome back, Dr. Conti.
Thanks for having me.
I'm glad to
Thank
be
you
back.
so much. Thank you so much for being back. And I'm so excited for our chat today.
I feel like we have so much to cover and so much information. And I love that you opened saying that we're going to give everyone practical examples, because what we're going to do is give you really real world stuff that you can immediately take after watching this video and help your life find more peace.
Exactly. With something like anger, I feel like it can be so exhausting to just hold it in with yourself, or just be sometimes angry with yourself or angry with others. Like, if only we could find a way to better manage that. And that's exactly what we're just going to be diving into today.
100%. It's fascinating because we are the only ones who have unrestricted access to our minds. And when you think about this, it really is powerful, because if we really truly realize that, then we'll stop giving our power away to other people. Like, we let people who anger us, who do things we don't like, to control our inner world. And once we realize this, we say, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore.
That really brings up a really important point, and like the kind of first main idea that I want to bring up regarding anger, about how to really recognize and control how sometimes anger really comes from within. Because sometimes we often think that we're angry because someone else made us angry, or something has happened that just is the reason why we're angry. But ultimately, it's our decision. It's our ability to control that, what we kind of filter from the world, that ultimately causes us to be angry. So I guess we can just jump right into any kind of practical tips on how to better, have control of your own emotions.
Yeah, the very first thing, and we hit on this last video, but if someone hadn't seen that yet, I want to jump in with this at the beginning, and that is this. I believe there's a difference between what I call the cartoon world and the real world. So our cartoon world, and I call it cartoon world because it's not real. It's the world that it's according to our shoulds. So people should think the way I want them to think. They should feel, they should believe what I want them to believe. They should do what I want them to do. And then there's the real world. So there's our cartoon world, and then there's the real world. And what I've done for my career is help people learn to align their expectations with reality. In other words, so Monica, let's say I'm driving down the road and I got to get somewhere. And when I'm on the road, there's a bunch of traffic. And I say to myself, in my cartoon world, this traffic shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening to me right now. I'm going to be really angry. But if I align my expectations with reality, which is anytime I go out on the highway, there could be traffic. Now I'm more prepared for it. Doesn't mean I'll be happy when I see the traffic, but it means I'll be more prepared for it. And I think that's a really good place to anchor our conversation, is that we master what we practice. And if we practice being impulsive and reactive, well, we get really good at that. But if we practice being mindful and in control, well, we get really good at that too.
I love the last part you just said, especially we master what we practice. I remember when I was preparing for exams, just on the topic of like anxiety, I would ask myself, why am I expecting myself to be so calm when on a day-to-day basis, when I don't even have exams, I'm already, sweating all the time, just worried about things. Like, it makes no sense. So just bringing it back to what we were talking about with your example, like having tips to be able to just go through your everyday without, having emotional outbursts is a way that is kind of protected. So when we have those experiences that can, drive our emotions up, it's not, overflowing or is not going crazy. So it's a really good point you brought up there.
Well, it's almost as if I'm talking to you during those moments when you're struggling, I would almost have this vision that you're putting on boxing gloves and hitting yourself. And I almost want to stop you from hitting yourself. Like, I shouldn't be upset right now, and I shouldn't be stressed. But if you are, then you're giving yourself the extra problem of, not only am I anxious, but now I have all these shoulds that I shouldn't be anxious. And that makes it even more complicated. So at least be easy on yourself from the beginning and recognize that as human beings, our emotions will ebb and flow. We'll go up, we'll go down. Then that's okay. It's normal. But I think it'll be less extreme if we accept it And it'll be more extreme if we say, this can't be happening. I can't take this. That's where we really intensify our own emotions.
Amazing. So just already, for those who just joined us, I have written down in my head to, number one, practice being objective, aligning what we kind of see with what actually, or what we think with what is actually happening. Number two, just being able to master what we practice and hopefully kind of be accepting rather than, just kind of rejecting whatever is coming to us and how we feel. And I wonder if this is really kind of, well, I think actually this is quite general, like it would apply to anything, but any sort of tips that are more kind of situation specific, whether it's like, I don't know, being angry because you messed up about something, whatever it is.
There we go. Let's go. That's a perfect one. So I quite literally did this morning. I forgot to let my wife know about my schedule, so I confused my schedule for what I have going on this week. So we ultimately remedied it and we fixed it, and I could switch days on things. But in that moment, when I realized that I forgot, I dropped the ball and I messed up my schedule, I had the immediate thoughts that anybody would have. Like, I practice this every day, day in and day out. But in those first moments when I thought, oh no, I messed this up, my thoughts could go really negative really quickly and I could get down on myself. What I had to do was say, stop. I'm a human being. Of course, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not going to minimize it. I'm going to own it. But then I'm going to do the only thing I can do, which is work with what I can do. So I talked to the people about the schedule. We figured out what we could do. We made a plan and we fixed it, because spending a whole bunch of time saying, oh, this is terrible and I'm awful, that would not really be productive. And then that would not help the rest of my day. Matter of fact, I'll give you a little teaching tale that I think can be really helpful for this. So I like this concept. So you, me, we've all messed up, and then we get mad at ourselves when we mess up. So in the land of fools, there was this guy who had 250 cows, and one of his cows accidentally fell off a cliff. And then he said to himself, well, now my herd will never be complete. It's not complete because one of them is missing. So he just started driving the rest of his cows off the cliff. And as he's driving off all 250 cows, somebody says to him, what are you doing? He said, well, my herd will never be complete, so I might as well just get rid of all of them. And the people just hit their heads and laughed at this foolish man who got rid of his 250 cows, all because he messed up on one of them. And it's a teaching tale, so don't worry, no cows were harmed in the making of this metaphor. But the great thing about this lesson is, if we mess up and then we start beating ourselves up, we start to let those mistakes compound. And so it comes back to saying, why am I pushing my metaphorical cows off the edge of the cliff? Yes, I lost one, but that doesn't mean I'm going to drive the rest of them off the cliff.
Yeah, so I think it kind of, when you were giving that story, it really reminds me of the idea of like just taking responsibility. Because at that time, like when that person is like, throwing out their cows or whatever, driving them off the cliff, to them, they're like, oh, like, I don't even know what do you think is going on in their minds? Like, hypothetically, when someone's just doing something that they know is actually causing something to be worsening the overall outcome. Like, what is actually going on?
So I specialize in working with people convicted of violent crimes. This has been the specialty of my profession for what I've done for 2 decades. And what I see is that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So if I feel like I'm no good, I'm worthless, I'm nothing, then why not hurt myself or others? And there is a difference between guilt and shame. So guilt is feeling bad about something we've done to hurt someone. That's normal. That's healthy. Like, if we do something, we feel guilt, we can learn from it. That's okay. Guilt is feeling bad about something we've done. Shame, however, is feeling bad about who we are. And my research for more than 2 decades has shown me that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So that's what happens in people's minds when they start to get this sense of shame. Well, I'm no good. And so they start to develop this narrative that is really hurtful to their own inner peace first and foremost, but then that starts to go out toward the world. And now they say, well, I already messed up this relationship, so now I'm just going to be angry at the next person, and I'm going to be spiteful to the next person. And so until you stop and reset, it can keep compiling no differently than the person who's pushing the cows off the edge of the cliff.
So that idea of responsibility, how does one then kind of switch, take that responsibility to then say, okay, what I'm doing is wrong. Like maybe it's not the most productive. Let's just say not the most productive. And how can I become and channel that into someone I want to be and someone who's like, just being more, doing more healthy decisions, acting more healthily.
So that's such a great question. I think to me, like that exemplifies your insight and consciousness to be able to say, okay, so what do I do? So I think that when we can start to say, now what? Now, what do we do? The past is gone and there's nothing we can do, no matter how much insight we ever get, to get 1 single second back. The future's hypothetical, hasn't been created yet. The only moment that exists is this moment. And so the question is, what do we do from this moment forward? I did over 100 episodes of a podcast called Tackling Life with NFL legend Ray Lewis, first ballot Hall of Fame football player. And we interviewed an astronaut once. Did I tell you about Reed Wiseman the last time we talked? I mean, I might not have mentioned it, but
I don't think so. I would love to hear it.
I don't think I did. So Reed Wiseman was one of my favorite interviews I ever got to do. And he's an astronaut who walked in space. And when you think about the magnitude of that, fewer than 200 people in the history of humanity have walked in space. And yet this astronaut walked in space. I got to speak to him. It was awesome. So one of the things that he said, and I don't remember if it was on our show or off air, but it was this, it was, when you're in space and something goes wrong, you don't have time to think, oh, I can't believe Sally didn't fix that. I can't believe Bill let this happen. The only thing you can do when you're hurling through space in a spaceship is work the problem. What can I do from this moment forward? So to me, there is a brilliance to your question. What do we do now? The past is gone. The future hasn't been created. So what can we do in this moment? And what I say, and this is the most concrete thing that I can give you, is be accurate with your language. Be accurate. It wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. You made a mistake. So what do I do now? Well, I can be accurate with my language. I can stop myself from perpetuating this extreme language. I'm terrible. This was awful. The person who cut me off in traffic, they're a horrible person. No, the car drove a little closer to my car than I wanted it to. The person at work said something that I would have preferred she not say. Like, it's really, when I'm accurate, it really curtails the amount of anger that I'm about to have.
Can I just say, this advice was shared from the last episode of the podcast, and it is life-changing. Since you said that, I have applied it to my own life, not only for just like anger, but just on my day-to-day basis, and it has just elevated my happiness and the way that I see things. So thank you. I'm just going to type it in the chat for anyone here who has missed it, because it's truly life-changing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. No, and I feel grateful that you share it like that and phrase it like that, because what I do at this point in my career, January, I've been doing this work for 25 years. And what I do is, at this point in my career, when I do presentations, and I do a lot of trainings on yield theory that I created. So we'll do 3-day, 5-day trainings. And what I do is I say, look, these are exciting because I take 25 years of sitting down with people, more than 20,000 hours of clinical experience, being blessed, humbled to sit one-on-one with people where they share their most intimate secrets with me. And I take the information that was truly life-changing, those moments that made a change and helped them shift. And I get to give all of those in like a condensed way. And that's why I get excited about what I share, why I'm excited when you and I speak, why I love how hungry you are for information, because when we can make this information applicable to everyone out there who's watching, it really is a game changer. Life-changing stuff doesn't mean it has to be you have to have these lights come on and the music, it goes, wait a minute, this technique, if I apply it day in, day out, will radically shift the way I experience life. That's what it is.
And I think this is perfect because it really draws back to the idea that we mentioned earlier. When I am accurate with my language, I'm better able to disentangle my expectations with my reality. Mm-hmm. When I thought that I was going to get just last week when I sat my med school exams, 25% on my exams. Like I was very sure. I was like, I'm going to fail this exam. I'm going to get a 25. I then took a step back. I was like, wait, no. I've studied more than half of this material. My friends have quizzed me on this, and I've been able to answer more than 50% of it. I don't think I'll necessarily fail, but maybe I won't do as well as I wanted to. And even that, like recognizing that, helped me realize what I told myself versus like what the reality really was. And that in turn helped me reduce my anxiety, which, you know, is amazing. So I think being able to apply this for like all the different scenarios, whether it's anger, anxiety, I don't know, like sadness, is a really, really great tool. And with that, I just wanted to pick up on the second point that you mentioned about yield theory, because we've mentioned so many applicable tools. One that I think someone has just mentioned right now, Dasha, how to communicate without getting angry so fast, like these kind of things. But what is the theory behind it? And I know you created yield theory, and you know I would love to learn more about the theory. Sorry, that was so long.
So I would love. So I'm grateful. So here's I'm going to take you back to the beginning. In 1998, I was in my room and I was in a meditation, and I had this vision. And here was the vision. Here's how it kind of came unfolded to me. And I've spent the rest of that time refining it, and now it is an evidence-based approach. It's a theory on counseling, and I wrote about it in Walking Through Anger. But let me show you the initial metaphor. So I was thinking, like, let's say a car is going down the highway the wrong way, and you want to stop that car. Well, you could drive head first into that car head on, and you could stop that car. But one or both of you is going to get pretty hurt. But what if instead of smashing into this car going the wrong way, instead you say, you know what? I'm going to merge with it, like at a yield sign. I'm going to yield with this car, and I'm going to go with, trying to get my hands on this guy. So I'm going to go with it. Now, as I'm driving with this car, my car next to this car, this is a hypothetical thought experiment. So let's suspend reality. The car says, okay, we're driving in the same direction. Let's save some gas. So I jump in their car, and now I'm seeing out of their windshield. I'm actually seeing the windshield that they're seeing out of. And over time, when they trust me, let's say it's a long enough journey, they get tired. They say, I want you to drive. And now I get to be in their exact chair. And then I can help steer them down a different path. And that was the original metaphor for yield theory. Meet people where they are. Do your best to see from their perspective. And this is more than just walking a metaphorical mile in someone's shoes. This is me imagining that I had a person's cognitive functioning. So I had their intellect, their affective range, their ability to experience emotions, and their life experiences. And what I say, and this is powerful metaphor. This is big. What I say is, I believe that if I would have lived every day as another person, I would have made every single decision they made. And the reason why that's a very big assumption is this. I work with people. I specialize in violence. I work with people convicted of violent crimes. I work with serial murderers. I work with people who are serial rapists. So how can I say, if I was them, I would have done everything they did? Well, first of all, it's not a philosophical, logical argument, right? It's an a priori argument that doesn't make logical sense. But here's what it does for me. When I'm able to say, because we often say, well, I had a hard life and I didn't do that, or I had a tough situation and I didn't do that. You had your brain doing that. You had your intellect doing that. So imagine you're that other person. Now, here's what this does. It wipes away judgment for me. So then when I meet people where they are, and let's say someone's really angry, I can listen to that person and I can truly listen without judgment. And I can say, look, the past is gone. I can't change a single second of the past. But if I listen to you and I validate what you're experiencing, now we get you out of that anger, and I can help move toward helping you make better decisions. So that's the substance. And ultimately, yield theory comes down to doing three things. Because I told you last time, Monica, I try to make things really simple for people. So I think we're always skeptical of other people. Like, we're skeptical, especially if someone disagrees with us. Boy, we could be skeptical all day. But I always say, I want to be skeptical of my own ego. I want to be skeptical of my own thoughts. I want to challenge my own thoughts. So I sat back and I said to myself, well, what do I really do? Like, I stand at a cell door in maximum security prisons and I talk to people. I sit in a comfortable Zen setting in my office and I talk to people. What do I do? And I do 3 things. And this is what I would tell people to do. I listen, I validate, and I explore options. So you're with that family member who's so angry, and maybe they're being really self-centered. I've seen a couple comments say, how do I deal with a narcissistic family? And I see that word come up a lot in the chat. And so think about this. They're really self-centered. Your initial thought is, I'm going to go tell them what they need to do differently, but they're not going to hear that. So that's like smashing the car head on. You can tell them they're wrong, but they're not going to listen to you. But if you put yourself behind their eyes and you truly listen to them, and then you validate that experience, like, my goodness, that sounds like that was really awful for you. That sounded like that was really difficult for you. And and here's the key, not just validating, but validate until they feel validated. Because you know as well as I do, we all want to be heard. And if somebody keeps saying things over and over again, that person probably doesn't feel heard. So when we can help them really feel heard, now that we're validating them, now they feel better neurologically. And you know this from neuroscience. When you're angry, you're in your limbic system. You're in your amygdala and you're getting really fired up. That's that fight or flight response. But once you feel validated and that emotional release, now you move to more the frontal cortex, your higher level decision making. And now we can explore options. Now we can say, okay, now where do we go from here? What's the best decision to make from this moment forward? So it's powerful. I know there's a lot to take in, but it's powerful.
So I'm just going to summarize, and just to make sure that I completely understood, at the core of yield theory is to really take someone's perspectives and to try to see what they see and to meet them where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And to really break it down, it's to really listen, to actually think about the meaning of the words they're saying, not just kind of listening like whatever, like actually, what are they trying to tell me? To validate, to make them actually feel like they are heard, not just being, yes, I'm so sorry. Like, no, like actually listening, validating, and then coming up with solutions that you guys can both agree, like kind of meeting in the middle. That's kind of what I drawn from it.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. It's incredible, because it's funny, because like in this comments, you have tons of people and they're all talking about different things. But I happen to see on one, they go, well, if Monica's shaking her head, she's not listening. And here you go. You just accurately summarized everything I just said. And so sometimes we look at other people and we have a projection that what we're seeing is the truth. When if we truly take time to listen, we go, wait a minute, maybe the world's not unfolding the way I think. And that's challenging our own egos. Honestly, that's one of the toughest things that any of us has to do, because our ego is our sense of self, and our ego wants to say, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. But that's not reality. Reality is we all can challenge our own egos.
And so I have a few follow-up questions, actually. One that has just been coming up from the chat. What do you do in terms of exploring options when the other person is unwilling to explore those options? Because ultimately it takes 2 to tango, doesn't it?
It does. It does. So my whole career has been, I've spent a lot of time with people who have been mandated to see me. Like, think about this. In the state of California, I had a center for people convicted of violent crimes. Now, once they get out of prison for committing a violent crime, they were sentenced to 52 weeks of anger management. This is outpatient. This is outside of prison. And they had to come to this anger management, and they had to pay for it out of pocket. So you can imagine how angry people were to see me. Now, I could sit and be like, well, they're just angry, they're resistant. Or I can put myself behind their eyes and go, wow, if I just spent time in prison or jail and I got sentenced to do this too, I would be angry as well. And so I would really listen, and I would validate that. And I wouldn't force people to talk. I would say, listen, if you need more time, you need more time. Like, who am I to say when you're ready to speak? And because I wasn't doing it as a technique, I wasn't doing it to say, okay, now you should hurry up and speak. I was being genuine. Like, if you need time to be angry, be angry. And because of that, when you truly let go, then people will be much more likely to actually speak. So if you find someone who's not ready to talk, and you say, well, I did listen and I did validate them, so they should talk now, you're probably jumping to that cartoon world. I validated them enough. Now you're talking about you're talking about your own ego and what you did. And that's why I always say, Monica, and this is a big one for that person who asked that question. When you validate, don't just validate till you check a box and go, see, I did it. Validate until that person actually feels validated. And again, you know this from neuroscience. When people are angry, they're in that limbic system. And when you could watch, if people are speaking to you and there's brain scan, they're under a brain scan, that anger, once you validate them, it dissipates. Now you actually see blood flow in different parts of the brain, specifically going to that frontal cortex. So this is, I always tell people, what I'm saying isn't rocket science. This stuff is, I'm not saying this is rocket science. It's pretty simple, right? Listen, validate, explore options, but it is neuroscience. This is definitely neuroscience.
Yes, I would just like to say, so when in class, people were saying, what's the best way to kind of dissipate these like emotions sometimes during like, anger and things like that? Honestly, it's the sleep. Just sleep. In other words, to just take a step back until you feel ready to address it, when other people feel ready to address it, because the reality is that, just like you said, not everyone is ready to like let go of whatever they're being angry at. And it's okay to have space, because only through space, only through feeling ready are you able to effectively explore options, whether that is like, giving space through sleeping, giving space through taking walks, giving space through, I don't know, meditating. Any of these things are perfectly valid to just take a step back.
Well, you're right. You hit the nail on the head. So think about this. How many times have we all been hangry? We're hungry, so we get agitated and irritable, and we start an argument. And after we eat, we go, what were we mad about? We don't even remember, right? Or you stay up arguing in a fight, and it's because you start arguing because honestly, one or both of you is overly tired. So the profound realization is this: when you're hungry, when you're tired, when you're thirsty, when your body's temperature's off, or you're overheated, you're in a part of your brain called the hypothalamus. And that is smack dab in the middle of your limbic system. So it makes a lot of sense that when you're hungry, you feel a little bit more agitated and irritable. When you're overly tired and you haven't slept. So we have this new puppy. She's a 6-month-old Cane Corso. She's awesome. She's so fun. She's beautiful. I wish if she was down here, I'd pull her up so you guys can see. Maybe next time I'll have her.
Oh, yes.
She's so adorable. But she does something. My wife will say she's fussing it out when she's real tired. She'll be like, rah, and she looks like if somebody was watching, go, oh, she's scary. She's not scary to us. She's fussing it out. And how many of us do the same thing? We're angry, we're agitated, we're irritable. So if we could be mindful, maybe now's not the right time to get your point into the other person. But the challenge many of us face is that we're impatient. And so when we want to tell somebody something, we start talking at them rather than with them. And I don't know if I told you about the fool on the mountain last time, but I want to share that. I think this would be a perfect time for people to hear that story.
Let's hear it.
There was a person, he was supposed to lead a group of people up the mountain. So he ran to the top of the mountain, and he got to the top and nobody was with him. They were all at the bottom of the mountain. So he started screaming at them. He's like, you should be up here with me. I started down there. I had it tough. I made it up here. And he's yelling and yelling at them where they should be, but they couldn't even see him, let alone hear him. So he becomes known as the fool on the mountain. And before we judge this fool on the mountain, how many times have you and I and all of the people who are watching us right now, how many times have all of us at times talked at people like, you should understand what I'm saying, like you shouldn't be thinking what you're thinking right now? In those moments, we were no different than that fool on the mountain. And so that's why yield theory is about having the self-discipline to leave where we are and go truly meet others where they are psychologically, what they're ready, willing, and able to hear. And the reality is many times it's going to take more patience than what we want to give. But here's another key. And this is one of those moments that I feel excited for people to hear this, because if I could reach in your heart and have you really feel this would be a game changer. And that is when you truly let go and you interact with people and you give them the compassion to say, I'm going to meet you where you are, and you give you the true space. The truth is, when you're truly let go, It'll happen so much faster than what you think. When you actually take the time, you will validate. It'll get you there so much faster.
And patience is really the key of everything, I think. And that's why I like during the times when I journal, I always tell myself, how can I be at a place where I feel like whatever could happen to me, I have patience. I have patience for whatever is going to happen to eventually happen. Like to take steps to make sure that whatever I want to happen is going to happen. Sorry. And I think if I could just share some of the things I found really helpful, like mindfulness was truly a key to that. I mean, every single morning I will wake up and I will listen, even 2 minutes of just mindfulness, guided meditation. It has been so helpful to help me be more patient with myself and to be more patient with others. And I think that draws in so closely with being able to then practice yield theory and to reap the benefits from it.
It's that is exactly it. So we have a question here from Will J. He asks, do you have any techniques to become more patient in yourself, to become less impulsive? And Will, I love this question, and hits on what Monica's talking about right there. You heard her use the word practice. We're practicing this. So here's one of the most pragmatic techniques you can possibly do. Here's how you begin to develop patience. Remember that we master what we practice. So if you practice daily, every time something doesn't go the way you think it should, you lash out. Rah, rah, rah. You get really good at that. But so what do we want to do? If we want to develop patience, let's do the opposite. So let's say I'm thirsty. Right now I have a big jar of water. When I'm thirsty, the moment I'm thirsty, instead of grabbing it and downing it, I grab my water and I use the exact phrase that you used, Monica, which is mindfulness. And I say, okay, I am thirsty. It's not the end of the world. Let me take a moment, take a breath. Now, after taking one breath, now I can drink. The next time I go to take a drink of water, I might take 2 breaths. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to consciously say, when I have the impulse to do something, I don't have to satiate it. I don't have to satisfy it immediately. I can take a breath. I can take 2 breaths, 3 to 4. And then I can do this. I can practice this in other areas. That's just the first one that came to my mind. I have water right here. Whatever you want to do, Will, think about whatever you have that you're about to do. Take 1 breath. Now, I'm mindful because I've done this long enough that somebody out there watching goes, well, I practiced that. I tried that once. It didn't work. Well, just the way you can't do 1 push-up and think now you're strong, and you can't do 10 push-ups and think, you have to do them consistently over time. And if you do enough push-ups and you do them consistently over time, you will get stronger. That's a fact. That's a physiological fact. And if you quit doing push-ups for a long period of time, you'll lose that strength. So it's something you have to practice. The same is true with mindfulness. If you practiced it once a long time ago, or you heard about mindfulness, or you get excited when you hear other people talk about how they practice it, that's not you practicing it. You have to actually practice it day in, day out. And I promise you, the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. And one more last thought on this, Will. If you intentionally throughout your day say, I want to get better at patience today. Well, here's a blessing. The world is going to give you tons of opportunities. The universe can say, here you go. I'm going to give you a bunch of opportunities today, Will. The people you're around, they're going to make you upset. All kind of opportunities. So now what are you going to do? Intentionally, you're going to say, I'm going to practice patience. Just as sure as I would practice weightlifting, by having those weights, I'm going to have all these troublesome moments. I'm going to practice patience.
I love how you brought that up, because when you were saying that, I just thought like people go to exercise to feel healthier, like physically. This is just the same. Practicing mindfulness. It's like going for an exercise, but for your brain. I love it. It's like a little, like, it's not like you go exercise and the next day you'll be like having the figure that you always wanted to have. It takes time. And just like that, like at first I would like to say, like, I was kind of, I don't know, not really sure about whether mindfulness would work or not, because I've just heard it's been so commercialized, things like that. But when I actually was open to it, like addressing that initial doubt and being like, okay, I'm willing to challenge my preconceptions and then practice it, not just for a day, but for a month. And then tell myself, after a month, if I don't like it, that's fine. but like actually having that concrete date, I was actually able to really kind of take in all what mindfulness has to offer. And so I'd like to kind of give that advice, if I may, for, you know, everything that was mentioned today. You might have tried it before, but have you actually like really, really believed in it, like, or at least was open to it? Because if you do something, but then your mind is like, oh, I actually don't really believe in it, you're like fighting yourself, and that's not going to work. You know, like that has been one of my learning points in the past few months. So I thought I'd just share that.
Yeah, I coined a term called the foot in the water principle. And so I got this from my center when I was in California. I'm not there anymore, but when I was in California, my center was in South Lake Tahoe, California. And so Tahoe is a mountain lake. It's a cold lake. So if somebody wants to say that they swam in Tahoe, they can't just tap their toe in the water and be like, oh, I swam in Tahoe. No, if you want to say you swam, you got to dive all the way in. And in the same way, if you practice any of the techniques that we've talked about today, and you do them one time and you go, see, it didn't work. Well, then you were looking for it to not work. And of course, you're going to find that. If you want to see something not work, of course, it won't work. So it's about doing it, like you said, dedicate yourself for a month to something, practice it constantly. But if you're practicing it, trying to say it doesn't work, I have a really good example for this. So in martial arts, I did martial arts my whole life. And in martial arts, let's say someone comes to a gym and they're trying to learn what to do if someone pushes you. If you're trying to learn what to do and you go up to the teacher and the teacher says, go ahead and push me, and you walk up and you lean all your weight backwards and you just try to push like you're just trying to run backwards, the teacher's going to say, that's not how people push. You don't run around going, oh, let me jump backwards. You push and you go through it. But if you want to walk into that martial arts studio and say, these martial art techniques don't work, see, I go like this and it doesn't, then you're not actually doing it. So if you're going to do mindfulness and not actually do it, then of course you can confirm what your ego wants you to believe, which is that you're right and whatever you believe right now is absolute truth and you have nothing else to learn in your life. Your ego is going to try to convince you of that. But to challenge it, it's going to take effort and practice. But I promise you, it's worth it. It's worth it. Like I'm easy to find in an internet age. I don't give people stuff that doesn't work. And I promise you, this stuff works. It does take effort. We master what we practice.
Absolutely. I know we've covered a lot today. So just to wrap up, I want to give some of my own thoughts and just like summary of some of the tips that you could literally practice right after this video. I think one of my favorite ones is just being accurate with your language, making sure that what you perceive as your expectations actually aligns with what reality is, because that is a great way to reduce, anger, distress, any sort of negative emotions. I've tried it myself and it works. And I'd love to hear from the community if you've tried it as well, and just, get in touch and let me know what works, what doesn't. And we will always be able to have a chat in the future episodes with any further follow-up questions. Another major point that I wanted to bring up again was just the idea about meeting people from where they are. The idea of yield theory, being able to listen, being able to actually validate, and being able to explore options when you feel ready and when others as well feels ready. So I think those are the main takeaway points, but there's just so many wonderful, valuable information that you've shared. Thank you so much, Dr. Conti, for everything. Really.
I appreciate you having me back on. Like I'm excited about what you guys do. You personally do such a great job. Psych2Go does such a great job. You're spreading conscious information and awareness. So I'm grateful to be a part of it. And my door will be open to come back on in the future, because I feel like there is so much more to talk about. There's so many different things. For instance, one person asked if journaling is helpful. And of course it can be helpful. Absolutely. A lot of times it can be helpful just because once you write your ideas down, you crystallize them. So if I write it down, I go, wait, sometimes our anxiety gets so big in our minds and our anger gets so big that we're allowing it to just get bigger and bigger. But then when we write it down, we go, I'm angry because so-and-so expressed an opinion that was different than mine. Oh, wait, that's really not as big as I thought. And so once we crystallize it, that can help a lot. Journaling can be super helpful for people. So if that's something that you like to rely on, that's wonderful. Again, there's so many questions here, and I'm grateful to be a part of this process and coming back on the show for sure.
I know that so many people have just loved things that you've been sharing, and I really want to direct them to your book. Would you like to share a bit about your book? And here we go, everyone.
Walking Through Anger. So Walking Through Anger, and it's really like, if you like how I tell stories, can't figure out the camera, but if you like how I tell stories, of probably over 100 little teaching tales in this book, where I love to teach through Zen tales. I was a professor, and I loved when I taught. Every year I taught mostly master's and doctoral students, but once a year I would teach undergraduate students, and we would have up to 200 students in an auditorium. And like, I always knew I wanted to keep their attention, so I would tell stories a bunch. And so when I tell this book, even if you don't struggle with anger, it's really about how do you handle your own intense emotions, whether it's anxiety, depression, and then how do you handle other people when they're in a difficult situation. And I also have that on audiobook too. So I read that book for Audible. So it's on there. So that's one way they can get a hold of me. And then the other one is I have a YouTube channel as well. And so, yeah, I'd love for people to check that out.
Amazing. So everything is linked down in the description box below. Until then, please let us know what you would like to hear next in the comment section, or you can get in touch through email at Monica.
Hi there, Elon here from Satori Prime, and in today's video I want to give you a huge tip about relationships. Now, whether this relationship is with your kids, your spouse, people at work, friends, this is applicable to all. How many times have you been in an interaction with someone and they said something or did something, or maybe didn't say something or didn't do something, and you lost it? Internally, you were just so angry. And that person asked you to come talk to them about it in that moment. And you say something that maybe a few hours or a few days later, you have come to regret. Well, here's pro tip about relationships. When you feel anger, frustration, self-defense mechanisms coming on, leave the conversation. Say something like, you know what? Right now, I'm afraid of what's going to come out of my mouth. I'm going to regret later. And take a time out. Because here's what's happening. In that moment, your body, your mind is completely hijacked. Have you ever tried to be logical with a child in a tantrum? How's that work out? Your logic actually makes them go deeper and deeper into tantrum. They get louder and louder, right? That is exactly what is happening inside your body when you're in that state. You're hijacked. You are no longer there. So, if you want healthy, beautiful, connected, intimate relationships, do yourself a favor. When you feel that emotional state coming on, whatever it might be, ask for permission to leave. Leave. Allow your system to calm down, because what's happened is all these chemicals are surging through your body and you are in full-on fight or flight mode. And it takes anywhere between 30 to 90 minutes for that chemical reaction to calm down. And from everything to go from just your reptilian amygdala part of your brain to actually bring energy back into your prefrontal cortex. And you'll notice that when removed from a certain situation, you can always come back with a clearer mind, clearer vision of what it is you want to communicate, and you don't end up saying things that you're going to regret or have to apologize for later. So remember, next time you get into a heated argument, a heated fight, any sort of interaction, give yourself a timeout. Say, I will come back to you. I just need some time to cool down, and I will come back to you, and then we can have this conversation. And you will notice that your relationships take on a whole new level of intimacy and connection without having to apologize every step of the way, right? Let me know how this tip works for you in the comment box below. If you ever tried this, how it's worked for you. And if you like this video, give it a big thumbs up. Also, make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel, because we are constantly sharing tips and practical things that you can do through your life.
Weekends are meant for relaxing and rejuvenating. But it's easy to forget that when we're swamped with never-ending homework, college applications, and demanding jobs that have us working overtime. Consequently, plans that we originally signed up for might seem like a hassle now. It's perfectly okay to stay in, hit the pause button, and catch your breath. In fact, I'm about to do that myself. So sit back, relax, and come unwind with me. It'll all be okay, I promise. Today is my lazy day. With no plans in sight, I'm starting off with a blank canvas, which means I can paint the day however the way I want it to be. Let's check the weather. Seems like it's cloudy and windy. My favorite, sweater weather. I'm going to go downstairs, greet my cat, and brew myself a hot cup of tea. Whether you enjoy something calming and herbal or strongly caffeinated, ya boy's got you covered. I'm loaded with the good stuff. Now, on to laundry. Sounds like work, right? But doing laundry after a long week can actually be rewarding. I love burying myself with the scent of fresh, clean clothes. Now that I have something to wear next week, there's one less thing I have to worry about. Here, I'm gonna get the first batch started, and then we'll move on to something else. I'm really lucky to live in a quiet area surrounded by woods. Today, I think I'll go for a bike ride. I've got my favorite cardigan on and a scarf to keep my neck warm. Sometimes, nature is the only friend you need. As much as I love spending time with my friends and family, I love going off by myself and having my own solitary adventures. With life these days, it's often quite hard to get some peace and quiet, so when I have the chance, I make the most of it. I've been thinking lately about how much I've let my own anxiety and depression dictate my life. How it stopped me cold from taking certain risks, postponed the time I could have used to work on personal goals, and the way it would keep me up all night. It doesn't have to be that way anymore if I just learn to let go. If you're going through the same motions, I hope you have the guts to do it too. Ah, wasn't that fun? It felt so good to let the crisp, cool air into my lungs. And the way the leaves fell, it looked like small bits of a kaleidoscope rearranging its patterns. That's what I love the most about fall. You can heal and learn to become what you can still be. Just because everything breaks down in this time of the year doesn't mean good things have to come to an end. Sometimes change happens so better things can fall into place. But we have to be open to receive it. I like to think that with every end comes a new beginning. Come inside now, your ears are getting cold, aren't they? Let's go back to the kitchen and cook ourselves a nice dinner. You'll have to excuse me, I haven't gone grocery shopping yet. Let's see what's available in the pantry. A can of tomato sauce and some angel hair. Looks like we're having spaghetti. Sometimes dinner is the best when it's prepared simple. I'm just gonna chop up an onion and throw in some spinach. Fall makes me nostalgic for my mom's cooking. In fact, I learned how to make this dish from her. Some things never get old. Dinner is always better with some company. Now let's end that night with a hot, relaxing bath. There's nothing like lighting your favorite scented candles and sitting with a good book and music. If you live in the city, it can almost be impossible to slow down when everyone's always rushing to get to the next stop. But when you're in a bathtub, you're safe, warm, and away from all the noise. Whatever sense you picked up from riding the train or being at school, you can leave all of that behind you as you soak in these bubbles. Looks like it's time for bed now. My cat knows too. She's been waiting for me. I love the way she snuggles up close to me. Another day has come to an end, but it was everything I needed. Are you feeling better now? Keep these tips in mind the next time you're all wound up. What other relaxing techniques do you use? Unlike the scriptwriter Catherine, I myself really like playing video games to unwind. What about you? Let me know by leaving a comment down below. Be sure to subscribe to our channel for more content. Thanks for watching.
Hi everyone. As you may have noticed, we don't post as often as we'd like anymore. We are low on funding as our expenses are exceeding our revenue. However, we want to keep making more content that help people learn about psychology and mental health. So we want you to be a part of that process. Starting today, we will have a donate button underneath our videos. You've probably seen it in some of your favorite channels already. But if you don't see the button, we've included a link in the video description. Our vision is to keep making psychology more accessible to everyone. We try to keep our videos concise and create open dialogues among the community. As a supporter, you will receive recognition for your support by having a cool Psy icon next to your username when you comment. This helps us recognize it's you and engage you more. On top of this, you will also receive a free copy of our Psych2Go ebook and occasional magazines every quarter. Just email in to myself when you've donated, and I will send you the copies at ty@psych2go.net. However, even if you cannot support us financially, we still totally understand. You can help us out by sharing this video. We still love you and will give you a free ebook if you mail in to let us know. There is no fixed term or shady things like that. You can also cancel your support at any time too, so there's absolutely no risk. We promise to use your funding wisely and for
fellow entrepreneur, if you are running a business right now and you're trying to grow your business, there's two challenges and obstacles that are always facing us at the same time. The first thing, I want to know how you're dealing with frustration and overwhelm as an entrepreneur. Or if you're planning to start your business, I want you to comment below and let me know. My personal process and the number one keyword that you want to embed into your mind is clarity. Clarity is what's going to help you overcome the frustrations and the overwhelm that you're dealing with every single day. As an entrepreneur, whatever it is that you want to do in life, the reasons why we have frustration and overwhelm is because of two reasons. We want to do things to achieve a certain result, and it doesn't happen. We want to be able to not have bad things happen to us, but they happen. And when these things accumulate, they overwhelm us. So the first thing is gaining clarity. How do you do that? I want you to take a piece of paper out in front of you, or open a Google Doc or something. And I want you to write down actually what is the problem? What is the thing that's contributing to your frustrations? What is the root cause of it? That's the first part of the process. Number one, to gain clarity is to understand what is the problems that are contributing to your frustration. After that, you take that step. I want you to draw a line there, and then you go into the next part and be able to understand what is the results and the things that you want to achieve, and why are they not happening in your life. That's how you gain clarity. Don't keep it all in your mind. I want you to put it down on paper. Then you do essentially everything on paper. You can see it visually, and you're able to reflect on things. Because one of the things that contribute to overall frustration is because we keep so much of the shit in our mind. You want to be able to put all that stuff on paper. That's the number one step. Now that we have clarity, the second step that we want to get is direction. Now, what I mean by direction is that keyword that you should embed in your mind is one of the steps that we're going to take to be able to become successful. What is these things once you lay it on the piece of paper? What is the direction that you want to set? What are the 3 steps? I want you to add 3 simple steps next to each frustration and each result that you want to achieve. A, B, C, D. How are you going to be able to get there? That is the most important step you want to be able to achieve, is how you're going to get there. 3 simple steps on the frustrations, 3 simple steps on the results. That is the direction piece. What that's going to help you do is you're going to gain clarity, and now you have actual tangible steps of how to be successful on each specific step. That we are 2 steps closer to resolving your frustration, your overwhelm. And that is better than where you were before at the end of watching this video. Now, once we gain clarity on the actual problem and the frustrations and the results that you want to achieve, the second thing we gain now is we have 3 simple steps that we're going to be able to commit to. After that, the final step is actually certainty. You want to be able to make a confident decision on the things that you're actually going to execute. Because keeping all that stuff in your mind isn't going to help you. What's going to happen is when you actually take action on those things, those 3 steps that you mapped out on that piece of paper on the doc, and make a confident declaration that you're actually going to take action on what you've been planning to do. That is the most important step, even though it's the final step. That is how you're going to gain clarity, certainty, and direction in overcoming the things that you want to achieve online. So after you've taken those 3 steps to be able to help you gain certain clarity and direction in actually growing your business, getting clarity on the process, now I want to wrap it up and share with you what insights or questions do you have. You can comment below, let me know. Go through those actual things. Share with me what your experience is, how you're dealing with frustration, overwhelm once you actually do this. Because I promise you, if you follow this process, you're going to be able to reduce your stress, you're going to increase your capacity, and you're going to not have the overwhelm and the frustration that you had before this video. So that's my promise to you. Do this process and let me know how it actually works. And I look forward to sharing with you more of these things that...
Hi there. I am sitting here at the airport, at one of the airport lounges actually at Munich Airport, and I was fuming, you know, just a few minutes ago, or let's say half an hour ago, because due to an accident and traffic jams, I missed my flight. I came to the gate actually, and the flight had just closed, and even though the airplane was in front of the gate or at the gate for some time, I couldn't get in anymore. So that was very, very frustrating, and I was fuming actually, and I had to I had to rebook my flight, 230 euros down the drains, etc., etc. So the thing now is that I think we as entrepreneurs and as leaders, we can learn from these experiences, because if you're missing a flight, or if you're losing a deal, or if you're disappointed by an employee, there is no point, in getting too frustrated about it. So what you can actually do is, first of all, let the frustration out. The best is to go to a separate room. So I just went to the toilet and let it out, just to free yourself. That can be one approach. And then just to say, okay, listen, what did actually happen, to get on another level? What can I learn from that? And obviously also in the situation when something goes wrong and you need a solution, take care of the solution first and then be happy about the solution. So 3 steps. First of all, create the solution. Secondly, let the frustration go away. Whatever you want to do, go for a walk or shout, go to the forest and shout and cry and curse, or whatever you want to do, and then ask yourself, what can I learn from it? That's the best way. That's what we as entrepreneurial leaders should always do when these kind of unexpected situations come across. You should obviously also be prepared. I once had a boss who would always take actually not the ideal flight to get to a meeting, but one flight before that, just to be on the safe side and not to be late. That can also be an approach to avoid surprises like the one that I have just had. And so there's a proactive part to it. You can plan for things as for unexpected situations. And secondly, there's also a reactive part, because there will always be frustrations in your entrepreneurial life, and you can actually handle them with the 3 steps that I mentioned. First of all, find the solution. Second, let the frustration out. And third, think about what you've learned from it. So that was Armin L. Rao from the Airport Lounge at Munich Airport. I'm now off to London. Hope that I can make a video for you there and have a good time. If you would like to have more help on your leadership challenges as an entrepreneur, just click on the link below this video and apply for.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for coming here. My name is Mike Anderson. Here's my particulars. My company, the PTR Group, I've been a speaker here at Embedded Linux Conference and many of the other OSS shows for about 20 years now. And we have been, my particular company, PTR Group, we're a consulting house, and we do a fair amount of work with different customers in the embedded space mostly, although we also build space robots for NASA. We handle all the software that's done in the space refueling mission for Restore-L at NASA and for RSGS at DARPA. So we've been in the business quite a while. I sold the company. I was one of the founders. I sold the company last year, the end of 2018, or excuse me, beginning of 2018. And then in February of this year, we got bought. The company who bought us got bought. And so I go from a 24-person consulting shop to a 40,000-person industry. If you want to have, for instance, a nuclear submarine or an aircraft carrier, hit me up. I can put you in contact with the right guys. That's what Huntington Ingalls does. All right, so let's move on here. So we're going to do a quick overview of the C group interface. We'll then talk about enabling and using C groups and what we can actually control with C groups. We'll talk about I'll show you a couple of example usages, and we'll get into a quick summary here. This is a very short session. It's only 35 minutes, I think. So we'll have to move through things pretty quickly. So there's not a whole lot of depth I can really get into in the short time, but we'll do the best we can. All right, so what is a C group? It stands for control group. It was actually added to the kernel in the 2624 timeframe. So it's been in the kernel a long time, but it didn't get really significant enhancement until the 3.15, 3.16 kernel timeframe. So it is a mechanism that's basically focused on trying to kind of hierarchically organize resources across multiple platforms, or excuse me, across multiple applications. And it applies to any schedulable entity. So this means that it works on containers, it works on VMs, it works on threads, it works on processes. So any schedulable entity inside of the kernel can be subject to C groups. Now, this becomes particularly interesting when we start dealing with multi-tenancy inside of large VM environments, where I need to be able to significantly limit the amount of resources that are assigned to a particular tenant or to a particular set of VMs. So we'll get into the details of that here in a moment. So exactly what does it do? Well, a lot of times we're interested in trying to place restrictions on applications. If we're doing safety critical applications, we need to make sure that no particular application hogs all of the CPU or hogs all of the memory or consumes all the I/O bandwidth or all of the network bandwidth. So we need to be able to control that, and that's exactly what C groups does. Now, as a mechanism, it manifests itself in sysfs. It is a file system, so it's a virtual file system, a lot like procfs. You do have to mount it, depending on which version of the kernel you have. It may be automatically mounted, or you may have to mount it manually. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But the key thing here is, let's assume that I have a couple of processes that I want to be able to guarantee that no single process consumes all of the CPU. I want to be able to guarantee that both processes get exactly 50% of the CPU. With C groups, I can do that. In any other mechanism, if I just let them run, then I'm not going to be able to control them that way. More importantly, I can also do things like lock them to specific CPU cores. So I can do CPU pinning and a few other things. We'll talk about all the stuff we can do with C groups in a moment. There are two parts to C group. Now, is it C group or is it C groups? It's C group if you're referring to the components in the kernel. It's C groups if you have groups of C group. So it's kind of weird the way they define it, but that's okay. As far as the core is concerned, it's really responsible for establishing that hierarchy inside of the kernel. Now, the core is integrated in with eBPF. So if you're into Berkeley packet filters and all the things that BPF can do, then you'll find that C groups is integrated quite nicely into that whole environment and can actually be controlled and provide additional information for you. The other piece of C group is the controller hierarchy, and the controllers themselves are the things that we're going to focus most of our effort on, because those are the things that manifest down in user space. So the C group hierarchy is actually manifest inside of sysfs, excuse me, by default. You can mount it other places. You can have multiple different mounts of the same C group interface in multiple locations in the file system. So the reason we might do something like that is a case in a multi-tenancy environment where I have individual companies in their own separate disk areas. So I may mount a C group interface inside of their particular disk area because I want to control that particular VM or set of containers separately from other VMs or sets of containers. So in the normal mechanism, if we're going to use mount, we'd use mount-t C group 2, none, and then whatever mount point we wanted. Now, if you've got a C group 2, it implies there's a C group 1 someplace, and there is in fact a C group 1. C group 1 has now been deprecated, but you'll still find a lot of systems that still use it. You can actually mount C group 1 and C group 2 simultaneously on the same system. So that makes for some really confusing times. I don't recommend that you do that. Just use C group 2. The major reason they came out with C group 2 was to make it more compatible with Kubernetes and other similar sorts of mechanisms. So they actually saw, hey, yeah, C group 1, the hierarchies are kind of weird and it gets a little difficult to manage. So they simplified it considerably by simply saying, okay, let's just use C group 2 and we'll clear a lot of this stuff up. Now, not all distributions enable C groups. And even if they do enable C group, they may not necessarily enable everything inside of C group. So here's a quick little snapshot out of my 5.2.1 kernel. Obviously, it's an eye chart. You can't really see it very well, but there is a thing that says C group support. And when you enable C group support, there's a whole bunch of options that show up, which are all the individual C group mechanisms, the controllers themselves. So we'll talk about what the controllers are, but just understand that if you go to use C groups in your distribution, you may not necessarily have the C group mechanism turned on in your kernel, which may mean you have to go back and rebuild the kernel. Now, most of the major distros, Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE, most of those distros have C group turned on. Whether they turn on everything in C group remains to be seen. You have to kind of look at it and see which ones are which, but at least you'll have a likely case that the C group will be turned on in most of the major distros. Now, there are some user space interfaces that you also have to have. In particular, libcgroup, cgroup bin, cgroup tools, and cgroup fs mount. Now, depending on your distribution, that's what they're called in the Debian world. If you're using one of the Red Hat or SUSE distributions, then your names may differ. But these are all user space tools that are focused on being able to manipulate and control the C group. So once I have the C group file system mounted, I can look at it here in the hierarchy, and you'll notice there's a whole bunch of things that are put together on this. We have, and we'll go through most of these functions here. So whether it's block IO, the CPU sets, the funky one is freezer. Oh, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that one. And some of these others. We'll go through most of these just so that you understand exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And remember, this is a virtual file system. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a C group and then add processes to the C group. And then once we've added them to the C group, we can then associate these controllers to them. So what sorts of things can we actually control? Well, the first one is block IO. We're interested in making sure that no particular application takes the lion's share of all the disk IO. So for block IO, we're trying to limit it based on block IO performance. We want to make sure that this particular application gets no more than 35% of the disk IO. This is, of course, part of this, if you've never been in the service carrier or the service provider business, we have these things called SLAs. And an SLA is a service level agreement. So that's a contract between the service provider and the customer, where the service provider guarantees to the customer through the SLA certain percentages of performance. So they will guarantee that you will get X number of CPU cycles per second or X amount of disk IO per second. And in order for them to be able to guarantee that those numbers are met, they'll typically use C group in order to enforce that. And this also gives us the ability to do some accounting on that. So if somebody comes along and says, hey, you're not meeting my SLA, if the service provider can't meet the SLA, the customer gets money back. And no service provider wants to do that. So they're going to be able, they're going to focus on whatever tools they can get in order to be able to demonstrate to the customer that they've actually met the details of the SLA. So the first one there is the block IO. We just talked about that one. The next one is CPU. CPU deals with what percentage of the CPU you get for a particular application. Now, each application has at most 1,024 units of CPU time. And we can then adjust the units accordingly to limit the amount of CPU time a particular process gets. I'll show you an example of that here in just a moment. CPU sets is an interesting one because if you're familiar with the hardware, of course, when we're dealing with hardware, we have the L1 and L2 caches, potentially a tertiary cache if we're dealing with the x86, and then we have physical memory that we're trying to pull applications out of. So when I get ready to fetch something from the processor, and if it's in the L1 cache, then I can usually fetch it at the speed of the processor. So I'm really not losing any time if I'm running out of the L1 cache. However, the L1 cache is limited in size. Even on the big x86 platforms, having 32 KB of L1 cache, that's a big cache. And that's because the L1 cache is oftentimes implemented with like a 64-way set associative memory. It's extremely expensive from a silicon real estate perspective on the die. So we'll have 32 KB of L1 cache, but maybe 6 megabytes of L2 cache. So the L1 cache is made up oftentimes of static memory, whereas the L2 cache is typically dynamic memory. So if I have an L1 cache miss, and it's in the L2, it's probably going to cost me anywhere from 5 to 10 clock cycles to pull something out of the L2. If I have an L2 cache miss and I have to go to the tertiary cache, then it's going to cost me 20 to 25 clock cycles. But if I have to go all the way out to memory to fetch that instruction or fetch that piece of data, that's going to cost me anywhere from 200 to 300 clock cycles. Now, understand in a processor like the x86, the x86 is a superscalar processor. A lot of processors these days are, which means that I'm executing more than one instruction per cycle. So let's assume that I'm running 10 instructions per cycle, which is one of the older x86 platforms, but let's just do that for the math. If I have to reach out to physical memory and it costs me 200 clock cycles to retrieve something from physical memory, well, that's 200 clock cycles times 10 instructions per cycle. That's 2,000 instructions that I've lost for one fetch out of physical memory. And I will never get that back. So, how does that impact us with CPU sets? One of the things that we want to do with CPU sets is we want to lock processes to particular processor cores. And by locking, they call it CPU penning, and when you pen a process to a processor core, you lock it into the cache. So when you allow an application to migrate from one processor core to another, it's coming into a cold cache. And therefore, all subsequent accesses for the first several thousand will be cache misses and force you to go out to the either to RAM or to the L3. So allowing an application to move back and forth is a significant problem if you're trying to guarantee performance. So what the CPU set C group does is it allows us to specify a number, a collection of processor cores that we're going to allow this application to run on. And by setting that collection of processor cores, we can then say, all right, I want to make sure that everything that's health and status monitoring runs on processor cores 1 and 2, and everything that's customer focused is going to run on the other processor cores. And I may, in fact, lock particular customers to particular processor cores, again, to optimize the use of the cache and guarantee that I can meet my SLA. So those are something that we would typically do through C groups. There's another mechanism to do this. This is called the task set mechanism in Linux. And task set allows me to lock applications to particular CPU cores from the command line. So you can also do this from the command line. You can do this with CPU sets. You can do it from the command line, or you can do it from within a GUI like Virt Manager. CPU accounting just gives me information about the accounting usage. This might be something we would want to do in order to be able to guarantee and prove to a customer that we've met their SLA. We have devices that allows me to set which devices a particular environment or particular process can get access to. This is important. How many of you have ever heard of network function virtualization? Anybody? A couple of you. All right, so network function virtualization has to do with how I can take, say, an Ethernet card and dedicate 5 of the 32 channels off the Ethernet card to a particular VM or to a particular container. I can do this with containers as well. So they have some low-level stuff they do. They call it SRIOV, single root IO vector IO virtualization. They also have, Intel has their version called VMDQ. It's part of the VTC virtualization. The vPro virtualization is part of that particular architecture. But oftentimes what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to say to a particular application or container or VM, no, I'm sorry, you cannot open the modem. Or you cannot open device, the card reader, the smart card reader. Or the smart card reader is dedicated to you so that nobody else can get it. So that's what the devices option does for us. The freezer, we'll come back to that one in just a second. Huge TLB for translation look-aside buffers. This is an option we can turn on in the kernel. You've got your machine that's got 64 gigabytes of RAM. How do you take advantage of those 64 gigabytes of RAM? One of the mechanisms is called huge TLB. If you turn on huge TLB support, some of the virtualization layers will automatically take advantage of it. If you have a virtualization layer that understands huge TLBs, you'll get about a 10 to 15% improvement in performance for that particular VM. So it's a significant piece. But huge TLB allows me to control which applications have access to the huge TLB facility. Memory, that one's pretty straightforward. That is how much memory I'm going to give to a particular application. And then I can deal with both user space memory, kernel space memory, and swap usage. So I can track it, I can limit it, I can make sure that I can account for it. All of that sort of stuff can be done through the memory functions. NetCLS, this is the classification interface. This one is particularly interesting for those of you who have quality of service requirements. So the Linux quality of service code has both classless and classful queuing disciplines inside of it. And when we're using the net classification option, we can then put tags on network traffic that will then force them down particular paths inside of the quality of service code. So I can guarantee that video, for instance, is going to be treated in one way, whereas bulk transfers like FTP would be transferred in a different way. So I could do traffic shaping, I could do traffic scheduling, I can do traffic policing using the net classification option. One that's similar, somewhat related, but because it has to do with networking, is the network priority code. Now the network priority option then says, oh, well, I want to prioritize this user's application over this other user's application as far as network traffic is concerned. So if both of them are generating network traffic, I'm going to take this one first and then deal with this one. So I'm going to be able to set priorities on traffic. Now, I talked about the freezer. Let's talk about specifically what freezer does. Freezer is like putting your laptop to sleep. So with freezer, I can say all of the applications, all the processes that are part of this process group, part of this C group, go to sleep now, shuts them off. Now, I can then move them to another application, to another processor, and wake them back up again. So it's like process checkpoint restart kind of things you can do with the freezer interface. And it can also be used for, some of the virtualization layers actually take advantage of it. So for instance, KVM knows what to do with the freezer interface when it gets ready to migrate VMs from one place to another. Perf event, this is going to give me per CPU a mechanism basically to monitor threads that are given in a particular C group. I have the PIDs interface, which then allows me to keep track of parents and children when you get forked. So when you fork something off, who does it belong to? RDMA is the regulation of the DMA mechanism. So if I'm going to be doing high-speed DMA from kernel space to user space, this is a way I can control that. And then unified actually splits out the control interface not by process, but by user. So I can then get to the point where I go, okay, well, let's say user A has 4 processes, user B has 20 processes. Well, in the grand scheme of things, user A is getting 1/4 of the CPU that user B is getting, because user B's got more processes that are all looking for CPU time. Well, what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to say that user A and user B are equally important. So give user A 50% of the CPU, so his 4 applications get 50% of the CPU, and user B's application, their 20 applications, get 50% of the CPU. So I can then do balancing at that level as well, which is really handy, again, for service level agreements where I have multi-tenancy that I have to deal with. So kind of the good and bad about the C-scope interface, or C-group interface rather, is that there are a lot of knobs that you can twist. And so many adjustments that sometimes it's kind of mind-boggling. Here's an example of just one of the C-group mechanisms, one of the controllers. This is the memory controller. And you'll notice here that we have kernel memory, we have memory usage limits. This is in user space. We have maximum usages in bytes. We have swapping. We have control for NUMA interfaces. We'll talk about that in a moment, which is becoming an increasingly important interface in a lot of the larger systems. And then I happen to have LXC and LXD installed on my platform. So when I took this screenshot, we saw a couple of extra things that were out there specific to LXC and LXD. So here's an example of manual C group interface. I've got this test script here, and all it does is it prints a message and then goes to sleep. And it does that forever. So what I would like to do is I would like to then create a C group. So I'm going to do, and this is going to be doing it by hand. We'll show you in just a minute how you can do it automatically as well. So we'll do a make dir inside of the C group hierarchy. In the memory controller, we're going to create a new object called foo. And so this is just a directory is all we're doing here, but now we're going to add things to that directory. So we're going to echo 50 megabytes here into the limit in bytes option. So this will then set the maximum limit for the foo group. Anything that's in the foo group will have this maximum amount of memory associated with it. If you didn't around and did a CAD on that, it turns out that the way these things work is they always round up to the next available page size. So on the x86, those page sizes are 4096 byte pages. And if you look at 50 million divided by 4096, you get these numbers. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll create an application. We'll launch it, and we'll get its process ID. Now, we need to get its process ID because that's the major mechanism that we use to add things to a C group. So now I know the process ID is 31344. So I'm going to then echo 31344 into the foo memory group cgroup.procs. So that's going to add it to that particular process tag inside a C group. We will then take a look at this using the PS command. We'll say, show me the C groups associated with process ID 31344. And this shows me that I have memory is associated with the foo group that I created. So that's the only one that's actually specific to foo. So now I can run the application, because I'm running the application at this moment. I can take a look at how much memory it's actually using. So I can take a look at its current usage in bytes and see that it's using only about 262 kbytes worth of RAM. So I can limit it, I can monitor it, but I can also control it in the way that it dies. So let's assume that I have a memory leak. I can then set up the killer in such a way that it understands that this application, when it exhausts all the memory, is supposed to be killed and restarted automatically. So obviously I've got a memory leak. I need to report that and fix that. But I need to be able to also keep the system running while the DevOps folks are out there trying to figure out what's wrong. So I can then use the C group interface to be able to control that and make that happen. Now, here's an example of using this using libcgroup. And libcgroup has with it the C group tools. And these tools include applications like CG create and CG exec and CG get. So we'll see how those all work. So CG create allows me to create a group. So I'm going to create a group in the CPU controller called group A. I'm going to do the same thing for group B. Now, this is the CPU controller, so this is controlling what percentage of CPU time each one of these applications gets whenever they're a member of that particular group. So I'm going to use the CG get command. I will get the number of CPU shares for group A, and it comes back as 1,024, which is the maximum number of CPU time slots for that particular application. And that's the default. We have the same sort of thing for group B. So now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to test this out. So let's create a couple of applications. We're going to do a CG exec into group A, and we're just going to do a DD. And we're just going to grab lots of nulls and send them off to the bit bucket. So we're just going to burn a lot of CPU time. Basically, I didn't want anything that would incorporate any disk I/O or network I/O or anything else. Just measure CPU performance. Do the same thing for CPU group B. Now, because both of those were both given the 1,024 chunk slots, you will notice that they actually end up eating 50% of the CPU for each one of those two applications. Now, if that's not what I want, I can then go in and adjust it. So I can say that the CPU shares for group A are 768, or 3/4 of the actual full value. And for CPU group B, I'm 256, or 1/4 of the total value. And sure enough, when we take a look down here at the percentage of CPU time being used, I've now got 75% of the CPU going to group A and 25% of the CPU going to group B. So, and the dot, the actual decimal point out there had to do with the startup code and a few other things, so it ate up a little bit more than it should have. But once it gets to steady state, then it settles down and locks in at 25%. So we have effectively here a mechanism that allows us to control what's going on in our system. We can control memory, we can control network I/O, we can control disk I/O, we can control the assignment of CPU cores, groups of CPU cores. We can do all of that through the use of the C group interface. Where this really starts to become important is when we're using either containers or VMs in a multi-tenant environment. If we're just running on-prem and we're just running our own code, then it's not really all that important. But it's when you're a service provider and you have to guarantee service to particular customers, or you're writing a mission-critical application that has to have a particular percentage of the overall CPU, then this starts to become important. Some of the container solutions like LXC and LXD have an automatic interface to C group. We saw that when we did the little screenshot there. Others, you have to do it by hand. There's a monitoring tool. Actually, Kubernetes has a mechanism to go in and dork around with us as well. So we can either do it manually or we can allow things to happen automatically, depending on the policies that we set. Now, C group mechanism is tied to namespaces. So if we have a particular namespace defined, then we can add the namespace to the C group. And everything that's a member of the namespace then becomes controlled by that C group, whatever controller we added to it. We can have multiple controllers associated with a particular group. So I can limit not just memory or CPU time, I can limit everything on a per group basis. So if I have a namespace that I've got applications that are a member of that namespace, I can then drop the whole namespace into the C group interface and then control the namespace from there. So that's another capability that we have with this. And so that with namespaces and C groups, although they're not the same thing, they are closely related to each other. So we can actually take advantage of both interfaces if we need them for whatever application we're trying to do. So I got a couple of minutes for questions. Anybody got any questions? Yes.
So on the slide number 17, where you showed this.
Yeah.
I was wondering what would happen if there was another process, not in a C group, that was also during CPU. What would we see?
Yeah. So in fact, this was just a snapshot of the top two. And it has to do with whether I've allocated them to specific CPU cores. So if you have multiple applications that are running on the same processor, and you typically do, then they're going to get in your way. So I can guarantee that these particular groups are well behaved, but anything else that's running on the platform may not necessarily be well behaved. So this is where the CPU sets C group comes into play, because now I'm going to assign C groups in such a way that the ones that are important are locked to their own CPU core and nobody else plays on that CPU core. So the scheduler will continue to run, and it will schedule things as it normally would, but it will not allow anything that's not a member of this particular C group to execute on those CPU cores. So I can then basically restrict the access to particular resources using this mechanism and taking advantage of the CPU set mechanism.
So as soon as you affect one C group to, or one core to one C group, the scheduler will keep the other ones, everybody else.
There's another thing that you have to do. It gets a little bit more complicated than that. I wish it was that simple. But you do basically have to then tell the scheduler, don't schedule anything else on these particular CPU cores. So that's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's essentially what you're doing, is you're saying these CPU cores or core or, and this, because of the way the CPU set mechanism works, inside of a virtual machine, say VMware, I have virtual CPUs. Each one of those virtual CPUs is a process. So I can then set my C group restrictions on a per process basis for the virtual CPUs and control everything that happens inside of the VM. I do the same thing for containers, but It's a little more visible when you're controlling the virtual CPU. Yeah. Yes. Now, so they do in fact inherit the C group settings from their parents. If you're in a hierarchy, you cannot subvert the hierarchy. So you can't have a child process down here that's in a C group that only gets 25% of the CPU, suddenly say, I want 75% of the CPU. So you can't subvert the hierarchy. That's locked in.
So, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you had assigned a process at 25% of the CPU, and then its children start chewing up core as well.
But they will only get 25% of the CPU. The whole group will only get 25% of the CPU. So yes, you had a question back there.
Yeah, so let's say we've done all the allocations per C group for networking, CPU shares. Is there like alerting or thresholding that can be done through your EPF?
Yes. Yes, you can. So you can have it not only tell you that something is not looking right, but you can also have it reach in and start controlling things. And this can also be done as a script, by the way. So we can have it all basically set up so that it just starts up and just runs this way, and we don't have to sit there and interact with it in any way. Yeah, your question.
Can I, the system administrator, subvert the hierarchy? If I have an application in a C group that gets 25%,
Yes, you can migrate it to another C group. So yes, you can if you're the system administrator and you know where the hell you're moving it to, then yes, you can in fact do that. But it's no longer under the control of that C group. It's now moved someplace else.
The C group hierarchy doesn't necessarily follow the process.
Not, well, it does when you normally spawn it, but yes, you can in fact subvert it. It's like all Linux. There's always a way around it, right? Yeah.
Is there a good way to, after I've done all this work to set up these C groups, is there a good way to, instead of going back and manually writing these scripts, like pull my current C group?
Yes, that's inside of the C group tools. There's a mechanism to do that. And then if you're using things like Virt Manager will automatically be able to do it as well. There was a question over here. Yeah. Yes, CPU share. The question is, are the CPU shares relative to 1024? Yes, they are. That's a full CPU. That's correct. Yep. And it's real powers of 2, not bogus powers of 2, like 1,000. Yeah.
But by default, both of those processes got 1024. So didn't it add their shares together and then figure out their perspective?
So yeah, so when you do 1,024, it's unlimited CPU time. And all we're doing is we're simply restricting it from the unlimited CPU time. And so the same thing applies to bandwidth, disk I/O, network I/O. 1,024 is unlimited, and you're basically restricting it from there.
If you only had those two groups, you probably could have said B was 256, and then the other one would have gotten the rest.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, just like we got another one here. Yeah.
So if you just had the one group A, would it be allowed to go above 75%?
No. No. So if I restricted it to 75%, then it wouldn't matter what else was running, it would still only get 75%. Yes?
In this exact example, what would have happened if you tried to set these CPU shares higher so that the sum exceeded 1,024?
Then it would have jumped them to different CPU cores. And this is again where we get into the CPU set stuff. Because what's going to happen here is understand how the completely fair scheduler works. The completely fair scheduler tries to be completely fair. And that means it's got this red-black tree that's implemented that then keeps track of what CPU time you should have gotten in the perfect multitasking environment. So it's actually tracking what CPU time you should have gotten, And the one that's on the left-hand side of the red-black tree, the one that gets dispatched next, is the one with the gravest need. And so when we're tinkering around with these kinds of things, now we have to understand how the completely first scheduler works. And of course, we can completely subvert that by moving its priority to a higher priority than 0. And it also has, you can still mess around with the soft priorities as well. So the things from -19 to +20. So you can still do that as well. Yeah?
So the CPU shares in all these examples are of one core or overall in the system?
By default, it's overall in the system. So mine's a hexacore. If I look at it across the system, it's across all 12 cores because I've got cores plus threads. If you did that in what will happen in the CPU set, you actually assign a flag for each CPU core you want it to run on.
If I don't set any CPU flag, but I just put the CPU shares, that's half. Right?
Yes.
It'll get half across all the CPUs.
Yep.